Alright, the countdown timer has been and gone, so let's get back to it. It's Dominions. We were on a knife's edge of living and dying, but we have managed to solidly put ourselves on the side of the living. After a pretty tense back and forth, the fight of Shikoku ended in our favour. The elephants were unable to break through my dancing goddess's desperate defence. But Abaddon, Devi of Darkness, is out there, equipped with main gouges of parrying. So in order to kill her, the elephants had to break through the defense skill, which was very high. The repel of the Thorn Spear, given that it was length 4 over their length 3 attacks, was able to repel a whole lot. If they got through that, they then had to get through her ethereal, then they had to get through her armor and her protection, and on top of all that, I added in a shield of gleaming gold to also add awe to it. That was the onion layer defense that kept our goddess alive, whether or not she was blessed. If she was blessed, great, because I really wanted the added skills and I really wanted fortitude. But she survived. She did go low in hit points in some of the fights, and she took a couple of afflictions, despite being affliction resistant. But we have some healers for that, and she's still on the top of her game. Now, however, she has to hold off against the monkeys. The monkeys have emerged out of the dark depths, of which they own, I believe, 100% of this. And they, without even declaring war, just attacked us in Winterhell and elsewhere, securing those 2 provinces, tearing down my temples, and pushing me back. So I am desperately erecting a palisade. It'll be ready in 2 months in Pizza Tower. And with that, I'll have a defense around here, because I've got Water's Edge, Almethea. Harlem is filled with Watchers and Barbarians, and the Chithieronic Lions, which should be able to push back the monkeys. So I'd rather have this as like a defense rather than take the province for myself. On top of that, of course, we have the Clamshell Theatre. Pizza Tower will be built up. The south, however, is falling. Winstein's capital is under siege, and I suspect that it's going to fall, because it looks like Winstein doesn't have much else to offer, and it looks like the monkeys have loads of backup in the Obradine. Of course, they have the advantage of being able to pour out of the underground. Can't exactly seal these gateways. You can put forts on top of them, but that just means they're going to tear through your forts before they move further in. I'm still a little weakened in my underbelly, because they could still push through Clock Tower, Albion, from El Salvador. I have problems. I wanted Winstein for myself. It looks like I'm not getting it. I could still go for it, but the problem is my army is still dealing with the remnants of Neca. I say remnants, they're still pretty large. They still have a respectable amount of bipedal elephants roaming around, and a lot of dominion and temples. So my army is going to be on the war march, cleaning this up. The problem is virtually all of my strength is in this one army. It's got my Divine Blessing from Sidmir the Prophet. It's got Paperboy to lead all the units and supply all the units with his enormous cauldron of broth. I don't need these prophets. I don't need these priests on the war march anymore. But it also has my powerful mages, the Toilet Genie, to do the mass air spells. And Kanji. Yes, the Worm Mage, who is in desperate need of more of those nature gems, don't mind me, so that we can do mass regeneration. So with the army over there, busy cleaning up all this, what do I have to push back here? Well, maybe I don't need to push back, but I do want a second army group, so we're going to take some steps towards that. The first one being what exactly? The first one being that I need a Water Mage. Hey, Sleuth, you're a Water Mage. Unfortunately, I don't have nature. I need a nature Water Mage. Well, that's Toilet Genie's job. I am going to make a Nadia. I think you need 1 nature, 3 water for that. Let's double check with Toilet Genie. Toilet Genie, if you were to cast for me... Here we go. Contact Naida. Naida? Naiad. Whatever, you're going to get a 3 water, 3 nature unit. Her job is to go into the Seafoam Islands, and from there she will spawn all the water stuff I need. I'm probably going to get 1 or 2 of the Queens of Elemental Water, so that they can be my underwater thugs to secure Celadon City. I'm also going to erect some bishop fish. But that means I want a laboratory there, and I want it sooner rather than later. So Toilet Genie, yeah, your first job is to cast Summoning Naiad. Naiad is going to die unless I give her some regeneration, because she suffers from homesickness, which costs her 10% of her health every turn. So we will forge a Ring of Regeneration for her. Very good. I still have plenty of surplus nature gems, which is wonderful. With 9 incoming, I shouldn't need to bring back Mother Oak. Right, so Naiad comes there. We'll have something for her. She goes into Seafoam Islands. That's good. I hope she has feet slots, because I probably want her to run faster. Do I have any spare boots of going fast? I do have a spare pair of going fast boots. Do I have a spare hammer? Let's sort this properly. No, but I got gate cleavers, so I like gate cleavers. Bile Demon and Damien Killjoy, you will be equipped with those gate cleavers, and it's your job to run up to gates and cleave them. Glad we're all clear on the messaging. You're just going over to Neca for now. Neca has good province defense. I could make it even better. Really don't want enemies coming and taking Neca back from me, so I will actually invest in that. On top of that, I really want a laboratory down here so that Neca can immediately, Naida can immediately get there and start using it. So I'll take one of my throwaway units like Jackal. I will give him a Ring of Breathing Underwater, which I do have, very good. And you get down there. To summon the Elemental Royalty, I'm going to do what exactly? I'm going to need water level 5. I have 1 water booster. I should have 2. Okay, I got 2 water boosters, so that'll be enough for Naida. So she'll get down there and she'll start doing all sorts. But Jackie's gone down there to make us a laboratory. Okay, very good. At least he hasn't made some Undead Bone Lord build again. Yeah, I love my Wraith Lords, but I couldn't even go there if I was particularly wanting to, because we have almost no death gems. So even if I had the access, I wouldn't be able to summon them. Not en masse, at least. And also, I don't have the access. I think at best I have 1 or 2 deaths somewhere. Yeah, so not really a consideration. Okay, so that's going to take care of the water things and get me Bishop Fish so that I can claim more thrones and also have someone that can summon for the rest of the army. I do, however, need to make a specific item. The specific item is Amulet of the Fish. This allows an underwater unit to come out of water because it surrounds them in water. It requires water and air crosspath, and I worry that Toilet Genie is my only air-water crosspath. Is that true? Because we oh, no! Look at that! Seuth is here! Seuth, that's amazing. I don't have a spare hammer of forging for you, do I? Quick check tells me I don't know. I thought one of you guys had one. Who the heck's stealing all my hammers? Kickle Cubicle for some reason has my hammer. Kickle Cubicle, I want you to return the hammer. And I'm probably... Oh, you're also a water... Okay, I think you need you to stop searching and killing all my people. You need to come back to Charance for doing summoning and creating items for me. But yes, Seuth, you take the hammer for now, and I want you to forge me the Amulet of the Fish. I don't have enough air gems. Because I have no air gems, because I'm perpetually short on air gems. Okay. It hurts to do this, but I have no real use for my fire gems, so we'll liquidate those. I'll just liquidate all of them, and I have far too many earth gems, so liquidate those as well. The nature gems I have good uses for, so I'm not going to liquidate those, but there we go. Let's just make sure that we have these. So I want you to, again, forge that thing for me. It's almost as if that Telechin has amazing crosspaths and high death. He's got 3 death. That is actually quite good. He's a really good unit. You can see why they put Reaper on him. And his master... Wait a second, Master Smith? This guy could actually smith me boosters to get all the way up. Telechin is amazing. I'm not using him to his greatest potential, not by a long shot. But he is great. Anyway, unfortunately, he has to just relegate himself to smithing and casting spells for me. Alright, so the Ring of the Thing is here. That's going to be set up for water stuff and Bishop Fish down the line. I want to make Army Group 2. Army Group 2 doesn't need the Unseelies. I'm going to substitute the Unseelies for lots and lots of moose. Is that true? I mean, I could substitute them for heavy cavalry. But I'm not sold on heavy cavalry. I am, however, sold on the moose. Yeah, the moose have the strength. Well, heavy cavalry kind of had the strength. It's weird that cavalry can be considered a good unit for sieging. What are you? You're like 7 and 20. What are you? 8 and 18. Yeah, there's actually a pretty good argument for using the horses over the moose. Like, the moose are really crap in their skills, but do hit pretty hard. They also have their own male barding. The difference is the heavy cavalry rider has a lot more protection. He also costs a ton more to make. Screw it, I'll stick with the moose. Plus, the moose can move and shoot, which is usually bad, but sometimes good. Alright, so we build up the moose for siege power and flanking. I already have a core of Scorched Templars ready to rock and roll from my capital. They need a bit of leadership, though. And that is where casting the Sleeper comes in. Where's the Sleeper? I think it's called, like, Awakened Sleeper, not Awaken the Dreamwild. Here's Awakened Sleeper. It costs 4 glamour to awaken a sleeper. Oh, would you look at that? Ellie spawned with 4. All right, excellent. I need you to bring me a sleeper for leadership, please. And I once again do not have enough gems for that. Funny, we're a glamour nation, and yet we strongly lack glamour gems. Ah, well, such is how it is. Get me another sleeper. Need the sleeper because the sleeper can give formations to my units. All right, so we have a sleeper over here. Caligula is going to be my substitute nature mage. They're going to need another cornucopia, and they also need some... they also need a Tree Lord's staff. Yeah, I also still want to kit them out with good armor and such. There's a lot of crafting that I want to do. Funny how things work out. I didn't change what your orders were, did I? Unwittingly. No, I did not. Okay, well, don't worry about it. I still think the Armor of Knights is pretty good for them. And I'll take another pair of marching 1,000-mile boots. And I will want some kind of crappy helmet for it. I don't want to die to being shot in the head. I struggle to think of anything better than just giving you the black steel helmet. There's no real downside. It's a cheap and easy helmet to make, and we're drowning in earth gems. So that'll allow me to equip you up. The downside, of course, is that I don't currently have the tree thing. But I do have Kitty. Kitty should be able to forge me another one. In fact, could you just do that right now? Absolutely not. And shockingly, I don't have a nature booster for you, because I already gave away all my nature boosters. That's a tad unfortunate. Yeah, because you've got one... I thought I had, like, a Tree Lord staff somewhere. I can check that on my items here. Thorn Spear is there. I guess not. Maybe we lost it in one of the many wipes. Oh, yeah, when we got wiped. I bet that's where we lost it. It's also how we lost the Moonvine Bracelet. How unfortunate. Am I willing to give this up for a moment? No, I'm not. Alright, well, if that's how it is, then let's just make ourselves a replacement. It's no big deal, right? All it costs me is loads of nature gems. We've got nature gems aplenty, right? There we go. Get me the Thistle Mace back, please. Someone else is going to have to make the helmet. You can do that. Yoink. You literally hovered over it, Jake. That sounds like something I would do. But I don't see it. I'm looking for the Thistle Mace, and I'm pretty sure I lost it. It's a Construction 5 item, and I don't see it. Maybe you mean the Tree Lord Staff, but that's already equipped, and I'm not willing to give that up. And the Moonvine Bracelet I also don't see here. Could do with a search thing here for blind buggers like me. Nope, in that case I don't know what Pufu's talking about. Probably nonsense. It's been known to happen. Okay, so with that, we're going to have Caligula set up. I don't have Cornucopia. Screw it, just make Cornucopia. What are nature gems anyway? I basically want Caligula to be a second kanji. Does that mean I want another enormous cauldron of broth? Yeah, sure, why not? Endless bags of wine are cheaper and denser, so it's probably better to just have 2 endless bags of wine. Yeah, okay, 2 endless bags of wine, please. Okay, so that sets me up a second mass regenerator. I might not need a second one of these. The mist form is awesome, but we are fighting people with magical weapons. I think it's too much of an investment to get a second toilet genie. Yeah, the one toilet genie here is fine. And if I desperately need him, I could actually fly him over here. I don't actually think we need toilet genie on the war march anymore. Yeah, no, I really don't think we do. The enemy won't be able to mass up such numbers that I worry about all this other stuff. I still would quite like the Song of Storms on my marching team, though. So maybe Sid Meier could take that. If we take Toilet Genie's Staff of Storms and give it to Sid Meier... Wait, Sid Meier could very, very easily die in combat. He shouldn't hold it. Give it to... Paperboy? No, he's got the shield. Give it to Zangief. I'll never forget Zangief. Yeah, okay, then Zangief can join in the fray. So is this my marching band? Yeah, including Zangief, of course. It's a pretty good marching band. Powerful. Yes, yes. Can I just give all of these to Paperboy yet? Yeah, and I don't see a big problem with that. I can also mix together all of you as one single unit. That's good. Did we take Pilot Wings Resort yesterday? I had to leave just before the attack. Oh, hell yes. It was a good run last time. Alright, you hold and stay behind the troops. You cast your spells. I wish I had better spells for you to cast, but as long as you're casting specifically Divine Blessing first, you can't go wrong with the rest. Alright, now this is still a pretty good setup. Now that I have mass divine stuff, I don't need to square formation you. I can line formation you. And I still think it's quite important to have a lot of Scorched Templars in the center to protect my mage, my commander corps. And I quite like these guys coming in from the rear. I could actually offset them. I could do something like this so that they can... if I somehow get attacked in the center, maybe some storm-resistant flyers come and get me, then the cavalry come in charge and protect my commander corps. If not, they charge here and then flank on the engagement that the Scorched Templars have. If I was so confident that my commanders don't need this help, what I could do is have you go and attack rear order and then you go in for a flank. Don't strictly think that's necessary. So let's have it like that. Hold an attack closest, hold an attack. That's fine then. So this is my army. The question is, where does the army go? And I have a few ideas for that one. I'm not sure which one I like the most. I could go straight into Cragfield and then Rio Grande do Sul. That way we kill where the elephants are. Doesn't allow us to easily go and take Narita Airport, but that might not be a big deal. The alternative is I just go straight for Sen's Fortress and Diego Garcia. I may have to double back to Neca, but our units can move quite quickly. One thing I really love about our setup here is that the slowest we move is 20. And 20 can easily get us back to Neca if we end up under siege here. But I think it's better just to wipe out the bulk of his army. It's just there's a lot of Neca land around here. Does Neca own any more thrones? Neca still owns the lower throne, which gives them Dominion and Blood. It's probably this one over in Albania. But I also quite like the idea of just securing the coastline, and taking Hyrule is a pretty big prize. Hyrule is a large, probably populous farmland province. Don't get your Neca's in a twist. Well, I don't intend to. There's probably a lot to be said for just wiping out his army, and I can see where it is. So let's actually go over here and then down to Rio Grande. Couldn't be all that bad a move to make. I'm going to dump a lot of province defense in my wake because I don't want to lose any of these provinces. And as we know in this build, for whatever reason, province defense is enormous. Why are all these earth boots over here? I must have stolen these earth boots from the people that I fought and beat last time. Please continue preaching here. One of you please erect a temple. Could turn Neca into an even better castle, but I don't think the cost is necessary right now. And then how about the ones that are not on the war march? That's all of these guys that are currently just defending. I think it's fine for them to remain here. I'll even just have them on patrol right now. Yeah, there we go. And then I can scatter them around to aid around here in due time. Could even make more, but there doesn't seem to be a demand for that currently. Still trying desperately to get my Dominion to spread. It's still even struggling over in Shikoku, despite all the battles that my god won there. But yeah, Pilot Wings Resort, what a province this is. So Pilot Wings Resort, let's see what it gives us. It gives us 3 gems, the ability to make Hydromancers, 2 Dominion spread, 3 defense. It also gives us a Glamour gem, another Water gem, another other Water gem, and Earth and Fire gem. It's such a good province. On top of that, it has immense population, good income. Just brilliant province. It's why it was a high prize for me and why I was gutted to have lost my army attempting to take it in the past. Anyway, we continue preaching and we continue cranking out more benefactors. I could get myself this water mage. He's amphibian as well. But why? Because I'm already next turn going to have Neca to go into Seafoam to erect me a fort and all the other stuff, so I'm not worried about that. What else do I have? I'm still pumping out units for preaching because we struggle at preaching for some reason. Alright, in that case, continue the preaching, please. Continue the preaching, please. Super Pie. Super Pie's in the Baltic Sea and just finished making a temple for me. I would really like to take Deception Island, but I don't think I can dedicate the army for it currently. It's got the Throne of the Stars, though. We like the thrones. Hell, we need the thrones to win. So I think I'm going to keep this army dedicated towards fighting the remnants of Neca. And when Toilet Genie is done casting things, Toilet Genie is going to fly with his disgusting map move 41. And the reason that's disgusting is because he's flying, he ignores terrain. He ignores problems like snow and mountains being in the way. He just goes whoop. In fact, Toilet Genie could jump all the way over to Pizza Tower and still have room to move more. I won't have him go to Pizza Tower, he'd get himself killed, but it's good to know that when I make Army Group 2, they can be reinforced with Toilet Genie and his many air gems. Good to know. He might actually be worth making another Staff of Storms with, even though it's quite expensive. Alright, Super Pie... Dicey, just wait for now. Super Pie, what can you do? You could go to Balaton and get me another temple there. Temples are good. I desperately need temples because the whole war has now become me versus Zashai. Winstein is down and out and actively being consumed by Zashai. Neca, I've just gone and struck them at their capital, and now I will digest them. Zashai, on the other hand, has double my provinces, more forts than me, double my income, more gems than me. Blood is irrelevant. I out-research him heavily. That is a big advantage I have. But because I've almost finished research, he's going to catch up and I won't really get much of value beyond that. He has more Dominion than me, and it's growing faster than mine. And that is a win condition. If you are the only one with Dominion, you win. His army is easily triple my size. But mine are better, so I am going on the assumption, and it's the third time I've assumed this, that myself versus Zashai is a good matchup for me. Let me cover why I think that. I covered it last time, but whatever, it's another session. This is Zashai. This is what he has access to. He's got Astral Nature and Blood, so notably he doesn't have Fire Evocations to throw at me, which is one of my big weaknesses. He has Monkey Archers, and they're strong Monkey Archers. Those longbows are going to hurt. But now I have access to Air Shield and Storm, so not too worried in a huge longbow-related mashup against him. His regular monkeys lack the skills to defeat my Scorched Templars or my Knights, so anytime I see a Bandar Falchion, a Bandar Spear Champion, a Heavy Bandar Spear Champion, I'm not concerned. We mulch these guys. What about the Zashian Champions? Again, they lack the skills, so I'm not very concerned. The Heavy Slings, yeah. And maybe the Javelins as well, because we don't like ranged things, but overall, we mince these guys. Their protection is not enough to defend them, and they don't have poison resist. What does that leave? Well, it leaves their particularly skilled Avim, but again, their skills are insufficient. They might hit hard, but that relies on them hitting at all. and they're not getting through my Fortitude blood-bonded Scorched Templars. These guys are the problem. And he has a lot of overgrown Lunares. And because he has been fighting and winning all game, he has a large amount of these guys who, in addition, are very skilled because they picked up a lot of experience on the War March. And they're not going to die to old age. They can live 105 more years after recruitment. And there's 12 turns in a year. And we're on turn 70-something. So that means our attack skill is not 13-13. It's going to be like 16-16, which is a problem for me. However, what's not a problem are these poisonous barbs. We strike with range 3, so poison barbs don't affect us. In fact, because we strike with range 3, we can repel their short sword. That's pretty damn good. They have magical weapons, which would pop our ability to do mist form, so I won't waste gems on mist form. But I will air shield, and that's not a waste of gem because we can use a temporary air gem to have that. So we air shield against their projectiles, we engage with the Lunares. They could pose a problem for my mounted units, but I do think my Scorched Templars destroy these things. And then the question is, what can their leader corps do? Well, hopefully they don't mind phase my commanders using Mind Burn or Soul Slay. The AI is too dumb to use blood magic. These guys do auto-summon Ill Earths. Shouldn't be a problem, but it could be. Depends how many they mass up. Looks like he has nature, which is excellent. That means he can use poison, and we don't worry about that because we poison resist. Our Scorched Templars right here are inherently poison resistant 15, which is very, very good. It defends against all but death poison. But that could still kill my Commander Corps, which is why, well, it's not why, but it's a happy coincidence that I've been focusing on making a Hydra Skin Armor, which comes with 15 poison resist. I made it because it's got passable body protection with regeneration and hit points. Hit points being useful for my little midgets, but that regen does stack with the regeneration spell. So my Commander Corps are safe from poison, my units are safe from poison, we are safe from poison. We're gonna kill Zashai. On a battle. The problem is the greater grand strategy approach here. Zashai is everywhere. Zashai are here, Zashai are here, Zashai are here. Zashai own the entire underground, and so they can pop out at any point from one of these caverns and then pop me where I'm not seeing. So I need to have a way to just squish them. Having one strong army is not the answer, which is why I need to make about 3 strong armies. We're currently building up Army Group 2, and once that's going, our next priority will be making Army Group 3. With 3 armies, I'd be quite confident. 1 must crush his capital, so he can't make his devastating troops anymore. Once the initial army group has finished sweeping up Neca, they can probably strike through Dundee. Maybe. In winter, we could cross this river. If it's not winter, then we can't. And then the other army group, I suppose, just holds the defensive, and now maybe even make Army Group 4 to go underground. Although we could always make some darkness power units to go underground, because those monkeys don't see in darkness. The question is, what units can we make that can see underground? Is there one good thug summon I could make that could go underground and clean up? I actually don't know. Something with dark power would be amazing. Also, anything that sees in the dark. I could use all those death gems and rush my way towards one thugged up... I was going to call him Snecko Lord, but it's not that. Wraith Lord to go underground and secure the underground for me. Believe me, I'm tempted. But do we have anything that can get us death power? I think this is where we go over to Dom 6 Mod Inspector. We want a unit. We want a unit that's available for us, specifically. And we are MA. MA stands for Middle Age. And our name is... Ondmark. National only? No, just either is fine, as long as it's available for us. I'm looking for a summoned commander who can see in the dark. Oh god, all these things are getting in the way of my stats here. I don't need to know about Word Mage anymore, we've already done him. I know everything about army regeneration. I'm going to keep Telhine there, just to remind myself that he's really cool. I've got the storm thing, I know about Arrowfend. We've already got storms. Honestly, I don't need to know more about summoning Fey Knights or Fey Princes. This is all information that's been internalized by now. This tool is so good, by the way. This tool is called the Dom 6 Mod Inspector. If you just Google that, you'll find this. It has all the information of the base game. And to make it even cooler, if you run a mod like I do, you can just plug it in and it will read that information and give you this, because this is a modded nation that I have from the randomizer, but it still tells me everything I need to know. If they were only left with their underground possessions, wouldn't you outscale them easily? I wouldn't just outscale them, I would win. If I held all of the overground, I am almost certain I would be able to get enough ascension to win. We need 18 ascension points to become the new god. We already have 4, but we have access to 5 or 6, well, an additional 1 or 2 here, an additional 3 here, probably another 3 here, because this is guarded by a Pretender chassis. So we've got 6 additional here. There's the 2 I've already got. So basically we've already got 10, 11, 12, maybe 13, 14. Grab a few more and we win. If we win on the overground, we win overall. He does not have enough stuff underground to keep him safe. The Endless Caverns, the Stalagmia... I haven't figured out how to rename underground things, though. I think Nick's told me, but it was too elaborate for me to do so. Yeah, there's not enough throne power underground. He could be strong underground. If you held all of this, you'd be pretty powerful, especially if you put forts on the gateways, then you couldn't be suddenly befuddled by an attack. And underground provinces, I think they got nerfed recently, but they are very strong. But hey, it's dark down there, and as I covered, monkeys can't see in the dark. Anyway, I was curious about a unit that could see in the dark. I'm curious, could I search for something that has dark power? Ooh. Unfortunately, this is blood. That's a lot of blood. How many blood virgins do I have anyway? 0! How have I gone the whole game and not found a single virgin? Jesus, it's meant to be a grand strategy game. You're a pretty tantalizing guy. This is why blood is so strong. Blood summons are just amazing. Blood magic in general is amazing. And to make matters even better, virgins are generally worth much less than gems, because you can harvest them on a much greater scale. The downside is getting blood access can be a bit of a pain. We have it naturally, though. Dark power seems to work as a property key in advanced mode. Yeah, that's why I put dark power in here. I'm looking at anything that would be really powerful underground, and this guy would be. He gets 4 boosts to his stats there. I am tempted by this, but I can't really just break into blood willy-nilly. Fiend of Darkness, but these are all blood things, right? Yeah, blood and more blood. Shade Beasts, they're only units. I'm interested in commanders. Alright, so unless I get Released Sage, which is Earth Death. Do I even have that? Terrain-specific thing. Well, let's look at this guy for a moment, right? His skills are kind of crap, his hit points are low, his protection is suspiciously high. Does he just have a really leathery body or something? I don't think I could thug this guy up appropriately with those pathetic amount of hit points. Alright, I tried. Dark power is not the way forward. What about Dark Vision? I want something that can at least see underground. Ooh, Elemental Royalty. Wait a second. Isn't there the corrupted one that I could go for? Father Ill Earth. I'm very surprised he doesn't have the ability to see underground. Father Ill Earth. That's not the guy I was thinking of, which is funny, because that's what I said, word for word. But actually what I was thinking of is Bane. Anthrax, King of the Bane Fires. He's an opportunity to thug up. King of the Bane Fires requires Death Fire access. I don't have that. It's a bit of a shame, because if I did, this guy would be amazing. Fire access in general hurts for me. Let me actually consider if I could make some kind of elemental royalty to go and thug up and take the underground. If I was going to go with him... Oh, hold on. What do you mean I don't have fire death access? That's exactly what Kickle Cubicle is. On top of that, Kickle Cubicle can be raised to 3 fire with taking his dog form. No, he can't. Damn, I thought he could. But but it does have the death. In order to make Anthrax, I need 4 fire, 3 death, so I don't think that's happening. That's a shame. Anthrax could really go down and whip ass down there. I could make a Bane. A Bane is a commander that only needs a little bit of death. He's like a light Wraith Lord. I don't think he's strong enough to solo the underground. There's a lot of weaknesses that he has. But he resists the cold, he resists the poison, he has his own aura. Could I thug up a Bane to go down and take the underground? I really don't think so. He doesn't have magic paths to do things like Soul Vortex. So yeah, I don't think Bane is the way forward. And Bane Lord is in a similar kettle right there. He's bigger, he's faster, he's stronger too. He's the first member of the Death Summons crew. But again, without magic paths, he wouldn't be enough. And basically, I'm looking for a Wraith Lord that isn't a Wraith Lord. Who else could possibly go underground and just take it in a thuggy manner? Maybe I'm asking for too much. I know my units could. My units won't do well in darkness, but we'd be fine overall. Bane Lord. Yeah, he would get chipped away underground. I don't have a good way of coping with that. How much of that protection is natural protection? I think a fair bit of it is. Actually, I don't think you're my answer. That's a shame. I would really love to have Anthrax go down and just take the underground for me. He's a cool character. 2 hands, a bow, a head. So he doesn't have legs, but I could still give him some body protection. And then he can go and just melt everything underground. He's got a Banefire Shield and Fear. Damn, I wish I could have this guy. I'm lacking 2 levels in fire. And I can't just boost fire like that. Fire is a painful thing to boost sometimes. Is that really true? I know I just burnt all my fire gems, but let's entertain the idea. Fire boosters include... Just quickly checking everything. The Ruby Eye costs 15 to forge. The Flame Helmet requires Fire 4, unfortunately. But hold on, the Skull of Fire can be made cheaply. Right, so if I make a Skull of Fire, I boost myself up to 3, and if I make the Ruby Eye, I boost myself up to 4. It also generates water gems. So actually, I can have Anthrax. Oh, this is wonderful. Okay, great. The downside, of course, is that I've gone and liquidated all my fire gems, but I can make Anthrax and send him underground. Okay, that's going to happen. Cubicle gets back to Charance and makes these items. All right, excellent. We're going to have I can have Anthrax is not as good as you make it sound. Oh, we're going to make it good. Right, Cubicle back to Charance. You're going to create the Anthrax. Anthrax is going to... he's got a lot of heat aura, so he works well in the heat. Hopefully Zashai have heat scales. It's early autumn, and he's got level 2 heat, so that doesn't tell me much, except he doesn't have intense cold scale. I feel like I've never really seen his land get cold. But it looks like he's got some pretty miserable scales, right? He's got turmoil, he's got sloth, he's got growth, which is good, though. Okay, right, we figured out how we're going underground then. We're going to thug up Anthrax and send him down to take the underground. All right, great. Glad we got all that covered. Now we carry on. We also need to do some research, apparently. The research queue is empty. Well, I'm not doing blood, so I don't know why I do anything blood. Do I have the water nature ants access to do ancient presence? Because it's a very funny monster to have. I call it the winner of Miss Netherlands 2026. Tatarians, I know these are popular in MP. I don't particularly like them. Tarask isn't that great. Enchanted Forest is actually pretty good. All forests spread dominion. But it's a global enchantment and we lack space for those. Utter Dark, Wish, Time Stop. Armies of whatever are pretty good. Natural Protection 13 would be really, really good for my Parasites. Also gives Strength plus 4. Okay, that's pretty damn good. Or Magic Resistance or Fire Resistance. The downside, of course, is that susceptibility to shock, but that might not be a bad thing. You know, I could see Army of Bronze actually helping me out significantly. That strength +4 is big stuff. Otherwise, I can't see myself making any use of these. I already have construction 9. Earth Shatter Army. Bash and slash melee hits done on hit. I don't even know what kind of attack my Scorched Templars do. Gaia's Blessing, entire battlefield. Someday that'll be good. Thaumaturgic stuff, Master Enslave. You want this to work, but really it's easy to negate. Everybody gets a +4 roll on negating that. How I wish it was better. But then if it was better, people would use it on you, and then you'd think, OP, please nerf. Alright, give me those two then. A boost a Naiad maybe for Ancient Presence. Run that back by me. What was the Ancient Presence requiring? Requires 5 and 4. I can do the 5 and the 4. You know what, screw it. Maybe we can do that. Do we have any swamps? Do we have any swamps at all? There's one over here. There's one in Dire Docks. Not a lot of swamps going around. That's a shame. Ancient Presence is not at all part of the strategy, though. It's just a fun thing. I've tried to make it work. The problem is Ancient Presence is really easy to kill. You know what? You can't see it, and we're probably not going to see it. So why don't I show you what Ancient Presence is? Unit. Get rid of Bane. Actually, keep Bane. Keep Bane over here. Tell me about Ancient Presence. Look at this thing. It's bigger than my god. It's so fun and funny. Get rid of advanced info here. Excellent hit points. Pretty crappy protection. God-awful skills. Well, I mean, that's good attack skill, but that's not really relevant. What this thing does is it very slowly moves around the map, and when it goes over something, it just eats it. But when it eats, it also gains additional hit points over its maximum. It's very, very susceptible to fire. It's also incredibly scary. For reasons unknown to me, it gives nature, but it gives a supply bonus. It's also a unit rather than a commander, so you can't... You'd have to boost it up with Gist of Reason or something to have it go its own way. It's unsurroundable, it's flesh reform, so it heals over time. It's just one of those terrifying things that, you know, you've got your awesome thug or even your super combatant, and this thing just eats it. Sad times. Deepest parts of the most fearsome swamps are something that devours everything that dares to enter its domain. It's known as the Awakened Presence. Sorry, Ancient Presence. It's very old and grows larger by incorporating victims it devours as part of itself. No hero can stand against the Ancient Presence. Like everything expensive, you can just easily kill it, right? This thing, you just set it on fire and it dies. Resist fire -10. So, blip. Magic resistance of 18 is pretty good, but you can still also just mass up some Astral 1 mages and mind burn the thing to death. Cool unit, but it comes so late and it's so easy to counter. But exactly, Nathan, it looks cool. Cool is good. It's the rule of cool. Anyway, we've got our sleeper back, we've got Naiad here, and there are battles going on, including in the Baltic Sea. Oi, oi, oi. You're not allowed to do that. He's probing me with a Mound King. Well, this is why I invested in Province Defense. Get out of here. Blip. Castle Shikigami. Okay, Winstein. I'm not your enemy right now, Winstein. In fact, I never attacked you. I never even attacked into... that's not true. I tried to take Canada. But except for that, I don't know why he's got such a lot of beef with me. It's insulting, right? These guys... The Kite Shield is actually pretty good for blocking all the shots I do. We're throwing so many projectiles poorly. I actually think these naked tribes people are better at projectiles than my trained elite moose cavalry. Pound for pound, their mounted troops are much, much better than mine. But I've got a lot more pounds than he has. And he cannot force me to rout unless he kills my commanders. And he doesn't have flyers. Although if he did something like Earthquake, he could rip apart my dudes. Okay, so my intention was to tear apart the last of his army. And it seems he still does have an army. Shouldn't think that the moment you kill somebody's capital, they're dead for good. He still has a lot of very, very angry bipedal elephants, but he no longer has his sacreds. He no longer has his god. All he can do is bring his admittedly quite good national troops to me. And because we have Storm up immediately in all of our big encounters, these things are no longer a big threat. So even though I don't have airfield, I'm not concerned. Well, maybe a little concerned if you manage to get a lucky hit on one of my commanders here. But it's just not going to happen. These engagements are cool. Let's have it slowly. I quite like what they did with Dominion 6. They really upped the scales of battles like this. It swung the pendulum a bit where, you know, armies are really powerful and magic is a bit more hassle. Magic is still cool, though. I never use combat magic as much as I should. But I really... Oh, Christ. So about that shock resistance that I don't have. This guy got shocked and now he's stunned. Fortunately, he's still useful to the rest of the team. Even though he's stunned, he still regenerates and he still eats blood bonding. So he's still like a battery of health for the people that aren't stunned or are actually in combat. My bigger concern is when that stuff happens to my Unseelies, who suffer pretty badly on the protection front because it's not cold anymore. Ah well, they'll be fine. Who would have thought in this hot desert? Oh, I never noticed the background before. That's very Mario 64-ish, isn't it? Yes, die. Oh, we do blunt damage with our thorn staffs. One wonders how it poisons bluntly, but it finds a way. So I said he didn't have any sacreds anymore. It looks like he still has some remnants. He has some remaining ice destroyers, but his bless is not active anymore because his god is dead. All he has is reinvigoration 1. And they don't really need that, do they? Nah, they're fine. But he ain't winning. This is our fight to win. Communion Micro comes into play in multiplayer where you take 1 or 2 turns a day. Yeah, I'm not into play-by-email multiplayers, thank you very much. This guy could be a concern. Siege Golem. He does do massive, powerful attacks here. Armor negating 20 magical damage, but only against inanimates, which we are not. 30 damage coming in twice is still quite a lot, but with attack skill and defense skill of 9 on a 0-length attack, I'm pretty sure he's just going to be repelled. Let's see. He won't be poisoned, though. He'll be completely poison immune, right? He could be poisoned, actually. That's quite amusing. But yeah, what does he try to do? Siege Golem missed. Morale negated the repel. Oh, that's right. He can't be repelled because he's mindless. I mean, he can, but the odds are severely against it. Even so, he's just not hitting. He's not hitting at all. He takes a bit of damage from failing the repel stuff, but, you know, attack roll 13 versus defense roll 33. My units are damn good even without experience. Because they're mindless, they can't get experience. But just look at this. Base defense skill 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20, somehow 23. Beautiful. And since we're actually having a line formation, my units can actually spread around the back and do some work on their commander core. Although he's probably going to be retreating a lot, and he's probably going to lose a lot of units on retreat. Beautiful. Just freaking beautiful. See elephant? Kill elephant. See my own units? Zap my own units. And it's good to have some speedy knights as well, because they can chase you down and kill you. Also, somebody must have got shot off the back of their moose, because the moose is now on a rampage. And unlike the riders, the moose actually have free will. What's this poor dude doing? Limping away? Ninjin, the notable druid of the depths. He is old. How does an elephant get old? They have max age 120, he's 127. He is diseased, he's crippled, he's limp, and he's weak. But much like the Ninjin I know, he's still like 6'8". Ninjin is a powerfully tall individual. Which goes well because he's always looking down on others. Man, he really let himself go. I quite like the physique of these elephants. That is a strong man belly. I feel bad for the work that their thighs have to do, though. And this is something I like about my sacreds. If they die, they get a second chance at life as a boar. And if the boar form survives, the parasites take over their body once again, and they become this at the end of the turn. So ultimately, the Battle of Cragfield cost me one of my Moose Warriors, one of my Templars, and one of my Knights. I'll take that attrition for wiping out the rest of his pathetic army. Oh, also, not too bad damage on his leadership as well. That's all of his notable druids dead. He brought dispossessed spirits. I'm kind of wondering what killed me. It's hard to tell, though, because he'd kill plenty of things that are like fluff, like the bugs that we summon in combat. However, this is maybe a bigger concern. So here's the army that I was worried about. It's a very small detachment of it, so it shouldn't pose too much of a threat. But this is my dancing goddess doing what she does. Just summon her earth power. So the curiosity for me is, can I win this without my goddess? Can these monkeys be stopped? Probably not. They've very wisely spread themselves out, meaning that my pathetic lack of accuracy, you can just stand in the middle and all the arrows are going to miss you. Okay, ignore what happened to that guy. That was missing this guy and hitting him. But yeah, I'm completely unable to land a shot, and they can absolutely land shots on me. Fortunately, we have Hoplons, parry 4 shield. Reasonably okay at blocking things. Maybe not that great, though. I mean, what's the repel on a buckler? What do these guys use? These guys use regular shields for parry 4. You guys... Yeah, it's shield and shield, parry 4. Oh, better than hide shield. What would be the key unit this run? Moose or Parasite? Parasite for sure. The Moose are just there to make up a bulk. If I wasn't using Moose, I'd use something else. The Moose are just there to be a bulk of the army. Relatively good at staying alive. I mostly just have there to make up numbers, lay sieges. My goddess has been the prime thing. Without Abaddon, the Devi of Darkness, we would have lost. So if I had gone and taken like a crappy kind of demigod thing, demigod's maybe not the right term, but you know, like human chassis, like the Freak Lord or whatever, they wouldn't have been able to hold off enemy armies the way Abaddon has. And if I got myself a statue, like one of the fountains or the big rock or whatever, wouldn't have been able to manage it. If I had gotten myself something like a dragon or a dragon lich, they still wouldn't have managed it. I needed a Titan chassis like Abaddon, because then I can thug them up big time. The fact that they had 4 arms was extremely useful. If I only had 2 arms, that'd be 1 shield, maybe 1 main gauche of parrying, and then no repel, drop down my defense by 6, terrible. So yes, the very fact that I brought in a Titan god saved me, because no other unit could have done what Abaddon or a similar Titan could do. No others, except all these others. Shapeshift armies are nasty, like the Tri-Blessed Mictlan Warriors of Dom 3. Dom 3 is before my time, thankfully. My takeaway here is that my army actually managed this on their own, which is a good sign. I'm not risking it, though, because if the monkeys had brought in some serious hardware, they would have cleaved through this. But yeah, Abaddon does what Abaddon does, which is clean up house. Yeah, they can summon a lot more than 62 units. This was just a probe. The AI is not smart. The AI doesn't think, oh, I'm going to probe his defenses, and oh, they use this, so I'm going to bring this other magic path to undo them. If the AI does anything clever, it's by accident. Which is a shame, but making strategy AI is difficult. So Charance, which is named after the main village in Rune Factory 3, is going to forever eat 180 dead people a turn, because we're going to keep Telchini there to crank out my stuff. Alright, all in all, pretty good. Telchini, you are a bit of a priority for me. I want you to forge me the Skull of Fire. Fire magic +1. Thank you. Did I say I wanted you in your other form for this? I mean, I might not care. You just get the water and the air boost for it. Keep your form like that, but yes, do forge me that. Once you're done with that, you're going to forge me this. Whoa, that's more expensive than I thought. No, that's not what you're going to make. You're going to make me this. The Ruby Eye. Feels a bit of a waste to put the ruby eye on you. It's irremovable. But it's a much cheaper way to boost you in fire. And it's the only one I can get at fire level 3. Costs 15. Do we have 15 next turn? We barely don't. I'm going to regret this, but... where's one of my hammers? Why is it always so hard to find my hammers? Seuth. Sacrifice the hammer for a little bit. Give it over to Kickle Cubicle. Sort those items, please. Now Kickle Cubicle saves me a fire gem there, and the extra fire gem you save should allow me to make the the ruby eye next turn. And then you'll be high enough level to summon Anthrax. Very good. Unless you're blocked taking any of those, but no, it's 2 miscellaneous item slots. Right, we got Naiad. Naiad is named Marvin. The Naiad needs to not die from homesickness, so I give her the Ring of Regeneration. She can already breathe underwater. In fact, she's a good amphibian. She faces no problems going underwater. This homesickness is a problem here. This unit will need to stay close to home in order to survive. If it leaves the home promise, it'll take a percentage of maximum hit point damage every month, and that's why we let her regenerate that stuff away. And was there anything else I was giving her? Yes, I want you to have this and this to boost your water magic up to 5. Your map move is 16. Oh, I don't need to give you the boots of running very fast. Seafoam Islands will preemptively have a laboratory for you to start summoning elemental water royalty. And then you're just going to live underwater and do underwater things for me. Making kelpie forts or whatever. Ooh. You know, I could actually fortify up Celadon rather than Seafoam. If I take this, and I'm going to thug up a queen for that. Means I need good equipment for her, but I'll figure out what that is later. Toilet Genie, I think it's time for you to come home. Your amazing skills at Army of Mist, I think, are wasted. I just want Arrow Fend and... What else could you actually do for me? What do you have? Air is so powerful. Only... Well, the thing about Arrow Fend is I can use just the temporary air gem to get that boost. Maybe it is worth having Mist Warriors. It is very powerful. Magic pops it, of course, but I think that's still good to have in big combats. Army of Mist is so strong. Wait, I just had a even better thought. You can summon Storm Power, and that makes it less exhausting for you to cast these other spells. Yeah, you can. Yeah, so then we can get Arrow Fend, and it only costs 50% fatigue. And then when you cast Army of Mist, that's even better. Alright. But you're very, very powerful. There's nothing to search on Neca, so I think we just bring you home to Ondmark, and from Ondmark you can do anything we need. What about those bloody birds? Remember when I had birds? Yeah, these freaking things. How cool, but we won't have them join in for anything currently. Right, well, we took the Cragfield. Wasn't difficult. And dump a load of province defense and keep moving with the army. There's little reason not to. Could move over to Hyrule, because he's got his army there. And I think my main thing I want to do is just crush his army. Hyrule... Although I could also just go into Sans Fortress and then go Diego Garcia. Depends what I think his army is going to do. I wish I had more information about where his army is and what they're up to, but I don't. How far can you go? 26. You should be able to get around and into Diego Garcia when it's under siege. Yeah, because I want you to join and just pop that thing instantly. These guys already have 604. That's pretty good. How about Bile Demon and Daemon go and join you in Hyrule? And they're going to pass those weapons off to Zangief and Sayaka. And they're going to just stay in the center and not die. Seems pretty cool. Huh. Schmoobler's been waiting in Hyrule this whole game and hasn't been spotted. Tell me what's going on down here, please. If you could be so kind. Still building the lab. Good. You guys all need to be preaching over here, whether you like it or not. They probably don't like it. Checked out a new filter option in the item forge menu. No. I've never heard of such a thing. I would still like another temple, please. We're still preaching in Pilot Wing Resort. You can't get out of there, can you? Yeah, no, and the units in Narita have no hope. You're telling me there's ways to filter this? Air, fire, water, miscellaneous. Wow. Air, fire, water, nature. Beautiful. What else they got? Monthly forging was always there. View all. Mark national items. Well, I have no national items, but that's interesting. Thank you, Duo. I forgot about... Well, I didn't know about that. And I will promptly probably forget about it. You're a level 3 blood mage. You could, despite being very old, I could send you out to just get me some initial blood. I don't think it's worth it, though. Just research or whatever. Can't think of anything good for you to cast or summon or anything else. Something I do need to consider, though, is what exactly I thug up my my elemental royalty with. Anthrax, in particular. He has no legs, so I don't want to give him something that weighs him down too much. Let's take another look at the things. I want Anthrax, and of course I'm going to want the Queen of Water. I don't know which one we're going to get, so... Let's just assume we get the weakest one. Here we go. Neither of them have legs. I don't think any of the elemental royalties have legs, do they? When Anthrax goes down, he's got no protection, but he is ethereal, but he's still weakened to magical attacks, of course. I think I need him to give... I think I need to give him the head that gives him iron skin. So then he has reasonable protection. He's going to have shock vulnerability, which might not be a problem, but it might be a problem. Would be really cool if I could give him that fire sword. I really regret getting rid of all my fire gems right now that I have the option to go ham on fire. Because I can do some disgusting things with Anthrax to wipe entire areas. In particular, I could forge this. The Unquenched Sword. Casts heat from hell every fight. Also makes him go berserk. Yeah, you know, give him the Unquenched Sword, give him a good shield. How about something that gives you shock resistance? Ooh, how about a lot of shock resistance with the barrier? Yeah, well, the barrier just costs earth, doesn't it? Damn, why did I get rid of all my fire gems? I should have used some of the other gems. Now I'd have to 4-to-1 gems over to fire if I wanted them. But I do really want that. He could also just cast Heat from Hell, but it's an expensive thing. Okay, I think I just bite the bullet and I liquidate my other gems to fire gems. Damn, I had like 70 of them and I threw them away. The regret, it washes over me like sin. Anyway, it doesn't change my idea of what I want the guy to have, right? Because I still think I'm going to want that helmet to give him the iron skin. And I'd like him to have... What kind of armor am I looking for this guy? He's already resisting poison and fire. Shock could be an easy way to kill him. It's not going to be cold, surely, for him down there. Yeah, copper plate is an idea. Gives shock resistance. Charging body is just whatever. Gives a map move penalty, which I'm not too thrilled about. Ice armor, he doesn't want that. Don't want him to be tainted either. Magic resistance, that reinvigoration could be really handy. Ooh, yes, actually. Reinvigorate him so that if he does pop, he can use Phoenix Pyre and the reinvigoration will keep him alive through it. It does, however, encumber. But the reinvigoration makes up... Wait a second, I just had an even better idea. Shroud of the Saint. Force bless him. That way he gets my bless. And my bless is now very, very good. Fortitude, blood surge, defense attack. Oh hell yeah, he's getting a Shroud of the Saint. In fact, all of the elemental royalties should be Shroud of the Sainted. Yep. Alright, that's pretty good. The Shroud of the Saint doesn't offer no protection either. For a bloody shirt, I'm surprised that it offers 9 protection, but it is magical, I suppose. Alright, that's pretty cool. Shroud of the Saint. I will invest in that bloody sword for him, even though it's going to cost me all my earth gems and maybe more. What else am I looking for? Fortitude on Lady Water is probably a waste, though. Yeah, but the skills and such are not, and I do want her to get in there and do nasty things. Dual-wielding frost brands, or frost branding in general, is probably a good idea for the Water Lady. Well, maybe 1 frost brand, 1 shield. But frost brand is just one of those good thug weapons. Could probably do better for her, I just don't know what I would do. 20 minutes ago, there are all these good blood summons. Now, why would I blood hunt? It's because the payoff will take too long. By the time it pays off, I've already won, is what I'm getting at. Can't go wrong having a frost brand. It's not like water gems are particularly useful for me right now. Alright, Seymour Guado. We've got our sleeper dude here. Enjoy your bodyguards. Enjoy you guys hold an attack closest to surround my mage core. Caligula was no Boy Scout. He did things that we can't even talk about. I believe I've given this and this. I also need to give him one of those tree branch things. Wasn't it Thistle Mace in order for you to forge me another Tree Lord Staff? Caligula could take a cornucopia. Probably give him the bag of wine as well, so that he can support my army even better. Yeah, you take the cauldron of broth. The other guy takes the other thing. Seymour Guado. He looks pretty cool, but he could be better. What did I do for Paperboy? Can't believe Paperboy's still alive. Paperboy survived the mass rout. The Iron Face is a pretty good call, and a Tower Shield is also a pretty good call. The armor is also not a bad call for the extra hit points and regeneration. He's the leader. He needs to stay alive, so sure, I'll give you that. The Golden Shield's parry of 5. That parry of 5 is good enough to keep you safe from incoming nasty attacks, but I still want that... Ooh, hello. Nah, not happening. You need to be faster, by the way. We've got speedy troops that need to be taken care of. You also need to be faster. Here's your boots of Speedy Gonzales. Like I said, this is just me making Army Group 2. Army regeneration. Well, you'll be able to cast that easier if I give you gems. And you are meant to preserve stuff, so that's fine. Just do that and cast other spells. Please don't eat the gems. You just hold and stay behind the troops. The lab is being built. The Bishop Fish will come out and aid you. The Bishop Fish might have trouble keeping up. I can't give him legs. What can I give a unit with no legs to give them better map move? I think there is a magic carpet. Fly speed 20? Yeah, but it costs a lot of air gems that I don't really have much of. What else can make them go faster? I think it's that, or... yeah, it's just air. There's, of course, extremely expensive teleportation stuff, but it looks like it has to be flying carpet. And with my no air gems. Where'd all my air gems keep going? Alright, even so, it's not too big of a bad deal to make flying carpets for my Bishop Fish. I just need to keep them alive in general, though. Alright, Seymour Guado, I'm afraid you're just waiting for now until we have better company. There is, of course, the matter of giving you a better shield. And I think I'll do that. Yeah, the idea of parry 9 to block incoming attacks is pretty huge to me. Yoink. And again, it uses earth gems that we don't care much about. TBW, it's time to preach. And then everybody has their orders. Alright, not bad. We continue to pummel them, and we continue to defend against the malicious ways of Zashai. Zashai continues to lay siege to Winstein. It's kind of frustrating to know that I could march on Winstein, kill the sieging force and take Winstein for myself. I mean, Winstein are dead. Keeping them alive does not really accomplish anything. But letting Winstein fall into Zashai suffers me a little bit. But without any way to give Divine Blessing to my army, we are just going to get stomped into dirt. There's also something to note on... I no longer really have good call on my knights here. Is that true? Funnily enough, the living statues run pretty fast. What if I just brought the statues and the knights over to Army Group 2? Could be done. There's no good reason that it can't be done. I could take... Why am I still making research mages over here? I don't think I want that. Yuna and Fisken, I want you to take the army and move it over to Ondmark. Takes a couple of turns, that's okay. Yeah, because there's nobody faster to do it. And then we can have you merge with Army Group 2. Alright, I'm okay with that. Maybe I can make a march on Winstein, but I really want a Bishop Fish, and I don't have a Bishop Fish. Indeed, Wine and Caligula, they go together like a charm, says Shadow Chris. I love using the custom names mod. A dire portent, Sea Space, has done a global enchantment. We don't know what. Why it doesn't tell you, I have no idea. Winstein have a new prophet. Good luck with them. Jin Lennon is the prophet for Zashai. And the battles continue. Winstein really want to make their way back. And they fail to do so. Cragfield, this is me. Also, there's a counterattack on Neca. It might be by their god. So how well can my province defense hold? Pretty damn well. And that's because they're mindless. Wait a minute. No! Rune Trantor decided to retreat. And that caused all of my mindless units to just bleh. Damn, we would have had that. And here's the reason I didn't leave a dude in charge. So we just lost the Cragfield for no good reason. I need to remember to leave my warlords in charge, otherwise this happens. It's not even that the leadership died, they just routed because their morale is pathetic. Ugh, that's bad. Yeah, I need to stop forgetting that. Neca, on the other hand, does have warlords protecting it. And there's their god, by the way. Here he is, Volcanon the Great Sage. Not that great anymore. I killed him so hard he lost a level of earth magic, dropping his protection to make him easier to kill. He's going to fly over to the back row, probably try to annihilate my my leadership. But I left all these warlords as just in case. Unfortunately, well, no unfortunates here. We're going to club him to death. How do you kill a god? With a tree trunk, obviously. Splat. Good job killing that god. There we go. The Onmark Swamp Champion hit the dragon in the leg with a tree trunk. The dragon died. Tragic. And my losses from that fight? Nothing. Yeah, Cragfield is a pain. Neca's unhappy because it killed their god for a second time, and then we march on Hyrule. I missed his army. Don't know where his army went. Well, actually... Oh, we did the switcheroo. I went to Hyrule, he went to Cragfield. Kind of annoying when that happens, and it's even more annoying because we're cut off from everything. Even so, we're going to take Diego Garcia. Yeah, as you can see, it's still a lot of work to take these up. This is why I love thugs, right? I could just have like 4 thugs and they just sweep down. And that's why Wraith Lords, I just love them so much. And if they die, they just come back in a few months. But with an army, you keep having these annoying things of, whoops, I missed you, oh, I missed that, oh, our province defense failed, and you keep going back and bloody forth. Anyway, be that as it may, we're going to take Diego Garcia. Neca shouldn't struggle too much from sieging. I could bump up its province defense even more, but I won't. How do you kill a god with a grand and intoxicating? No, tree trunks. It's always tree trunks. Gain sloth, gain people dying. Neca scout found and killed, same for Zashai. Palisades and Isengard and Pizza Tower complete. They will not remain as that. Bring me a fortress. Bring me a fortress, and Abaddon, you are going to patrol that fortress. Don't let me down. Are we still forging things? I still want more of these awesome iron-faced helmets. One of them goes to Seymour Guado. Kickle Cubicle, well done on creating your very own skull face thing. Now I require you to fabricate me the Ruby Eye, which uses all of my fire gems. It's going to be horrifying. I turned all those fire gems into other gems, and now I'm going to be turning them back because I suddenly realized I can use fire. I didn't realize Kickle Cubicle had such good fire paths. Oh well. Such is how it goes. Right, all of you guys get researching. Toilet Genie is here. To do what exactly? You could make me a flying carpet for the Bishop Fish. Costs 15 air gems. Well, you know what I like doing. Turning my gems into other gems very inefficiently. I suppose I could deign to give you a hammer for it. Nah, can't be arsed. No, I should be arsed. Air gems are more important than earth gems. Here's your hammer. Please forge me a flying carpet. And Marvin is down here and hopefully not dying. I mean, you should regenerate that. It'd be very funny if you don't for some reason. Water breathing, gift of water breathing. Water 5. Please cast me Queen of Elemental Water. And then when I have 2 water mages, we'll do other things. Jake had to nerve himself to give the AI a chance. And if you're willing to believe that, then I want to sell you some land. I made 1 frost brand. I made a black steel tower shield. We are about to end up with Elemental Royalty, who I immediately want to send out on a thugging operation. So I want her to have a frost brand. She may or may not make use of the Robe of Shadows. She'll probably use the Helmet of Good Protection and stuff. What else would we do with her? I'd like her to have an aura effect, but that would prove difficult. Could I actually do Horror Helmet for her? It'd be kind of funny. I could to give her a Fear aura, but I don't think she'll have such trouble killing all the things over here, especially since she'll be blessed. Maybe a Ring of Regeneration to keep her... No, she's going to have underwater regeneration. Then just a good shield? She might die. Right? There's always that possibility that she just freaking dies out there. Which is all the more reason that I should consider what a good shield could be for her. Vine Shield is quite nice. But I already have a Vine Shield, which I could just give to her. There is also the idea to just give her a Wave Breaker. Get friendly currents going immediately. But I think just Frostbrand, Vine Shield, Good Protection. Provided there's no horrifically large amounts of enemies for her to fight, she should be fine. Maybe even give her a Girdle of Might for reinvigoration and strength. Yeah, I struggle to see how she would have too much bother. What else do I want out there? I made the Tree Lord branch, so I can give that over to Caligula. There you go. Now Caligula has the nature path needed. So Caligula and Seymour Guado, potentially even together with Toilet Genie, could just go and run havoc. It's a relatively small army, but they could go for it. Problem, of course, is that they don't have their Bless yet. I really want them to have their Bless. And that requires the Bishop Fish, which I don't have yet. Get the Queen, get the Bishop Fish, get the Bishop over here, and then go on a war march with Army Group 2. That's fine, it works. Could I add some moose to it for the sake of sieging? Don't see why not. Give me the moose. And in fact, I have a lot of moose over here. In fact, I've been recruiting moose forever over here. Can anybody get down to Ondmark in time with a moose? Kind of. You got Mount Moose 16, Kamari Ronso, Chumro. Just get a lot of you guys to bring as many moose over as you can, and they can bulk up my numbers. I need 3 more of you. 1, 2, 3. Typically, mages have pretty poor research. Not research, leadership. You get 10 magical being leadership per magic path you have, plus whatever you get just for the sake of being the kind of leader that you are. But there we go. In a couple of turns, we'll bring you over to Ondmark, and I will centralize my my moose production over there. I could also bring moose over from Shikoku. Dicey cannot lead the mindless, but I could once again send a bunch of you guys over with the loose moose. Yeah, I don't think I need these to aid Army Group 1, but aiding Army Group 2 could be useful. Say no to these Anzus. They're so cool, but unless I have particularly good... Wait, this is just armor-piercing magical, but otherwise typeless damage. Holy crap, that can't be resisted. Ow. It even stuns. Jeez. The Anzus are powerful. My god, they're powerful, but you need to have them not kill your own troops, and you need to have them not just slaughtered, because their defense skill isn't very good, and the protection still isn't very good. If you could get Anzus and either... Oh, what could you do for them? Even if you give them Gift of Reason, they couldn't be blessed. So you would have to fluff them up somehow. Actually, giving these guys... No, they would hurt each other with Mist Form. I don't know, if anybody has any brilliant ideas on making the Anzus work, I think they could be devastating. They would really shock an army. They've got massive area effect. They get tons of attacks. They have low encumbrance. Just need to be better. They're even quite cheap. I think you get 2 for 4 water gems. And yeah, they're sieging machines. Love them. Oh, you can just go straight to Ondmark. That works for me. Right, Kitty. Don't know what you're going to do right now, so just defend for me. Unless I think I want more regeneration. Actually, I wouldn't mind more regeneration. I got people to thug up, don't you know? More than that, actually. Do I have another nature mage going free anywhere? Yeah, MK squared. I think I'm going to want an amulet of resilience for Anthrax. I have plans for that guy. Jackal, there's nothing left for you to do down here, so just get back onto dry land over in Shikoku. Hell, you could go to Neca if you want. You might want. I don't have many mages over there. Super Pie. You just wait in Rusty Bucket. Yeah, less likely to be attacked, and Rusty Bucket has... Oh, it's got awful defense. Okay, get over to Seafoam then. Rocket Racist, you just preach over here. Same with STJ, and we're done. A lot to do each turn these days. There's a lot of units in Bob-on Battlefield. What do you think they're doing there? Why would there be so many units in Bob-on Battlefield? What's their plan? 910 enemy units. Champions, Heavy Bandar Spear Champion, Champios, Archers. Yeah, no problems. Never had any problems. Won't start now. The Fountain of Red stuff coming out of my main city is Earthblood Deepwell. It's a global thing that I cast. Oh, I was meant to check what global we lost. We didn't lose anything. We kept our 3, and the Gates of Horn and Ivory replaced something else. I wish I had this, by the way. 15 Glamour Gems is pretty nice. And I could do that. But yeah, Earthblood Deepwell gives us 17 Earth Gems a month, which is pretty badass. Right, so we got the Bathusma. Bathusma is you. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Bathusma cannot leave the sea. She is fully aquatic. She has absurd amounts of underwater regeneration. Unless you kill her in one turn, she regenerates all of her health. She is actually already fully fortituded, but I still think I want her blessed for free, because we get really good skill boosts for it. Alright, prepare to be thugged. Unless I want you to be ethereal. Could make you ethereal. Ethereal's pretty badass. Is ethereal better than my bless? Fortitude doesn't matter. Blood bond doesn't matter. Blood surge and these skills do matter. That's essentially +6 on all skills. I actually think that's better. The morale won't really play, but I do think that's better than ethereal. Not stupid, is it, right? I don't want to be stupid. Make her ethereal. Make her blessed, rather. It's pretty good protection overall. Nice to get the extra 9 protection, which you don't really get from the ethereal thing. I want you to have a frost brand. I want you to have a vine shield. Don't care about ranged stuff. I want you to have the girdle of might. So now you regenerate rather a lot. Oh, you still keep your crush even with the frost brand. That's cool. Is there anything else I'm willing to give you? You already have cold resist. You're unlikely to face shock damage or heat damage underwater. Poison, you're already resistant to. I can't give you shoes. Not that I have a lot of options for what to even give you, right? None of this really plays. Wait, temporary water gems play. Alright, take that. That way you can use your temporary water gem in combat. So when you are in combat, you can do a water elemental. And you have some kind of water elemental thing going for you, don't you? Summoned water elementals are this many size points larger. Oh wow, that makes living water even better for you. But I'm not doing that. I will have you just cast a regular water elemental. I'm just wondering if there's anything else that you should do. You should quicken yourself. Quicken yourself. And then... +5 defense is pretty badass. And then... Does this work underwater? The cold surrounding her? I think it does. I'm pretty sure I've seen cold effects work underwater. Then I want you to get yourself a water elemental and attack. Attack the closest enemy. Conserve your magical stuff, although it shouldn't really matter. Nothing can fly underwater. So this is, I reckon, a pretty good underwater thug. Not quite super combatant. There's 100 ways to kill her. But with protection 21, 90% regen, massive skills, bless. You know, what kills her reasonably? That move is only 16 rather. Ugh, it's slow going to move you around. But anyway, I want you to take Celadon and the North Sea and generally hold the underwater. Now, Marvin, I want you to cast the Bishop Fish. Pretty important units for us to get for Mass Blessing now. Why don't I just drown anything that enters the water? What? If they're entering the water, it's a safe bet that they can breathe underwater. I have no idea what you're getting at. Maybe I never will. Alright, Kickle Cubicle, well done on everything you've done. I now require you to remove your eye and replace it with this burning eye so that you can summon Anthrax, King of Banefires. 3 death, 4 fire, and you have 3 death and 4 fire. Also, you cannot remove this thing. We just dislodged his eye and shoved this in there. Beautiful. At least it generates gems for me. So, I'm sorry. Oh, anyway. Oh, no, don't tell me. I don't have the death gems for it. Well, that's what alchemy is for. 50 death gems, please. Thank you. Cast Death, King of Banefires. I don't know, says Sumki. I've watched 30 hours of you playing this game, more or less. I still have no idea. The fun thing is, like, if you think of something ridiculous, you can probably do it in Dominions. Just at least somewhat grounded in reality. Think of something that you could do in Dominions, and I will say how you could do it gameplay-wise. And maybe that's like a fun challenge for it. Any way to remove the enemy's water breathing by chance? No, but if the enemy uses a global spell to make all of their units able to breathe underwater, if you dispel or overwrite that global, they will all instantly die. So that makes it one of the worst globals because you are incredibly at risk of losing your global and just all of your units die. If you want to go underwater with units that can't go underwater, you're far better having mages or magical items help out. In particular, when we took the water, we did not have good water access, so what we did was we used this item, the Sea King's Goblet. I got my Sea Troll, or someone with water access, to make this, and allows 300 size points, that's essentially 100 humans, walk underwater and fight a little bit poorly, but at least they can live underwater. Can you freeze the sea? Yes, there is a global for freezing the sea. What is it? Is it Alteration? Is it Evocation? Is it Conjuration? Is it an enchantment? Thetis' Blessing is the one that gets people underwater. Maybe we don't have access to it, but there is a way to freeze all the seas. Heaven help me if I remember what it is, though. But yes, the seas can be frozen. I can't think of anything else you guys to be doing right now, so just get researching. Jackal, you just research there and deposit your ring back into the magical research box. It's like the Resident Evil Ultra linked boxes. You guys just get researching and please deposit your army at the nearest army group. Gonna need some good leadership for this, by the way. I'm gonna just make a bunch more warlords. Hey, look, Hyrule. I never... Oh, Christ. Did I forget to put province defense on Hyrule? I think I did. I didn't even check what happened this turn. Almitha. Zashai attacks into me. Now Zashai dies. Hyrule. So fortunately, Neca was a fool and only sent in a single Woodhenge Druid. Because I was also a fool and I forgot to put down province defense. Fortunately, he failed to hit with his projectiles, and my commander just goes and shanks him in the face. Okay, very good. That was a big mistake that I made, and I didn't get punished. Blap goes the army. Castle Shikigami, which isn't a castle. Yeah, Winstein don't have any resources left to really attack with. And Neca, is this your god again? It better not be. No, it's their army. Oh, this could be serious. I was contemplating putting more province defense here, and I thought, should be okay. I am patrolling with my warlords, so I shouldn't retreat here. These guys don't retreat, which means these guys won't retreat, which means they will literally fight to the last man. Uh-oh, uh-oh. They brought flyers, they brought griffins. That is awesome. It's also a problem for me, because now my units are going to shoot the griffins, and my units are not known for their accuracy, so they're not going to hit the griffins. So, my units have problems with aiming. If I brought air mages, I could do some spells that would aid with that. Obviously, I'm not doing it, but holy crap, what did you just do? Lizard 71, the Prophet, just came and mashed them with a hammer. I was wondering how he did 60 damage there. He hit a Swamp Champion in the head with the hammer for 61 damage. Splat. Hopefully we can kill him, but he is wearing armor. He's also horror marked. Oh dear god, it's going to be a problem killing your Prophet, and you are wiping out my leadership, which is a problem for me. Fortunately, you left before you killed 50 Ford. Where's 54 going? I don't know what he's up to. Fortunately, our last man doctrine is keeping us alive here. Nobody wants to run away, and instead we choose to eat elephant dinners. And the way it's going, it's also going to be elk dinner. Is there a difference between an elk and a moose? Probably. Fortunately, Lizard's gonna die. There is no way he survives this. Although he is squishing everything in his path. He will eventually get shot, critically ill. Well, if nothing else, he's diseased, but he's about to die. Blep. He dropped some items, we might steal some of those. Yeah, accidental AI thugging. It does happen. I'm very impressed by the elephants' morale here. They continue to attack. I'm also impressed by the thoughtfulness of them to bring griffins. That was a useful thing. If I hadn't brought a lot of warlords, then he could have routed me by attacking my backline. So accidentally very smart of them. And if he'd attacked at the same time that his god came back, the dragon would have also flown to the back row and probably killed us. We found a gate cleaver? That wasn't one of my gate cleavers, was it? I need to know, actually. If there's a gate cleaver here, it was an accident that one of my units still had it. No. Yes, Agent 47 had a gate cleaver. I forgot to bring him on the war march. Huh. Interesting. It's a shame we never picked any of the items off of Lizard, but oh well. Yeah, half of the province defense dies, but we carry on. Alright, good job, Neca. Wet Dry World gives me some gold. People are dying in Charance. We find another scout. Diego Garcina is severely damaged. And the god of Shiror is down. There are now far fewer of the units around. I'm actually going to invest a bit more in Neca's defense. You continue to patrol. Put that gate cleaver back where it belongs, please. And clearly I need more warlords. King Piccolo and 54 did a good job of surviving there, but they need to do a better job. Diego Garcia is about to fall. MMK squared et al. Get researching. And Yuna and Fisken, drop off your units. They'll be rearranged, but you will not be in charge of them. Toilet Genie could actually be in charge of them. He gives a good morale bonus and can command a lot of magical beings. But I prefer it when Toilet Genie is able to just move around very swiftly. At 41 map move, he's just a master of moving around. So does that mean you just kind of hang around here? I am going to want another... Oh, there's a few things I want, huh? I could actually send him over to Isengard to search. I need air gems still. It's probably a waste of time, but less of a waste of time than him just defending of all things. Fortress is being built in Isengard, which is defended, kind of, and yet it needs another couple of warlords. This is being patrolled, which is fine. The attacks upon me are things that I can handle. Looks like you went over to Nathia. That is a huge load of monkeys. Yeah, Zashai is eating richly, whilst I am struggling a bit to digest Neca. Because there's just too many places to be, and I can't be everywhere. And his units are still powerful, let's make no bones about that. The elk is a larger buff deer. The moose is if he had terrible issues with anger management and did steroids since it was 3. I don't know, I would actually like to meet a moose one day. I know they're like incredibly deadly and it's a stupid thing to do, but yeah, if I was going to go down and being trampled by elephants wasn't an option, being killed by a moose doesn't sound too bad. They're just so cute. I like big, dangerous animals like moose, bears, elephants. Anyway, we're bringing back the rest of our units here. Still have patrol going on. I'm surprised that there's never been any trouble in Water's Edge. We took it, and it's a good province. It's a very good province, actually. And it's just never given us any problems. Canada was where all the problems were. I don't think I want the Throne of Autumn's death. No, I definitely don't, but it's not like I want others to have it, like Winstein. Alright, army group is almost ready to move. Caligula, Seymour Guado. If it's ready to move, then why am I sending Toilet Genie away? Toilet Genie can search next turn and then join them up in the main fight, I think. Yeah, because next turn Bishop Fish moves over here, then everyone's together. And then we go on a march. We march. Alright, I'm fine. And the Carpathians have bears, if I recall correctly, so it's not that far away from... Yeah. Not sure I just want to go traipsing around the Carpathians looking for a bear with no further thought process happening. Alright, once again, is it Neca? Is it the god? Yeah, so the AI, I'm pretty sure the AI gets bonuses for resummoning their god. That or they've got like 20 or 30 priests constantly calling him back. But yeah, this was something that I didn't want also joining in that previous fight. That said, it doesn't last very long, does he? How many people did you kill, God? Oh, not a lot. And they were little squishy, useless individuals. Good job. Neca are unhappy about that, and Shikigami continues to take the... I was going to say relentless, but clearly the relenting attacks from Winstein. Charance also... Yeah. Winstein have nothing left. I was just talking about Water's Edge never giving me troubles. And it continues to not give me troubles. I think that's a... He made living statues. Living statues are very difficult to kill with projectiles because they inherently have protection and pierce resistance. So how in the world do you damage them? It's not that he's taken no damage, right? Crossbow cracked a little bit of his elbow bone, or maybe his knee, but we still clubbed him to death. Shrance continues to die because Telchini is there. Diego Garcia is ready to fall. Well, that's good. Weren't Damien and Bile Demon meant to just hand over their items to Zangief and MMK and then get out of there? I think that's what was meant to happen. Good job. Get back to Neca then. The rest of you, storm that castle, please. You're going to be shot, but that's not really a problem. It could be a problem for Sid Meier, who only has 3 hit points, though. But if he gets shot, you have to imagine with his shield, he will not die. Don't be stupid. Yeah, keep them back. I'm not looking for Sid Meier to die. He only has 3 hit points because he's my prophet and he's far away from my dominion, and that saps his strength. Alright, Celadon City. I really hope they're not building a fort there. I'm not positioned to siege things down right now. Here's my Bishop Fish, by the way. He's old, and my god is he slow. That's why he gets the magic carpet to have 20 map move. His protection is not very good, so I guess I'll give him some dragon scale mail. I mean, it's something. It's added hit points for a guy who could do with them. Maybe I should give him something for his head. Alright, here's a nice helmet. Anything else that I even want to give this guy? He's only really there to cast Divine Blessing. That's his only purpose. Can't give him shoes. Nothing else seems particularly worth it. I guess I can give him the Endless Bag of Wine. But yeah, he's just an old man we bring around with us. Ugh, that's acceptable, right? Old age aside. Alright, welcome aboard. Oh, wait. I really need to give him something important, and that is the fish thing to allow him to actually come onto land. That's pretty good. He could actually join up with the rest of the groups if I move out further. I could go to Albion. And then, look, there's Winstein. Oh, it fell. Fell a couple turns too early. So am I willing to attack with the army group now? That means that Toilet Genie doesn't get to search, does he? No, he can still search. If we move over into Albion and then we lay an attack course south into Winstein, I can take Winstein and then circle up through Fortuna, Lindum, Black Mesa, and Zashai and just slice upward through his nation. My concern is that the army group is not strong enough. I realize I'm using the term army group way too much. Bite me. At least now the Moose Cavalry can finally come into their own. It's been a long time coming. Alright, They are going to be quite heavy on requirements for eating, but eh. Seymour Guado, Caligula are going to wish they had added everything here. Ah, right, of course, of course. The ability to lead magical units is a thing. I still have many more units I need to lead. Fortunately, Kevin, El Presidente are here. Unfortunately, well, actually, our ability to tear down forts is pretty high. In fact, with a couple of gate cleavers, we'd probably be able to do even more. Mm-hmm. We got another one of these guys? Yeah, we got Cao Cao. There you go, Cao Cao. You have the remainders. It's pretty good. Seymour Guado is freed up to command more of the units. I also want him to have the Unseelie Knights. Still get +3 morale on them. And these are... I don't think I can combine inanimates here, can I? I can. Interesting. Probably better served as bodyguards, all things considered. So there's your bodyguards, Cao Cao. And there's your bodyguards, Caligula. And then let's sort them out. There's the front line. Backline, backline, backline. Scorched Templars, Unseelie Knights in a line formation. Probably put them up there. Get you guys together here. Hold and attack closest, attack. Hold and attack rear. Hold and attack closest. Actually, you guys are holding attack closest. You guys are holding attack rear. You guys are also on rear. Cao Cao, you just wait. Seymour, wait. Caligula, army regeneration and spells. Wait and wait. How far can you guys all get together? You move into Albion, and then I go... Are we going to struggle on food for these people? Probably not, right? Caligula's got loads of wine and a cornucopia. And inherently actually gives a supply bonus due to his nature paths. That's pretty good. Yeah, so we all get over here, including, of course, not you, Penny Crygor. You need to specifically cast Divine Blessing and then cast other spells. And you can do that from the safety of being inside our Scorched Templars. And then for the actual fighting, Toilet Genie can go and join us over in Winstein. That seems pretty good. It's not as strong as our previous group. Kind of makes me want to add a few more of you over to here. Just so the front line's a bit better. I also want to offset the front line and just everybody actually so that the Unseelie Knights have another opportunity to flank in on the rear. There's a reasonable chance they die. That's a risk I'm willing to take. With army regeneration, and you'll be doing Arrowfend and Army of Mist, we should be in a pretty good position. Because the holding will allow you to summon Storm Power and Arrowfend. Wait a second, Storm Power? Where's the storm? That sudden penny-dropping realization of, I don't actually have Storm over there. The storm was caused by Zangief's Staff of Storms. I never made a replacement Staff of Storm. And it requires Air Magic 5, which only you can do. And it requires... why can't I forge with you? Oh, there's no laboratory here. Oops. Well, even if I could forge it, it requires 40 air gems, so we don't actually have Storm here. Is Zashai a problem? I mean, those monkeys with their longbows are pretty problematic. No, because we're going to have... Okay, here's the deal, here's the deal. Toilet Genie, you no longer summon Storm Power. Just do Arrowfend. That will do just as good as Storming. Alright, no need to worry about that then. I don't want to dunk all my gems on a storm thing currently. We could do so later, but not now. Princess Zelda, you just patrol in the capital. But yes, we're on the war march now. We could actually march to Salvador, but we don't quite get far enough. So everybody go over to Albion. Toilet Genie will catch up once he's done searching, and then we begin the war march. Like I said, Winstein, Fortuna, Lindum, Mesa, Zashai. Seems pretty good. You patrol over there. Sayaka. Sayaka's another anime character. Contemplating what else we need. Maybe I should look at the army group that we have over here. We're strong with all of the elks, but we're also hungry with all of the elks. You have to think 152 is enough supply. And even if it's not enough supply, which it could theoretically not be, I have loads of. I had loads of nature gems. I have a couple, another couple thingies of wine. You're joining in, Marvin. Marvin is taking hit point damage despite having regeneration. How is this possible? Oh well, doesn't matter. I need you to cast the. Oh god, what was it called? Living Castle. Why do I not have loads of nature gems anymore? How can this be? Neca's gonna die down there. I could make another elemental water spirit, but why? I think she alone will be able to command the seas here. And I don't really want to bring over stuff to thug up. So I guess you just get back to Neca and live your life there. No robe of sea, no water bracelet. Yeah, you don't need these things. And frankly, you don't need this ring of regeneration. Just get you out of there. Everything else. Oh, wait, whoa, hold on. I want more sea thing, guys. Alright, you're not allowed out until you get me more bishop fish. Then you can go and live. Some way, somehow. Bishop fish aside, we now have Anthrax. Anthrax's job is to go underground and wreak havoc. Unfortunately for Anthrax, I haven't got everything I want for him yet. I do want this this Shroud of the Battle Saint, though. Yeah, there you go. Donk. Now he gets that crummy 9 protection, but he is inherently blessed all the time, even if there's not anyone there to bless him. The skill boosts are pretty nice. Is he actually getting those skill boosts? I guess so. His defense skill doesn't look very good, though. Yeah, what's lowering his defense? Oh, relying on your fists reduces your defense. I didn't know that. Okay, well, you're not relying on your fist anymore because I'm giving you... what am I giving him? I'm sure there was... Oh, the freaking sword of bajillions of everything. Okay, I think I give you this for some regeneration and some reinvigoration. You're going to need the reinvigoration pretty badly. I want to give you one of those helmets of body being strongness. Oh, he's ethereal. That's pretty cool. Girdle of Might could be considered better than resilience, but no, reinvigoration I think is what keeps him alive. And I want him to have a shield. Probably not this shield. Does regen work on him? He's undead. Yeah, regen works on the undead. It's inanimates that regen does not work on. Being undead, he could be banished by priests, but with magical resistance 18, that's unlikely to do anything. And that's what the regen is for anyway. I don't want him taking tick damage like that. Also in combat, I'll have him cast Phoenix Pyre. Unfortunately, if he takes injuries, I need to retreat him to replenish with Gift of Health, but he should be able to make a good rampage. But yeah, he needs a good helmet, and that helmet is almost certainly going to be the helmet of giving him loads of natural protection. But yeah, I want that... Oh, hang on. I need to boost his fire ability. Ah, crap. I do not want to get rid of Amulet of Resilience, because he needs reinvigoration. Are there any shields that give reinvigoration? Regeneration, I think, is too good to pass up. But he does need boosting on fire. Or else he won't be able to cast everything I want him to easily. Maybe he can get by without it if he auto-casts Heat from Hell. Let's consider this. If he's in combat, I want him to cast specifically... The most important thing is a fire thing. Oh, he can Phoenix Power for fire. And get +1 firepower with that. Phoenix Power is the big one, though. He lives upon death. Yeah, so Phoenix Power is the most important thing, and then the second most important thing is Soul Vortex. Third most important thing might be invulnerability. You're still quite weak to magical damage, because it pierces through your ethereal and your invulnerability. So there's no point in vulnerabilitying you if I'm going to... Well, no, it's pretty powerful invulnerability, right? 25. And then when you have that, just go and... Oh, right, the heat from hell comes from the sword. No need to worry about that. Yeah, I'm not seeing the problem here. He'll be fine. And the Soul Vortex will stop him from staminaing out. So I really don't think he needs anything else. Especially with the Bless as well. This guy is ready to kick ass. Rhapsody of the Dead? No description available. Eh. What? That's too much reading. I'm not reading what that does. Okay, I'm quite confident with that. I give him this, and then I tell him to attack. But again, he needs a shield. I'm still going to give him the Amulet of Reinvigoration. That's really important for someone with Phoenix Pyre. Because you die for real if you Phoenix Pyre, but you have too much encumbrance. Give him a sword and shield, and that guy's ready to rock and roll, but it's a question of what shield. Right, that sword. This is going to hurt, isn't it? I want this sword. Really badly. Oh yeah, he goes berserk. I have to be careful that he doesn't berserk his way to death. Hope he doesn't catch a disease. How's he going to get disease? Actually, he could, despite being a... Wait, no, hold on. Undead are not affected by diseases. Yeah, he'll be fine. They're immune to affliction healing effects. Because they don't take disease. Actually, I don't know what to make of that. Does Gift of Health heal them? I'm pretty sure Gift of Health can heal undeads. Right, I need that face thing for him. No endless bag of wine for me, please. I want Iron Face. And I want... Or rather, I need... Anthrax already has 4 here. Hang on, I need Anthrax to hold this just so we can forge that freaking thing. Yeah, sorry, words are failing me here. Where's my hammer? I gave somebody here the hammer. Well, I thought I did. Who's got my blessed hammer? Toilet Genie's got my hammer. And you're away from home right now. I had a second hammer. Who has it? Kickle Cubicle. Oh, you're already holding the hammer. Okay, please hand that over to Anthrax. And Anthrax, your job is to forge me this sword, which requires 40 gems. It requires 38 gems. Oh well, this is going to hurt. What an incredibly powerfully inefficient use of my gems. Because again, I had about 70 fire gems and I turned them all away, thinking didn't need them. And now here I am, investing heavily in Anthrax. There we go. Please forge me that sword. Yeah, I realize I'm 2 over. Too bad. Once you have that, you also need to consider what shield you're getting, because I still need to think about that. What would be the best shield for a cunning dude like you? There is the Vine Shield, but I worry about things like a Vine Shield for someone like you. I've seen Vine Shields break quite easily in bad combats, because the parry and protect... I think it's a protection. If you deal something like double its protection value, you can break the shield. We had that almost happen previously. The Awe Shield was pretty cool. Shield of Valor for 80 air shield. Shield of Valor. Hold that thought. Encumbrance 2. I'd rather get things that didn't encumber him further. Oh, he doesn't actually have encumbrance, which is pretty cool. Quite like the Shield of Glimmering Gold. Frostbrand in the other arm for Max Mayhem. That would be pretty chaotic. Do we not have anything that could give him an aura? Luck is kind of cool. He already has a Fear aura and a Heat aura, which are pretty good. Can we do more? Oh, he also has Banefield Fire, which is Bane Fire Shield, which is quite cool. What's the Shield of Valor? What path is that? Ooh, how about more Fear? I like the shock resistance that comes with this, because he's going to be vulnerable to shock with his other thing. The Aegis. Petrify Attacker. More Fear. There's also even more Fire Shield on the Charcoal Shield, or rather Fire Shield in addition to Bane Fire Shield. There's Valor. I don't think I need the Air Shield though, because we're going to be fighting underground, where precision is already going to be dropped down, and most projectiles are going to be benign, so they go through my ethereal. Those that do are unlikely to get through the protection, and those that do get through all of that. They also have to get through the shield that I'm going to give him. I think I'd rather cover my bases. I might give him barrier. The defense -2 is a shame, but this thing does not break. I get the shock resistance as well, which I appreciate. I quite like the barrier. Berserking before casting all the things seems like a likely death. The Fear Candle Shield has it covered. Oh, that's what you mean, if he just gets shot before he casts all that other stuff. The Fear Candle Shield, I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm tempted by the barrier. Parry 11 means that you're just not getting shot. Shock resistance covers that, and the strength makes him do even more damage in melee. Although he's not really there to do that damage in melee, he's there to melt enemy units. I think I'd still rather have the shock resistance covered with the barrier. It's pretty big. He keeps his Bane Fire Strike, that's cool. Yeah, I'm going to get him the barrier, right? He deserves good stuff. Wait, can I do that? Who has the Earth access to do such a thing? Do I have boots for you? Of course I've got boots for you. Earth boots over to you. And you will forge me the barrier. Ah. I didn't realize I had limited artifact making. Alright, guess no barrier for you then. Maybe we do make the Shield of Valor. Earth and air though. Yeah. Or I take one more turn. I don't want to take another turn. Earth and air. Well, you've got earth and air. Alright, sure then. Shield of Valor it is. Alright, well, enjoy your air shield in addition to everything else. You should be fine in most situations. My concern is that you are very vulnerable to both cold and... Wait, no, you won't be vulnerable to cold, right? You get rid of the Skull of Fire. Ah, you'll be fine. Let's assume we have everything we need. You guys and your ilk just research over there for all the researching that we care about, which is nothing, frankly. GLaDOS and Shy Mystic get preaching over in Neca. Actually, move over to Diego Garcia. We're gonna need your help over there. Hyrule just enjoys having loads of provincial defense, which is fine. M. Bison, Sacron, and all of those guys, you just get patrolling for now. You'll have other jobs later on. Yipe is real, and Dr. Jekyll are hiding out in Vranak. Wait, what? When the hell did I send you guys over here? I must have misclicked or something. I certainly didn't want to send my good mages away from Clamshell Theatre. Yeah, they would have been up there. I was wondering where they were earlier. Well, that's not good. Get back. Super Pie, there's not much for you to do. I guess you could go over to Celadon City. Someday I'm going to need a temple over there. Get me another bishop fish. Schmoobler can tell me that Neca still persists over in Constantinople. Alright, just hide and wait there, please. Pilot Wings Resort has a lot of you guys, huh? Might need you over here when I eventually go and take Winstein back. Well, back. As if it was mine. Alright, keep moving. I'm looking forward to instantly having my Anthrax friend die. That'll be part of the fun. Ooh, a lot going on here. Wow, we actually found an ancient temple. What's an ancient temple? Oh, one astral pearl. Good enough. Castle Shikigami continues to be under attack by the nothing left of Winstein. We actually witnessed another attack in Eudora. Zashai attacking what's left of poor Winstein. Winstein are going to die pretty soon to Dom kill. There's no way they have much Dominion left. They attack us in Wet Dry World. Well, I built up Province Defense. On the other hand, I don't think I built up enough to deal with these things. Dispossessed spirits are really annoying. Oh lord, I did not expect this. Where the hell did he find lithids? They're going to mind blast my units into oblivion. Yeah, look at them go. Alright, well, we've lost this province. That's a problem. Those mind blasts could destroy my my queen. Mind blasts are a magic resist, but it's going to paralyze me to death. Ow. Where the hell did he get these? BRD Jake, the law. Okay, maybe that's I need to check that. Is that I thought it might be a mercenary, but no, where the heck did he get those? That's a problem for me. Very soon to be a problem for me. Alright, Charance. Yeah, I don't think he's going to make that. Hyrule. Neca continues their poor counterattacking with these poor mercenaries. Bye, mercenaries. And then Almethea. Does Mind Blast work on the mindless? No. But in the undergrounds, I'm attacking with a very mindful Queen of Elemental Water. Alright, this is us taking Diego Garcia. What I could do is send some of my sacreds underwater. I'm so bad at killing these guys up here. Elephants take a lot to chew through unless I can surround them. Fortunately, we didn't take any losses there. We just slaughter them. Sao Paulo has a barbarian horde coming in and attacking it. Damn BRs. But they have no real protection, so to my inaccurate missile fire, their little furs... Wait, they wear full leather? I thought they wore furs. Anyway, full leather armor isn't that great. I'll still shoot through them and kill them. And then they engage my crummy militia. Oh, I actually want that elephant dead. I have to keep paying for this guy. He's horror marked, but he seems to refuse to die. Damn. Charance is dying to disease. GLaDOS was discovered and killed. Pizza Tower fortresses are done. Patrolling troops killed things. Okay. So this is an immediate concern because I think you're going to die to that. 18 magic resistance is good, but with that many mind blasts, you will probably die. And unfortunately, Meros are going to die to it as well. So I have to ask myself, what do I do? I invested quite a lot in you, but you will just die to mind blasting. Is that true? Yeah, it's probably true. Whatever, take Celadon City anyway. Really tempted to just take a detachment into the water and kill in Wet Dry World. My mindless forces could take care of that. All the while we hold Diego Garcia for a wee while. What if he moves away from Wet Dry World around here? He could do that. It could be a real pain in my bits and do that. They're stuck in the water at least. But this delays my attack around the remnants of Neca. I have another conscripted prefect, but he can't get over there fast enough. Marvin's going to die at this rate, but I want you to conjure me up one more bishop fish, please. Troubling. It's Zashai. Zashai is absolutely the bigger threat. Where the hell did he get those illithids? This is an illithid lord. Tell me more. Tell me more about this illithid lord. Could be anybody's illithid lord. Where did it come from? Can you see his home province? I don't know about that. Because apparently this can only be made by Riley. Is there an event that can spawn this guy? Is there a magical site that spawned it? Is it possible that it was a set of mercenaries that since stopped, you know, they retired after that turn? Because he does have God's Enforcers, he does have the Whisper, and they love recruiting mercs, don't they? I can get the monster fish. Didn't have experience, but I don't know. I don't know, where can I find information about you? I'd expect that out of Riley, but we're not fighting Riley. So where do these guys come from? Current experience 1. Experience 7. Experience 2. So they've done a little bit of work. This guy having 1 experience is weird. I don't know if it's possible to see somebody's home province. Oh, wait, no, somewhere here shows home province. Number of eyes. What would reasonably show home province? Ah, here we go. Home province 6. Now, which province is 6? He's from Celadon City. There's no way. How could he have come from Celadon City unless it was through an event? Which it could have been. I've never heard of an event giving an illithid lord. Can I actually look for events that give lords? Oh, I have to load the events. Okay, hold on. And independently got charmed. There's no way they charmed him and all of his subordinates. I need to reload this thing so it gets all the events. I very seldom check the event information on the mod inspector because the game has too many events to even think or care about. Alright, we're looking for an illithid lord. So it does look like there are these events that give them. What were the names of his entourage? They were just called illithids. None of these seem to spawn regular illithids, though. They all come with, like, Star Children, Meteoric Guards, Shambler Thrall? No, definitely not those. So I'm not thinking it's any of these events. Where the hell did they come from? I'm concerned, are they still going to be there? Because maybe they were just there for a little bit. Ah, it does say that they're still there. Could it have been the crater site? I suppose it could have been. It's just those illithids pose a huge threat to me. I think I have to go into the water to deal with them. Otherwise, he's going to take all the water with those guys. Well, I hope he doesn't move then, because I need to get in there. But how? Paperboy could go in there. I can't send in Sid Meier. Well, actually, if we're worried about their mind blasting, I could simply send in a regular detachment. They shouldn't even need blessing to be able to handle that. That means that Sayaka is going to give this axe over to Sidmeyer, and Sayaka is going to take command of a detachment of Paperboy's units. 30 of them? They're pretty good. They get a bit weakened underwater. I'm going to up it a bit more. And take 40 units over there. Gonna send a few of them to be your guard. And then Sayaka's going to... Oh, they have no space for miscellaneous items. Oof. Okay, I can't take you underground. That means whoever I send in is going to be the target of all of the mind blasting and then instantly die to mind blasts. That is a problem, because these guys can't get underwater. And I can't think of a weapon or shield that suddenly gives water breathing. And again, if I send in a regular unit, they're going to get mind blasted to death. Magic resist maxing. So I could do it for the Worm Mage, because if the Worm Mage gets mind blasted, he turns into all the bugs. And he's got pretty good mind resistance. Not very good hit points, though. Notably, this guy can go into the water. And I guess he regenerates some of the mind blasting, but I think the mind blasting is just going to kill him very rapidly. Could have a bunch of chaff to take the hits. The problem is the chaff are mindless. And I don't have non-mindless chaff in this army, do I? The Unseelies have reasonable magic resistance. They could go underwater and they could just go and ram them. It's an idea. The Worm Mage puts out 5 beetles a turn. Yeah, that's also an idea. They're not mindless. I think they die in one single hit. I think I have to rely on the worm here. Although that means losing army regeneration for a turn. So that means that, in fact, I hand this army over to you. And these bodyguards. And instead of your enormous cauldron of broth, which is going to go to Sidmeyer, you need to take the goblet of breathing underwater. And then you go underwater. And I'm going to have these guys attack, guard, army regen, spells. Very good chance that you just get popped, though. You might not even get army regeneration off, but you can try. If it's so important, should I give you more of my army? I've already given you a considerable sum of my army, but I will give you even more. I'll give you 45 of them. I'll give you 46. Oh no, I can't give you more. That's as many magical units as you can give. Alright, Kanji's going to break off from the team in what could be a very dangerous maneuver, because that gets rid of my mass regen. However, Diego Garcia is mine. Sidmeyer, hand that back over to Sayaka, please. Can always grab more items if I desire. It concerns me how easy it is for Sidmeyer to die in such hostile dominion. We're bringing over... oh, one of you got discovered, right? I need you to get over here and build me a temple so that my delectable Dominion can spawn here. And now what do? Do I go and take out Cragfield et al? Send Fortress Cragfield and work my way south? So there's still a lot of elephants to kill. And I'm here to kill elephants. There's still some good province defense. Yeah, this whole army's job is to kill elephants and secure this area for myself. Oh, hey, young. Our working man's kept busy, I see. Alright, Toilet Genie is going to match up with the rest of the army. Maybe not Flag Flare. I think Flag Flare's job was to patrol here, but the rest of the army is moving over to Winstein. You guys are a little off-center, but I think you're meant to be. You go and join them as well. Army feels a little small. I guess that's okay. I can bring in reinforcements periodically. Good siege prowess. This thing will pop in a couple of turns. Hold and attack. Hold closest. Attack. We have Arrowfend, Army of Mist, Army Regeneration, Cornucopia, Divine Blessing on a old bastard who better not die on me. He attacks with his fist. What a guy. Okay, that's all well and good, but Anthrax needs to be the star of our show now. I have spent quite a lot on you, Anthrax. There you go. He has head 29, body 19 protection. That body 19 protection ain't so great, but with defense 20, arrow shield or air shield, blessing, fear, heat from hell, automatic. My belief is that Anthrax can go underground and destroy everything that is not fortified, and that indeed is his job. He cannot take forts, but he can take everything that isn't a fort. He doesn't do very well in the cold. Alright, what's my best way to get this guy underground? He doesn't even have heat power, actually. He doesn't do that badly in the cold. I do worry a bit about that susceptibility to shock, so I hope nobody lightnings him. Best way underground. Possibly through Winter Hell. Oh, hold on. You don't need the Skull of Fire anymore. You were meant to have the Ring of Regeneration. Pretty good. You got the TLDR for the run? Of the whole run? Oh, jeez. We are a race of hobbits who've been infested with mind-consuming parasites who, in exchange for giving us particular amounts of power and making us about 6 foot tall, rob us of our mind. We can no longer think. We cannot gain experience from battle and have various other upsides and downsides. We fought and lost against Winstein because although our army is very powerful in a lot of ways, we have one staggering weakness to projectiles. Winstein shot us dead with 600 arbalisters, and that killed my army in Canada. We decided that the real thing to do would be to attack the elephants, because I was a good matchup against them. The elephants brought a lot of longbows and shot me to death, and our gods single-handedly held the line at Shikoku until we were able to make a good multi-pronged main army that you see here. We have Moose Riders on the flanks. We have these weird Fey Knights of Frost that also attack on the flanks. We have a front line of our mindless Scorched Templars who are incredibly well skilled, but again, very susceptible to missile fire. And through a lot of bargaining with our gems, we were able to bring in some summons. The Worm Mage, who's just an undead mage covered in bugs. I gave him a cornucopia of fruit that allows him to cast mass regeneration so that our units can heal. And we bring in certain flying buggers like Toilet Genie, who have the power of the wind to blow away projectile attacks to us. I think that's the long and short of it. We managed to score the capital of the elephant people, and we're just wiping out the remnants of them and trying to eat their land, although it's difficult. And now, by far the largest power in the game, Zashai has declared war upon us. How powerful are they? Well, here's the army size. There's Winstein, who's dying. Here are the dead nations. There's the remnants of the elephant people. There's me. There is Zashai. Yeah, turning on my favorite animal. Let's not phrase it that way, shall we? Right, conscripted prefect. Right now you just have to preach. I don't have any things to get you out of there currently. I need more air gems yesterday. Babi Empire, easy kill. That's what I'm betting on. I can bring in more priests if need be later on. I got somebody going into Diego Garcia as we speak. Chris Redfield. I still would like this to be a proper castle. Same could be said for here. Wait, no, not in the Clamshell Theatre. Pizza Tower. Gileb. Please build it into a proper castle. If my dominion were to spread over to Winter Hell or elsewhere, then I could have Abaddon go and attack there as well, but that doesn't seem to be much of an opportunity for me. Still don't want Abaddon to die, even though Abaddon is no longer like the beyond end all for my nation. Still don't want him to die. Kickle Cubicle. I can't remove this cursed item from you. I prized out Kickle Cubicle's eye, which is kind of cruel to think about. Otherwise, I don't know what's left for me to make or care about here. We have a good assortment of items. Dwarven Hammer, Gate Cleaver. Actually, Sidmare can enjoy a Gate Cleaver. Just to break those walls down a bit faster. Splitting up my army here does not feel good. But it must be done. Take the fortress, take Diego Garcia, protect Diego Garcia. And then run down to Cragfield again. And then take on Argentina, probably. Yeah, Argentina needs to die. So, what does Kickle Cubicle do, other than cry a river of water gems? They're there to craft a bunch of cool things, or summon a bunch of cool things, but I struggle to think what of any of those things we could get. I do worry a little bit about Bathusma. If Bathusma arrives in Celadon and meets the Illithids, she dies. That is a reason to hold her back, but it's not a good enough reason, because I do want Celadon City. And maybe I want my conscripted prefect to follow up so that we can... No, conscripted prefect could die there. And I don't have the nature gems to summon something here. Alright, we will eventually, though. Just preach for now. Kickle Cubicle, I can't think what to do with you, so just research for now. I got some losers hanging around here, but I have an army that I can... No, I'll wait a bit before the army joins up properly. And for some reason I always feel like I want more of these iron faces. They're pretty cool. Any cool nature things that I still want? How about resistance to everything with Robe of the Callius Druid? Its protection for the body is kind of crap though, so probably not. Golden plate armor, monolithic armor. Yeah, not happening. I don't know what to do with you, so just research for now. Vile Demon, Damien, Killjoy. They could bring more Gate Cleavers, but I don't think we need more of those right now, so you can just enjoy early retirement over here. Just wait around. And then the rest of you guys are also just patrolling. I'll move you around here when I take these lands. I won't make that same mistake again. Nowhere appears to be lacking in provincial defense. Okay, very good. Keep moving. Finally, we attack. Just attack. Alright, we've got the Bishop Fish, the Battle in Water's Edge. It's Winstein, so we know they're dead. Oh, they're bringing ethereal bears. They are clinging to anything they can right now. I wonder what an ethereal bear tastes like. Well, we'll never know. Because they simply fade away. They were mindless. Neca. So the elephants still want their land back. Oh my, they're serious about it. I think they'll win this. Did they bring any flying elephants? No, and they didn't bring their griffins. But I'm not convinced we're going to win this one. We'll see. I mean, we can't hit to save our lives, but neither can they. And they can rout and we cannot. These clockwork horrors, they fatigue themselves to death pretty quickly. The problem is they tend to kill as they do so. Skills in these guys are not great. Oh, they brought their god as well. Right, somebody kill that god for me. Come on, it's not difficult. Just club him with a tree trunk. This could prove a problem. Because he's actually killing Gunnar, Thompson, and Amber, and Pi. Wait, no, Pi... Which of these guys are... It's hard to tell which ones are just generic. You lost an arm, didn't you? Yeah, one of your arms got torn off. You can't even wield your tree trunk anymore. Sorry, Amber. As long as he doesn't kill my entire leadership, we still should be in it to win it. And look, there's King Piccolo to maintain the... Oh, God. Well, that's a problem. Oh, my problems are mounting up here. Unfortunately, a lot of their elephants are running away due to the mass amount of missile fire coming from my my moose. And Volcanon has lost another path of magic. Long may he continue to lose those paths. Oh no! Oh no! They did kill my leadership, and my my units are routing. So are his, but his units will rout in a better way. Yeah, he actually killed off my leadership. So all the province defense is going away. And his berserking units won't rout. And I have nobody here that that can carry on the fight, except maybe for some stray moose. Oh, wow. That's horrifying. Yeah, so he actually won. Just because of these berserking guys refusing to go away. That's frustrating. Yeah, he killed all 6 of my warlords that were patrolling there. And that made the rest of my army dissolve. Ouch. On the plus side, I highly doubt his 2 units are going to be able to protect him here. But what he's going to do is he's going to reinforce that that siege. That's what the AI loves to do. It offers me an opportunity, actually. I know the AI is going to gravitate towards that siege. So what I can do is I can clear up Cragfield and Naria before he takes Neca, because this will hold out for a little while. Alright, I'm not worried about that. That's actually potentially a good outcome, except for the cost of reinforcing the units, which is a bit of a pain, but whatever. Alright, what else happened? Sen's Fortress. That was us moving on in. Nice having an actually concise army. Winstein. So, we wanted to take this right at the start of the game. I chickened out at the last moment. I'm glad I did, because this province defense would have killed me. But it might have spared me my death march to Canada. Wham! Army of Mist! We cannot be stopped! You cannot hope to contain. Yeah, these things are terrifying now. Excellent skills. Mist form. The Berserk is irrelevant, but the Air Shield is very relevant. And if you get through all of that, we half your damage. We half it again, and we regenerate that damage. It's a very, very powerful army. The main problem is it can't be everywhere at once. Also, my own units could kill me by launching attacks like that. Please don't do that. We are also, at times, not very killy. I poisoned you, but you regenerate, so I'm sure you'll be fine. I keep launching poison attacks at my own units. This is why I don't like projectiles. So often I just shoot my own units with it. Fortunately, none of them died, so I guess we can't complain. And now we should be popping that fort very quickly. Charance. Yeah, not a concern. Celadon City. This is me, and I hope the Illithids aren't there. They are. There are some of them there. Why does he have these things? He must have some way of recruiting them. Maybe there's some kind of special site here allowing him to recruit these. But the Mind Blast is deadly. Extremely deadly. Well, is it actually? Consider this. We regenerate 90%. We might be okay. Might be. Wait a second. Where are the Illithids? Where did they go? I didn't imagine them, did I? Why did you retreat? What? Explain further. They are magical beings, probably with no magical leadership. That's not right. Mound King has magical leadership. No, it has undead leadership. Okay. The Illithids are absolutely playing mind games with me. Anyway, that could save my bacon. What I was actually going to get at was that it has a limited range, and then I suddenly remembered, doesn't it have range 100? Yeah, it has range 100, precision 100. It never misses. The only thing you can do is mind resist it. Anyway, okay, so we're a little bit partially saved here. Now we see how Bathusma operates as a thug. I say she operates pretty well. She's poison resistant, so these coral knives won't be doing any poison damage to us. Their harassment will hurt my defense, but they have to get through a lot of other things as well. Not least of all, my pet water elemental. Who, by the way, has 4 very hefty crush attacks that pierce armor. Water elementals in water are devastating. Although, it's getting devastated. Oh dear. Well, goodbye my water elemental. But fortunately, Bathusma is also just cleaning up house. She's pretty untouchable. The Vine Shield is wrapping units in vines, her crushing also is armor-piercing, and the Frostbrand is an area of effect armor-piercing attack, so it should dismiss these, Oh, no. Dispossessed spirits are cold-resistant. Fortunately, Frostbrand's magical blade attack is not frost-type, so we'll still kill them. Yeah, I'm confident she has this one. I'm not even sure she got injured there. So I was curious if I was kitting her up the right way. I love thugging, by the way. I love giving them their items, sending them in as, 1-man or 3-man armies to just go and clear places. And any attempts to hurt this woman did nothing. All the red stuff is the attacks done on us. Repelled, dodged, shielded. The Triton hit the Queen on the shield. Damage roll, even with an explosive damage roll of 22, we just go bleh and take nothing. 33 versus 40-something. I can numbers. Still a bit mad about numbering my way into a defect death today. Right, so where was that? That was Celadon City. How are we doing in the Bronx? Well, I'm not keeping the Bronx, that's for sure. Zashai showing off that he too can amass a big mixed army with giant monkeys, giant experienced poison-barbed monkeys. My province defense are dead to rights here. I've made peace with that. Bye, Bronx. Whew, did we even kill anything? Not much. Okay, well, Bronx is God. What about Wet Dry World? This is me attacking in, hoping that I find these. These must die. What the hell are these doing here? So normally I wouldn't be too worried about Illithids, right? Okay, they've got this annoying, undodgeable Mind Blast attack, and they can do it forever until their fatigue reaches about 50. My problem is that because most of my army is mindless, it's only going to target commanders, which is why I'm a bit concerned about the Worm Mage here. Let's see how he takes it. So hopefully him summoning these non-mindless shrimp will... No, he just immediately gets mind blasted. And he's mind blasted into a state of paralysis. So he has no defense. He does, however, regenerate, but I don't even think he got a spell off. Yeah, he wasn't able to do mass regeneration. So I am relying on my mindless regular units to fight here. And wait a second. If he splits into the bugs, there'll be no leadership. Oh, this is so bad. Okay, I need him to think his way to victory right now, or else those Illithids are going to kill me. All right, well, fortunately, we've already sent the Atlantean militia packing. Hold, Kanji, hold. I just need these guys to reach here and start killing the Illithids. Come on, get moving. They're not targeting the... Oh, the shrimp... The bugs are mindless. Right, so the bugs don't even attract this. This is exactly what I'm scared of with these things. Fortunately, they've almost fatigued themselves out, so if Kanji can just survive another couple of turns... And we can see what's happening here. All this protection roll, he completely fails to resist. Yeah, he's just stunned for how long? He's paralyzed for 10 additional turns. Okay, great. It's not great. Fortunately, though, he's not taking damage. What's the damage on Mind Blasting? Anyway, I thought it was a bit better than whatever this is. There you are. Mind Blast. It's only paralysis damage. No, here we go. It's psychic damage. Armor negating, but we can magically resist it. Yeah, but it's 1, but it can explode up easily. It just takes 1 bad dice roll for Kanji to pop. And if Kanji pops into bugs, I'm pretty sure that's game over for us. Fortunately, though, we've closed the gap, and we've now engaged these things in melee with our shrimp. Our shrimp can give you a tiny little slap for 1 point of damage. But does that say it can't be repelled? Attacks with this weapon cannot be repelled. Oh, you can't repel a slap. Interesting. Alright, we made it. Okay, kill these freaking things. They terrify me. Decent counter to my build, by the way. Kill my low number of mindful commanders by mind blasting them to death. There we go. They have their life drain, by the way. Armor piercing, life draining, but we can repel it pretty well. Even though we have underwater penalties. Oh, it's dark down here as well. Well, it doesn't matter. As long as I kill you, everything's fine. And even if you kill us, we transform into a boar. And what does the boar do? It lives long enough to reform into the parasitic vine hobbit. I'm not making any of this up. This is what we are. Resist magic or anti-magic. Make those mind blasters tucker themselves. That's not how I read it. Move tucker into mind blaster and then change a few of the letters. That's what I read. Whew. Okay, that was so concerning. But we made it through. And that was just me being scared of these very few units. Alright, now we can answer a few questions. Most specifically, where the hell did this thing come from? Hyrule's provincial income goes down, not a problem. Diseases, we expect it. Severe damage on the walls of Winstein, that'll pop next turn. Neca cannot harm our walls in Neca. Alright, what the heck is all this about? That's it! That's it! What are the freaking odds that the crater spawns here, allowing for the recruitment of this devastating lord and his illithids? Powerful unit. I could add it to my army. High on recruitment point cost, but no resource cost. Does not require laboratory or fort or temple. This guy himself can mind blast, and he's well versed in leading magical units. I think we should actually do this. Yeah, it was a sight to behold. Okay, Bishopfish, I need you over here to claim this throne of the moon. Growth is good, precision is irrelevant for my units. Dominion spread is very relevant. Oh, those other things are also quite relevant. Marvin, I know you're dying. But even so, could you please cast me Living Castle? Yeah, I know. I don't have the gems for it. I never have the gems for it. Am I willing to spend other gems to get it right now? Yeah, probably. Water gems are kind of useless to me these days, so let's just and then please cast Living Castle. Why can't you cast Living Castle? Too complex. Oh, it's complex. I'm going to go over to Kitty and tell Kitty to surrender the Thistle Mace over to Marvin. And then that'll allow Marvin to cast Living Castle on Celadon City. Bang. And then in one turn, we get a fortification here, which is vital because I am unable to construct fortifications because I'm not an aquatic or semi-aquatic race. Bathusma, it's your job to patrol Celadon City because I have a funny feeling Zashai is going to want it back. Alternatively, we drown the place. No, that province defense is garbage. Oh, that is some awful province defense. Right. You are still going to patrol it, maybe even site search it. Although it's probably been water site searched if it's... site search it anyway. Once we have our fort, we're going to move over to the North Sea so that almost all the water is ours. Might even be all the water, actually. The Unseen University and the Great Plain... the Great Plains! They are land provinces, so's the Rift, so's Brazil. So yeah, we will have complete domination of the water. Except for little lakes like Bumble Beach. So yeah, we're going to take this and we're going to move into the North Sea, and then the waters will be ours. Very handy for the income, which we were struggling with previously. Will the PD change if we make a castle on it? I don't know. I don't think it will, because we don't have national underwater troops. So it's probably still going to give us crappy Tritons. But the important thing is just to have a fort so that it never instantly falls. And then we bring over Maria Theresa von Habsburg. It'll take her a couple of turns, but she'll go over and she'll claim the Throne of the Moon for us. Pretty handy. Kanji Tatsumi, you did an excellent job there, but I need you to catch up with the rest of the team. Fortunately, you can run like a madman. Get you over to Sen's Fortress. She'll be safe there, and then just catch up with everybody else. I'm really impressed with how you handled that, Kanji. That was a lot of mind blasting. But Magic Resistance 18, I think, helped a lot to have you not die, is what I'll believe. Might have had nothing to do with it. Right, we're going to need some support around here. Diego Garcia needs a temple. Revenant. Is it worth building a giant castle on Diego Garcia? Probably not. Do it anyway. Rusli Teostopus, and there's no stopping Jimmy Hopkins. You just still hang around. I want you to bring more units over to Winstein. Actually, I want you to do that now. Jimmy Hopkins. Grab the army. And there's no gate cleaver or anything for you. Get over to Albion and join them in Winstein for next turn. Thy salvation. Princess Beatrix, I have no further thugging up I want to do for now, but I do want to make a third army group when I replenish my severely depleted gem supply. Samus Aran, you will be patrolling this area. Don't want to lose my my provinces again. That said, I don't want to lose Hyrule either. Screw the giant castle. You go over to Hyrule, and you're going to be defending that as well. There's probably not a lot left of the elephants by now. These units are almost definitely going to rush into Neca. If that's the case, then why even go to Cragfield to begin with? I could just go to Neca, kill them all, because they're definitely going there. The AI loves a siege. Can you get to Neca? No, but it shouldn't be difficult for you to join from Neca. Shouldn't be difficult for you to join from Hyrule either, frankly. Get to Hyrule. Get to Sens. Yeah. Wipe these all out and then go Narita, Cragfield, and then hopefully this area will be secured now and forever. And then we just comb our way south and gobble up the rest of the stuff. The prize is, of course, to take Albania. I know, weird thing to say. But we know that Albania is the lower throne with all those virgins. 5 virgins a month, huh? It's a fresh game of Settlers of Catan every month. Alright, funnily enough, that's everything ordered. I feel like there should be more that I'm doing this turn. I guess we don't need to worry that much. Precision is useful for Sacred and Shrouded Mages. Not using Sacred Mages? Probably not. Densei comes in. They've been around for 6 months at least, and they say hello. Well, welcome. Ugh, I hate underwater crappy PD. Not much I can do about it, though. Do we still need a castle there? It's the middle of your country at this point. Not really. Alright, Living Castle is up. Jen Linen claimed the Throne of the Sun in the name of Sin, and Sin is the pretender god for Zashai. Throne of the Sun is problematic. I don't like it when my enemy has a lot of heat. Although I'm not using a lot of Unseelie Knights anymore, heat and cold is not too big of a deal, but I still like it when my Unseelie Knights have the advantage. 2 magical sites, so glad I checked there. The Whispering Waters and the Fathoms of Deep were here. 2 water gems. Not unwieldy. And here's our fort, by the way. The Fort of Kelp and Coral actually has admin 45. And wall integrity isn't bad either. That's almost a castle. And the province defense didn't change at all, but that's okay. We didn't come here for province defense. There's no laboratory here. I don't really care, but I do want a temple, and I do want you to move over here, and I do want illithids. They're not amazing. They're really not amazing, and they're not sacred either. And they're easy to shoot to death, but they have good hit points, and they will regenerate quite well. And they can just be a backline of mind blasters. If they're sacred, you can give them reinvigoration, so they can literally mind blast forever. But I've come to realize that's not that great. Mind blast is part of a strategy, it's not the strategy. Too easy to counter, and it really doesn't do the damage. Right, Neca attacking me. Oh, that's funny. That's no longer funny. He brought griffins. And my worm mage is back here. And what do birds eat? I think they eat insects. I did not count on him coming over to Sen's Fortress. I thought for sure he'd go for Neca's siege. Alright, so these griffins are going to be a huge problem for us here. We're not blessed. Oh well, luck be upon us. Go my crummy bugs. Yeah, maybe I get lucky and they don't fly off to me. But they're definitely doing wait and fly and attack rear, right? Watch it. Foolish birds! Okay, they didn't come for the front line. Instead, they decided to go and attack my Scorched Templars, who are mad as all hell. However, we are regenerating, so that's okay. Even if we're not blessed, we do have mass regeneration, and we're pretty freaking good units. Ah, oh boy, you actually brought an Earth Elemental Trampler. They've got decent protection, but you know what else? They have no real defense, so... Goodbye, Earth Elemental. Thank you, Barbarian Province Defense. One of my Scorched Templars transformed into a boar and died. Another one... Oh no, they're getting shot to shreds. No! It's the start of the game all over again. My own unit's being shot to shreds by my incredibly imprecise units. You think that boar is going to survive? It's going to be skewered angry boar for dinner. Look at this freaking guy. He died, he came back with 20 health, and he lost 13 of that already, but he's on the war march. Alright, good, good, good. Sen's Fortress was not the disaster it could have been. Only lost one Scorched Templar, that's actually amazing, so thank you. Don't think we would have won that without the Worm Mage. The Griffins could have, if they weren't so incredibly stupid, jumped to the back and eaten my Chieftain and Barbarian Chief. Then I would have been sad. The Chieftain is the only person with magical leadership on my province defense normally. If the Chieftain dies, and as you see he dies to a stiff breeze, all of my mindless province defense just shrivel up and die. This is why I've been adding additional warlords to my province defense, even though I'd never normally do that. Anyway, Sen's Fortress, not a disaster. Neca, definitely not a disaster. Definitely. We have Instant Storm, even if they brought flyers, which they can't because I killed their ability to make flyers. They won't be flying at us, and down they go. Brrr. Beautiful. Celadon City, Zashai. What is this? Itch-shitted warriors. Pathetic. Why are they so pathetic? Because despite being amphibian, they can't actually fight well in deep water because it's dark. And now, admittedly, neither can Triton warriors, but the Triton warriors still have better skills. And I'm bringing spears to not repel them. Anyway, you die now. Goodbye. Brrrt. I mean, it's not that my province defense is any good, but what a pathetic army to attack with. An unorthodox attack you have here. Who's attacking me here? I must have missed that. Sundowner brought his dogs. Yeah, goodbye everything. That was Winstein, of course. Winstein have no resources left, so they're just doing a pathetic attempt here. Pizza Tower, interesting. So I set up my goddess here long ago, thinking I don't want Pizza Tower to fall. She did a good job repelling 3 times. She doesn't need any help on the 4th. Blap. She's so good. Worldwide event of order increase. The Throne of Sun claimed, causing... Suddenly it felt like something missing has returned to the world. What, the sun? I like it cold. Right, my benefactor died in El Salvador. Both of them died in El Salvador. Jesus. This is why I don't trust the AI. I think they always know where your units are. Winstein has been breached. Winstein is going down. Storm that castle. Yeah, I have no reason to think that we're not going to win here. Could be a bad time to be my bishop fish. One bad arrow and he suffers quite a lot, to the point where I'm actually going to pull my force back a bit. Just so they're not such easy pickings for the rampart shooters. I'm going to increase the province defense on Corpse Rot Passage, possibly Clock Tower as well. Alright, what else to do? Why are you guys hiding? Get back to researching. Not that there's much to worry about researching. Sayaka et al. Neca has been taken back. Neca will be much better defended in the future. Maybe. There's a lot in the Cragfield, aren't there? I thought they would all just come on and try to destroy me, but they're not doing that. 110 of them. I actually think they could stomp me. Are they bringing griffins? Bone Fiends, Champions, Anathemants, a huge dragon. Oh, their god is in Cragfield. Well, if you insist on dying, I will happily help you out there. Send in Kanji so the army gets all back together again. What's this weird layout? I think I moved my units back because of a siege, right? Well, this is fine. Seem to have lost a lot of my moose. I'm doing all my moose recruitment over in my capital. I could make some more over in Neca, but with all the gate cleavers, you have to think that we don't need that. Could you make another dwarven hammer, please? Actually, you have a dwarven hammer. In that case, please forge me some additional gate cleavers. I love the idea that we just instantly bring down walls. 1 turn popping is pretty huge. Saves you a lot of turn timers. Need more commanders here. Patrolling. Go and patrol in Sen's Fortress. Please go and patrol in Neca as well. Move and patrol. Hyrule has its patroller as well. The fat patroller. No, Jimmy Hopkins, you were coming over to reinforce the Winstein operation. Jimmy Hopkins, your units are these guys, which are going to join the central defense. And these guys, the southern flank is the weakest. Go and join there. And you'll be mixed into whatever flanks your units are part of. What's the big fire guy doing? The big fire guy is currently moving to the underground. At least he better be. I forgot where I put him. It'd be very funny if he was accidentally moving to somewhere else. Ah, here we go. Here's Anthrax. Anthrax is currently moving into Winter Hell. Vieties and Horse Tribe Cavalry are not his concern. Once he gets into Winter Hell, he's going underground, and then he'll just raise havoc from there. The added bonus is, of course, taking Winter Hell. I don't think I'll be able to keep Winter Hell for very long. Ooh, Elsewhere. Elsewhere now has my Dominion. That's a good sign. That's a good sign that Abaddon's going to move in and take it. And then Abaddon can hold Elsewhere. And I'm going to want some preaching going on in Elsewhere, so that we can maintain that. Yeah, that sounds pretty good to me. Alright, get over to Elsewhere, preach it, and save it. Not entirely sure I want to fortify it, given that Lindum is right there, but I do want to hold it and not have my enemy hold it with a temple right there. Marvin, you managed to create this. I also want one in Seafoam Island, but if I don't get you out of there, you're going to die pretty soon. So I'm going to let you replenish yourself in Neca. Your home is Neca, right? Yeah. You go back to Neca, you heal up, and then I'm going to have you come back and do more watery-related things. Conscripted Prefect. Pretty happy with the idea of constantly making illithids here, because they can come out of the water and really aid the fight. Bathusma is heading up to North Sea, as we well know. We have a couple more here in Pilot Wings Resort. Still don't know how guys just die on me, but I still want more people up and around here. Diego Garcia also needs to be preached. I need to get rid of this disgusting enemy dominion. Just keep making more of these handy-dandy units, please. Temples are very good as well, of course. And yeah, we go south, take somewhere, add more warlords brandishing gate cleavers to the army. You know, the gate cleaver is a pretty cool way to just end units. See, when the god comes and attacks us at the back line again, just splat him with a gate cleaver, negate all of his armor. Do 29 slashing damage, pretty hardcore. Dr. Mars has very little he can do here, so he's just going to wait until there's an actual army for him to lead. And that would be cool. Alright, good. Pop this. God moves. Life is good. The AI at least knows if there's any sneaking units on its provinces. I think what really happens is the AI just dumps a lot in province defense, so it feels like they know where you are. I think in multiplayer you don't place quite so much on province defense, but I don't truly know. Pizza Tower attack again. Wait a second, I pulled my god out. But fortunately it's virtually nothing. The Cragfield was a fight. And again, we storm them up. Oh, hey, it's their god. Wait a second. You know what Volcanon is not? He's not storm immune. He can't fly, despite being a god. We have grounded a god today. We get our Divine Blessing. Where's our... Oh, I got rid of my arrow fend for this army. Hopefully not something I regret, because they're still peppering me with arrows. But it's only a peppering, right? So we can handle this with Blood Bond, Fortitude, Regeneration. Oh, great job, mage. You killed a beetle. How will I ever recover? A free spawn beetle died on my watch. Love these Unseelie Knights. They're not very well protected in this heat. The heat is actually lowering their stats and their armor. Even so, we can mulch a few bipedal elephants. Here's another thing that flies but is not storm resistant, the Bone Fiends. He probably wants... Wait, aren't they flying? What do they have those wings for? I thought Bone Fiends could fly. Look at those bleeding wings. Bone Fiends can't fly. Okay, he's not a dragon, he's now an overgrown lizard. He could still do some nasty things getting in here with his bile and his tail sweep, but what likely happens is that he just dies. Yeah, did you even attempt to hurt us there? The dragon hit the Scorched Templar with his tail sweep for 0 damage, 0 damage, 0 damage. Then he missed, and now he's getting shredded by thorn staffs. Also, despite being a dragon, he's taking poison damage. And he is a very scary thing, but you know what fear doesn't affect? Units that can't think. Prepare to die again, Volcanon. I think he did actually manage to eat one of my guys there. Nice job on the bile attack, but unfortunately for you, we blood bond and regenerate that. He did kill the rider of that moose, though. Once the rider dies, we don't keep the moose. The moose just buggers off. Okay, one dead god. Continue killing. Bye, elephants. Wow, 3 whole mindless moose died. And we kill their god, and 18 of their expensive sacred priests. Fortuna. So he doesn't get bad events because his priests dispel bad events. Nice. Are they expensive? Not that expensive. For a priest that doesn't die to a stiff breeze, these anathemants are really good. And they're actually good enough fighters as well. And inquisitors, this is a great priest to have. The only downside is that it costs 2 holy points to make. But then just spam them everywhere else. Guess it's fine. So, you killed our god, yeah, I know. I feel quite proud. Let's see how our thug does once again. There's not a lot to fight, and there's no more illithids, so we're not concerned. You just get in there with your water elemental. You're faster than the water elemental, and blip. Blip. Oh, this must be what it's like when Victoria 2 players look at all the graphs and just go, Roffle-mow them pops, man. A lot of people tell me this game looks like fossilized arse, but I think it's great. She's pretty good. She's a pretty good thug. Frostbrand, Vine Shield, that's a real Dominion's 5 level meta stuff, but I did believe in giving her protection, and I don't believe in taking shock underwater. Beautiful. Elsewhere, so I was under the impression that I could send my goddess out. My goddess is blessed, and I don't think she's going to have much problem here. Like, at all. At all. She must have 1,000 experience by now, Jesus. 894. How many kills do you have to your name? 860. You know, I love it when the god actually lifts his or her own weight. Yeah, not happening. It was Shigami 1 General, Winter Hell. Oh, hey, we can finally see Bane guy in action. So, my brilliant idea was that this guy can do everything on his own. As long as it's not sieging or being attacked by lightning. Lightning would kill him. So his order of operation is automatically casting Heat from Hell, which makes the entire landscape start burning. It's not really relevant against a tiny army like this. Vaeti and Horse-Shroud Cavalry. Well, it might be relevant. Then he does Phoenix Pyre, which is incredibly important. Phoenix Pyre keeps him functionally immortal in a fight, because as long as his fatigue is less than 100, he will explode and resurrect in combat. Pretty cool. And then he does Soul Vortex, so if any, I think it's living being, I don't think it works on inanimates or undead, but any living being around him, he absorbs their fatigue. And he can also absorb their health. So that's going to keep his fatigue down. And then, you know, he's being peppered by arrows. None of them have hit, but if any of them think about hitting, he's going to bring his protection, head and body, from 2919 to 30. I wonder, it doesn't show the individual stuff here, does it? Anyway, it does help. You'll have to trust me on that one. Did he not already have invulnerability? I need to check that. Anyway, with that done, he goes in. He has a shield to block all these projectiles, which are still not even hitting him. And the Unquenched Sword will do armor-piercing, area of effect, 9 fire damage. So I hope I don't meet anything that's fire-resistant. Also, the whole landscape's on fire. Also, the Veti are on fire. Also, they're dead. I have no use for my fire gems, but send in the Anthrax. Burnt horses. That's why mums go to Iceland. They have discovered one way to counter me, and that is just send endless chaff. If he gets bogged down in chaff like soulless skeleton warriors, glamour, fake soldiers or whatever, he's going to be stuck there. But you can't projectile me out, and I can burn you to death. So the best way to deal with this guy, again, once you've built something, always think how to kill it cheaply. Give a bit of fire resistance to a few low-level death mages and just drown this guy in skeletons. He won't be able to chew through the skeletons fast enough. Well, he might. WNT crimes right here. Oh, those poor burning horses. Leather doesn't burn, right? They've actually passed out from the heat whilst on fire. The heat that spawns in the area is more effective in hot areas. And whilst Anthrax doesn't have heat power, heat still works to my advantage. Also, he has no fatigue because I gave him loads of reinvigoration. And he is unlikely to rout because if you ever do damage to him, he goes berserk. And then he will stay in the battle. Oh, look. Oh, don't look anymore, he's dead. Who was that? I pressed a weird button there. A troll shaman. Well, they brought the death mage. They just need to bring a few more susceptible to... Oh, it's going to be very sad when Anthrax dies. Eventually the AI will accidentally kill him, I'm sure. A nice thing about doing all this killing is that he's not a mindless unit. He is gaining experience, which will give him even more attack and defense, and if it goes high enough, he gets strength as well. And I believe magic resistance, which will be useful for him if anybody tries to counter him with magic. So that's beautiful, just absolutely freaking beautiful. A Mound King did absolutely nothing to me. Wait, they went underwater with a Mound King? I'm glad we took them apart. Winstein, right, I wanted this capital on something like turn 6. Now that it's turn 86, I can finally take it. Slingers on the walls. I just have to hope they don't... Well, nah. I mean, what could they really do? Worst thing they could do is maybe knock out my bishop fish, but he's got a helmet on. He'll be fine. Doesn't have a shield, though. If you get really annoyed with the clogging up of the walls here, ethereal units can go through walls. I know it annoys me at times, so it can be really useful just to have ethereal flankers go right through the walls and kill the enemy commanders, and then you just win. Of course, flyers can fly over the walls as well. Oh, this isn't... So I've got a situation here where the bug is taking up all the space that I wanted to go and fight these guys. I'm sure they'll die eventually. Yeah, there we go. Get bugged. Oh, some of them got charmed. This guy got charmed over to my side, I think. Let's check. Winstein. Nobody got injured, right? Good. I thought he got charmed. Guess we didn't keep him. Toilet Genie, for some reason, ran out of air gems, but good thing I'm made of air gems. I'm not. And I believe Jimmy Hopkins was coming over to reinforce the lines. Give Seymour Guado some more frontliners. And give... Tsao Tsao can't command too many more. Kind of a shame. You're not really in a position to reinforce anybody's lines, are you? Interestingly enough, my bishop fish can command. You know what? How about Jimmy Hopkins just joins the brigade? He can equip the gate cleaver from here, and I could actually give him dedicated command over the flank, the southern flank. Hold and attack the rear. Jimmy Hopkins have the orders of the rest of them. And then I still have 8 of these guys left over, which is a bit frustrating. I guess they can still join there. All right, Cao Cao. I'm not going to have them as bodyguards. I made that mistake before. That said, my bodyguard numbers aren't huge. They'll be fine. Sending Anthrax underground is going to be great. You can't breathe after he's done. Wonderful. Yeah, as I say, don't threaten me with a good time. Can't get to Obradine. I could change course and go south. I could do Besaid, Obradine, Disneyfrod. But I really want Fortuna. Does mean I waste a turn going through Castle Shikigami. But there's no bridge here. Alright, go through Shikigami into Fortuna then, because I really want to strike on Zashai. Alright, Anthrax, good job taking Winter Hell, and good job Abaddon taking Elsewhere. Elsewhere, we'll enjoy having some actual province defense this time. Abaddon will search it while you're there. And Anthrax, let's reinforce Winterhell, and Anthrax is going underground. My main criteria for someone going underground has to be someone that's not affected by darkness. No penalties from darkness, and he can see invisible units. I was hoping he could get dark power as well, but dark power options were all blood summons, and yeah, we're just, we're not set up as a blood nation. How could... Wait, the joke doesn't work. We're not set up as a blood nation. You know, unless you have natural access to loads of blood, you never dream to do site searching. Still not true. Go to Elsewhere and go to Winterhell, please. I want these places to get their churches back. Should be fine. Super Pie, just preach over in Celadon. That's not true. Get over to North Sea and build a temple there, please. Wet Dry World also lost its temple. We'll deal with that momentarily. Dr. Marsange, just keep taking in the Illithids, which I can, yeah, pretty much max the amount I can make per month. Just cap it up a little bit more. Bathusma, go and search the North Sea while you're there and give ourselves the provincial defense. Maharaja Nick. Pilot Wings Resort's looking okay to me, frankly. Get the Cragfield defended while we're at it and send my army, all of my army, including Kanji, through Rio Grande do Sul into Argentina. I will just ignore Narita for now. My idea is that I'm probably going to strangle Neca to death with Dominion, and then I can just walk in and take Narita. Probably. I mean, he still has a lot of provinces. It's a pain in the arse to take all of this. Thugs would help out so much, but don't have thugs, do I? I could make them, but think of the investment. Zaleb, you finished making Pizza Tower. I want you to go and help out in Winterhell protecting it. And I want Urkran and you to maintain Elsewhere's Dominion. Is that true? Nah, get over to Winterhell. We're going to need you there. And then just give us some extra units for the hell of it. Certainly burning through my money. I'm going to want these units down here. Winstein needs some ecumenical reinforcement. Don't really need you in Corpse Rot anymore. Both of you get over to Winstein. Yeah, that'll be fine. And Winstein gets a temple and some other nice stuff. Didn't decide on Maharaja Nick's movements. That's fine. I want you over in Cragfield to keep it defended. Marvin is here. Marvin got all of his health back. Does that mean I send Marvin straight back into the water? I do still really want a fort here. Kind of a bad province overall. The Baltic Sea is pretty... Actually, it's got the Triton Warriors. They're not too shabby. Rusty Bucket Bay is quite shabby. Once I have the nature gems, I'm going to send you into Seafoam Islands to erect a fortification there. You two are hiding. No, get preaching. We need to destroy this guy's disgusting dominion. Diego Garcia, defend, get preaching. And Raptor patrols here with these orders. Chris Redfield, Sayaka, Poodle, Isengard. Get Chris Redfield over in Winterhell so that we have that patrolled by an extra unit. Salix, Pilot Wings Resort. Get over to Neca, Diego Garcia as well. And then we struggle in the patrolling front here. Here's my reassessment of the situation. All three of you patrol, but from further in, because my issue is the god spawns and jumps in the back row, killing you guys. Also, with that god in mind, nah, the defense is fine. The god has been punched enough. I'm sure you can be killed going forward. Alright, to Shigami, Anthrax goes underground. Our army continues its march to clean up Neca. Life looks good. In a few turns, if I can Shoryuken my way up to Zashai, I should feel quite confident about the win. Except for the fact that we have... Well, we last saw about 900 monkeys down here. But hold on, if my Dominion is here, am I not confident enough about Abaddon going in and killing them? Am I not confident? I feel pretty confident. Well, in fact, it's a 2-turn journey, but I think Abaddon can actually go and raise Cain here. This is my Dominion. My Dominion, surprisingly, is spreading into this. I know what's happening, right? Winstein's fall from grace here has given my Dominion rise to sweep over his area. But yeah, I think Abaddon can actually be used aggressively now. You can go to Eudora, Bob on Battlefield, et al. What's Abaddon's weakness? Shock, of course. Lightning is disastrous for me. Beyond that, though, I think Abaddon's got this. Wonder if I could give Abaddon some better boots. We got anything that does more than Reinvigoration 3 at this point? There's Reinvigoration 10? That's pretty hardcore. What about Reinvigoration 5 with Regeneration and Earth Magic? That is amazing. It's being compared to this, right? You lose a bit of the map move, which is unfortunate. But the Regeneration 10 and the Earth Magic... Wait a second. Earth Magic directly translates to more natural protection, but at the same time, Iron Skin probably gets in the way of that, right? Also wonder if I couldn't give you better armor here. Struggle to think of anything that's going to be so much better than that, but I do like the look of those boots. Regeneration 10%. What about the Gorgon Shield? Don't know what you mean by the Gorgon Shield. I need to I quite like having Awe on Abaddon, but maybe that aside, a better shield wouldn't be too shabby. I'm just eyeing up those boots more than anything. The reinvigoration's pretty sweet. Just ensures that she never really gets overly encumbered. Yeah, reinvigoration 10 is amazing. Also, forest survival ensures that she can get through the 25 nature gems. Who's got those kind of nature gems? I'll have them next turn, I suppose. If Abaddon can go to somewhere with a laboratory, like like Ondmark. Yeah. Wait, can you not reach Ondmark? Okay, how about into Pizza Tower? Because from Pizza Tower you can get over here. Screw it, just make it. How many was it? 25 of them, right? Yeah, it'll be easier for you to move around as well, and that's a lot of... With that kind of reinvigoration, I can give you a considerably better shield than the Shield of Gleaming Gold. And that does mean that I could make you the... I could make you this, and I don't care about the encumbrance anymore. The fire and shock resistance is really good. The strength is really good. All being stripped away is not a big deal anymore. The units I'm fighting have so much morale that all is not really going to affect it. But yeah, shock and fire is a big deal for you, because you become shock vulnerable. Also strength is good. Earth Magic 4 required for that. I think I have an Earth Magic 4 kicking around. Kickle Cubicle? Kicking's what you do. Please fabricate me this thing. Oh god, what's the other artifact I'm making? It's the bloody boots, isn't it? Always with the bloody boots. Alright, well we'll make the shield next turn then. Alright. Boots next turn then. Does mean that someone needs to go and bring the boots, bring the shield rather to you next turn. You're talking about agates because it petrifies. Yeah, but I think I'd rather have this for the fire and shock coverage, just in case someone brings fire and shock to my god. Because she's already cold and poison resistance. If I can add shock and fire to that, I cover a lot of bases. And it'd be very hard to smash that that barrier as well. Plus the extra strength means her attacks just raise Cain. Life is good. Just in case it gets weird, see when you move to Pizza Tower, could you please move and patrol? Just in case. I think it should be able to stand up to anything, but you know, there are 900 monkeys hiding out there. And that's not an exaggeration, it's actually a low ball count. Alright, hey, Neca. Grace Nakamura. I don't think Grace Nakamura is going to make it all happen for Voltron. We found a coral statue down there in the North Sea. 1 whole gem per turn. What a world we live in. Am I going to continue to search around here with Bathusma? I suppose. She's got nothing better to do, does she? Or alternatively, she just patrol in the North Sea. Super buy. I'm going to want a temple here. Bathusma. Ugh, site searching is a pain in the arse, but get over to Wet Dry World anyway. Right, Cragfield. Neca attacks me. Neca dies. Bye, Neca. Battle in Water's Edge? Winstein? Yeah, it's Winstein. They got nothing. Don't even know where they're finding that Woodhenge Druid, frankly. The Deep Wagger. So finally, I've set foot underground for the first time in ever. And we're met with this. Like a handful of Bakemona show. And this guy. Anthrax is wondering why he even got out of bed this morning. Well, he's going to do what he's commanded to do. But I'm surprised if he even gets to his target before they melt. The little gobbos are on fire, and then the little gobbos are really on fire. Keep at it, Bane Man. Boom. One slight problem with this dude is he's not very fast. I wish I could make him quicken himself. But that requires water access or boots of quickness. Maybe some artifact could do that as well. Alright, well, you tried. Rio Grande do Sul. This is us continuing our war march down to Argentina. We'll get there eventually. Kill elephant. High roll gives me air gems, death, disease, cures from disease. Okay, very nice. Castle Shikigami and the main army are ready to march on to Fortuna. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take its throne of ascension, and there's bugger all anyone can do about it. Please patrol this province. Emilita and DJ. Who knows what 2 games these characters are from? One is significantly easier than the others. Just preach. I can pull you out later. Am I constantly making these guys? I think I am. I don't mind that. I love preaching, but I think right now I want that. Just to go and bring in the additional provincial defense that I love. Sid Meier et al. Why does Sid Meier have a water lens, by the way? I'm going to assume he found that in combat. Just like if... Wait, why does a guy on horseback have foot slots? My guys have been picking up some weird items. I'm telling you, Paperboy the Sleeper holding a water bracelet? I need to find myself a laboratory to deposit this garbage into. Liberia certainly is garbage, but I say we take Argentina. Yeah, just bisect this poor nation. They've been uncontested down there for ages. Can't blame them for being a bit lax on the defense. True enough. Alright, Chai, I need a temple here. Zwerbaum, let's get our Dominion of Life over there. I'm sick of his Dominion of Death. Ooh, but I'm not sick of finding even more gems. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gems on Winstein. Powerful. Right, we're drowning in the gems like nobody's business. Let's not forget that I'm trying to build the barrier now. Let's also not forget that Abaddon is right here. Abaddon can equip the... What did I make? The boots, right? Here's your really fancy boots, my god. That is disgusting amounts of regeneration just from the shoes. Regen 10... And you get summon earth power, so you're going to have, what, regen 14? This guy cannot get encumbered. Powerful. Anyway, speaking of power, we're going into El Salvador, and then I'm probably going to take Bob on Battlefield. Yeah, time for me to push out. Actually, I could just dance around in El Salvador. But I really want that better shield on Abaddon. Now that I've seen it, I'm greedy for it, and now my eyes are open to her weaknesses as well. Pizza Tower needs some defending from you. Marvin, I want you to go and defend in Elsewhere. Winterhell has Zaleb and Chris Redfield to patrol there. Emilita's in Hollow Knight. That's not where she's from, but maybe there is an Emilita in Hollow Knight. Emilita is the horrible lolly girl from Kamidori. Spot on. I still haven't run her route, and I do plan on doing that someday. It's just the problem with going back to Kamidori after playing Amayui is that you really feel the age of it. It's like playing Rune Factory 3 after playing Rune Factory 4. Holy Crack Attack. I require a temple, even though it won't be terribly well defended. And Neptune... Can I get indie mages here? I can. Indie priests, rather. Priests are mages. Right, you might not care so much about province defense down here, but I do. I'm going to pick your ancient mushrooms and I'm going to set you on fire. As previously mentioned, I cannot siege with Anthrax. I mean, I could, but it's not going to be effective. So what he's going to do is run Rampage. Underspring, Red Mines. He's probably put a fort in the Endless Caverns. If he hasn't, then that's a very soft target for me. Anyway, continue running Rampant. Of course, you have Gates of Horno Ivory and Eyes of God. I'm very tempted to put up Gift of Nature's Bounty, but I guess I just will make do without. Claim that Throne of Ascension, the Throne of the Moon, 2 Dominion Spread, 2 things, Precision, Growth. These are all excellent. Shocking that I've waited this long to even get my hands on it. I'd need another one of those fancy breathe on land things to get the conscripted prefect out of the water. There's not an overall need for it, but the interesting thing is I could pull Sid Meier back from these dangerous areas of no hit points and substitute him with the conscripted prefect. But I think Sid Meier believes in himself so much that I shouldn't not believe in him. Yeah, okay, you can do it, Sid Meier. That means Kitty has a whole lot of not much to do, right? I mean, there's a bunch of different things that I could be making, but hold on. What is this? Auto spell of sleep. Double penetration. Why do they make this the symbol for penetration? Come on. There's not much to do for you right now. Lucius and the Tsar. Recruited over here to spread my dominion. I think I'm going to want you in Fortuna. But I probably made you for Winter Hell. Yeah, get over to Winter Hell then. Couldn't help but notice that DK Kane is dying. But DK Kane should be fine. Gift of Health will cure even diseases. And your so-called never-healing wound. Yeah, DJ's in Street Fighter. Tried to make the man work, but unfortunately I'm terrible at Street Fighter. Deep Crags needs somebody to patrol it. Rio Grande do Sul will need someone to patrol it. Go Rocket Racer. You're better equipped to cover the distance. Now, how about you guys? For now, just wait. I'm going to want more preaching done here. And that's me run my gold right out. Ow. Okay, let's try and call Canny on the gold situation. I'm going to need that. You guys just patrol here for now. Alright, very good. DJ's fun to play with, but he was never one of my mains. Well, who are your mains then, Overlord? If you're using this terminology, you've already played more Street Fighter than I have. I was just a crash test dummy for my middle brother. He loved the game. Marvel vs. Capcom was cool. Play Servbot, Tronbon, maybe Mega Man. Maria Teresa von Habsburg, the Bishop Fish, has claimed Throne of the Moon for us. Excellent. Pilot Wings Resort's just nothing against us. Rio Grande do Sul is also a whole load of nothing. I'm more interested in what Anthrax gets up to in the underbelly. Okay, he has really become complacent. He thought the underground is his and he's not been investing in it. He did not expect the sudden explosion of Anthrax. They try their best to throw things at me, and they can't even hit me. And then when they can actually hit me in combat, how do they actually perform? Not very well. Wait, when I do the large area fire, I actually hit myself. But the damage roll has to overcome -20 to my +10, so it needs to get an exploding dice roll of at least 30 to even start doing something to Anthrax, because my fire resistance is through the moon. Oh well, nothing for us to worry about. We'll just go and kill everybody. I don't think we're actually getting injured here. It shows us healing, but I think that's actually our fatigue healing. because we are drinking our foes with our soul siphon thing. I forget the name of it. Soul vortex. I wish it showed up as a thing here. You get the heat cloud level. Ah, well, what does it matter? This guy... You've got to be prepared to deal with the King of Banefires. And with all those kills, he should be at level 2 now. Should be very close to level 2 now. There we go. Now he attacks and defends even better. I love experience on units. It's such a cool aspect of the game. The one moment when I really went, oh wow, this game is special, is when I was playing as Ulm. I think it was my first game. And I had these dogs. I really liked deploying the dogs. I wasn't deploying them very well, but I just thought it was so cool to have as a unit. And I did ask, could I make this dog a dog commander and equip him with items and have him be like a super dog? And someone said yes. And that was the moment my eyes opened. I went, ooh. And then I started looking into how you could do it. Very inefficient, but could be done. And it's just so nice. Please tell me I remembered to defend Winstein. Absolutely not. Bye, Winstein. Oh, man. I need to remember these things. All right, El Salvador. That's okay. My goddess can go and save Winstein. It's in my dominion. Here's my goddess doing what she does, which is have reinvigoration. How much? 14. It's not possible to fatigue her. Okay, nothing's impossible, but she generates 12 fatigue due to quickening herself and doing encumbrance stuff twice. And then she undoes that with reinvigoration. Brrrt. Again, you could drown her in lots and lots of chaff, and she wouldn't be able to manage that. You know, she would fight them, and then she'd just leave. And she might even die on leaving. But she'll go and liberate Winstein for me. Fortuna. Ah, that's right. Before we came into... Oh, this is cool. So, this is a powerful province defense. I don't have air shield, do I? No, I brought my air shield over here. This is the reason that I couldn't really attack into Winstein much earlier. They've got javelins, they've got crossbows, they've got a lot more crossbows, and they've got a vast number of these champions on camelback. I couldn't get through it, mostly because of the projectiles. Couldn't handle those. Well, now, as a lovely bonus to myself, I was not the first to arrive at Fortuna. The first to arrive was Zashai. So Zashai gets to eat the crossbow bolts and such. It would be beneficial for me if Zashai could win this, but I don't think Zashai is winning this. Now, my question is, do the provincial defense get all of their numbers back? So am I going to be fighting 536 of them, or am I going to be fighting 490 something of them? The answer is all of them. Okay, great. Let's see it in action. Yeah, so they do get them back between fights as well. Oh wait, this isn't a fight. This is something completely different. This is their god. Again, Volcanon is back. He throws some things at me, and then he gets shot by a crossbow bolt in the face. In the body, the head, and the leg. Funnily enough, the body damage was the most. So he's already not feeling very good. He's a freaking dragon. How is he so pathetic? How did we even hit him, right? We can't hit anything, and we managed to hit an old man. Okay, there's Vishnal. Vishnal, you got this? Oh, we've more than got this. Goodbye, God. Blip. In fact, I think Vishnal took it out. Yeah, there we go. Tree trunk once again. Poor Volcanon's going to be having flashbacks of that thing forever. Yeah, nothing lost. Right, but I'm more interested in that Fortuna fight. So yeah, they replenish all of the provincial defense, and I have always been scared of this in Winstein, even now. All these crossbow bolts, which is exactly why we... Please tell me you still have some air gems. Okay, good, good. Okay, you're going to use that air gem, that temporary air gem, and give us all arrow fend, and now 80% of those arrows are moot. That includes the arrows that I shoot at myself, thankfully. Doesn't look like a lot. I mean, when you consider it, right, we've got one tiny row of this, and they got like a triple, if not more, line of their own dudes. But it just doesn't matter if they can't hit me. They have attack skill 10. I have defense skill 22. What are the odds? You know, it's my 22 and they're 10, and we roll an exploding dice. What are the odds they even land that? And even if they do land it, how do they hurt me? They don't. Could Anthrax become a hero? Yes. I haven't had heroes because my mindless units don't get experience, but Anthrax could. But he needs to become more heroic than the existing. I can't believe I encircled them. Encircled by Moose Cavalry. They're trying to drip feed out here. They might actually. But most of them are just annihilated. By bugs! Oh, amazing. Wait, that's not the bug. You're the bug. Tiny Sting, go! I think I just dropped hailstones on my own bug there. Okay, it was sad to lose an Unseelie Knight, but the Unseelie Knights have really fallen off in utility now. They don't get the bless, they suffer in hot weather. They do, however, get experience. That is worth considering. And they're cool. I like them. Not getting a lot of experience. They're probably not scoring the kills. They're not very attack dense, right? They just have their blade and their one-time use lance. So, a bit iffy about them in combat. Especially considering the investment for them. But early on, they were pretty damn good. Except I kept getting them killed. Cragfield, right. I sent somebody over to patrol Cragfield. And I don't think their 2 elephants are going to handle it. He's suffering like Winstein. Neca no longer have the resources to throw much of value at me. He has his provincial defenses in his provinces, but I'm still just walking in and stomping them into jelly. Argentina is severely damaged. Winstein's fort is damaged, but I can check the exact number on that. Oh, that's serious, actually. He did 510 in 1 turn, so it's going to pop next turn. So, Abaddon needs to go and save Winstein. Ooh. Can they save Winstein? It might not have my Dominion on it next turn. You're going to try anyway, though. Get over there. And San Salvador will get some defense. Might not be enough, though, but whatever. Might make them think twice about moving in there. But they love a siege. He's probably going to pile up on that siege as best he can. Interesting thought. Patrolling troops. We're starving in Fortuna. Starving? Wow, and here I thought I brought plenty of supplies. I brought the bag of wine, I've got a cornucopia. Seymour Guado never brought any additional supplies with him. Can anybody help with that? Yes, but no. You could if you could carry miscellaneous items, but for some reason we can't just tie something onto the parasites. Yeah, we just got to accept that we're going to have some starving units here. Shouldn't be a big deal. We'll have a little bit of disease on some useless units that we don't care much about. In fact, universally, it's going to be our moose, and we don't really care if a few of them die. The Scorched Templar units can get diseased and such. Affliction is not disease resistance. But because they're my sacreds, they're going to get the lion's share of the food. And plus, once we have Fortuna down, we're just going to take all of its resources and then we'll be fine. Kickle Cubicle, you made that item for our goddess, but our goddess will pick it up in Winstein. So just get back to doing not much of value, unless you really want to forge something. Elemental orbs, more reinvigoration. Money! I like money. Can you do that? No. You wish you could do that. Struggle to think of much else we'll be doing for you. It does tell me that we need a bit more food here. I think Sumer Guado is going to need to carry around a bowl of broth. He could actually carry a bowl of broth and a bag of wine. I'll make a bowl of broth. Go on then. Not a monster to these people. I think we can stop making gate cleavers. Although I don't know what else I'd be making at this point. Please, sir, can I have some more? Absolutely not. Krupp's bracers would be cool to give my goddess. I don't know if any miscellaneous items are worth dropping, though. Wait, she can only have one miscellaneous item, and she might not actually need the Ring of Regeneration anymore. She already has 20% regen, so it's probably better not to have that and have some better miscellaneous item on her. What's a cool miscellaneous item for my goddess? The bracers are pretty cool, but it's even more reinvigoration that I don't need. Nice protection and nice defense, but I'd rather she just killed more. Stone Bird actually kills pretty well. Strength of Wielder not added, though. Strikes up to 8 times per round. It can be used for... this weapon can be used for repelling. I actually wonder if it becomes length 4 because she's so huge. Can't think of a reason why it wouldn't. And again, there's always the Dancing Trident. But that's not really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something that does an aura or area of effect attack. I'm unsure of any of these things that can really do that. The silver arms. 2 extra arms. She is ambidextrous. Hold on. 2 extra arms? I could give her a frost brand and some other thing, like the fire and ice sword. The secret to gods is that they have 4 arms instead of 2 like mortal beings. By attaching these arms, a mortal can get 6 arms. I could even give you another shield. I can't not do this now that I've seen it. Right, I need Earth Fire 3. You are Earth Fire 3. Why can't you make this? Oh, you can make that. Okay, very good. If I'm going to give 2 extra arms to my goddess, what do I want her to hold? I can give her the barrier alongside the awe-inspiring shield, but I want things that do aura effect so that she kills more. Could even give her a 2-handed sword if I think that's the way I want to do it. Like an infernal sword. All 3 with the sword of many colors. The Hell Sword. Don't really want you berserking though, do I? We've already got some unquenching swords going. Demon Whip's not really it. And before it doesn't work and just lose the accessory slot, that'd be sad. You can reset a turn though if something like that happens, but you have to redo everything that turn. Come on, we've got to have a good idea of what to give our goddess here. Entrancement, I don't know what that does. Combat spell, bleh. Too much reading already. Bloodthorn for life drain, not necessary. There is, of course, just the trusty Frostbrand. Very, very handy for just area of effect, but it doesn't add strength of wielder to the cold damage. It's got to be some big bang weapon that just takes out an area. Big bang weapon. There's the snake bladder stick that causes poison. That's a little bit slow, isn't it? Yeah, it is. This one does the stun thing. That's what the big elephant came and squished some of my units with. Well, I don't want to think forever on this one, so unless I'm finding something pretty swiftly, I think I'll just go with the trusty Frostbrand. Yeah, well, can't go wrong with it. Sooth, you know what I need? Give me that Frostbrand. I think I need someone with fire and water in order to make the fire-water sword I'm thinking of. Oh, well, there is Firebrand, actually. Firebrand probably beats Frostbrand. It's more expensive, but it has better stuff. That's it. I think Ember is the sword I was thinking about. Yeah, it gives fire and cold resistance, and then does area frost and fire. That's pretty badass. Pretty badass. Well, firebrand first. Can I actually make the firebrand? Why not? Firebrand requires earth and fire. Ho-hum. You can search for AoE items in the mod inspector. I didn't want to go to that kind of effort. Okay, I think after the turn you're going to make that cool ember sword. And then filling that, I'll still make a frostbrand. Okay, no problems then. She is primed and ready to become even more powerful, as my goddess was born to be. Rio Grande do Sul, you are defended in many ways. You two can just kind of wait here at Pilot Wings Resort for now. I'll spread you out later. Darth Air, you are patrolling Cragfield. My Pizza Tower friends, I'm going to need your help in Fortuna real soon. My friends in the Clamshell Theatre, I'll want you in Winterhell real soon. I'm running out of uses for these guys, so just Colcani for now. These guys, huh? Get over to Cragfield and Hyrule for now. Marvin, go and patrol in Elsewhere. Holy Crackattack, get Preaching in Elsewhere, whilst Neptune constructs my temple, and you two preach. Anthrax, build up the really crappy province defense, and don't take out Goim, take out Red Mines. He almost definitely has a fort here. They always fortify their thrones. But look at that, I'm tearing apart his land and there's nothing he can do about it, and Anthrax doesn't care whose dominion is here. He's wearing the Shroud of the Battle Saint to always be blessed, and he couldn't care less. He's not like a prophet or a god who gets weakened or strengthened by that nonsense. Maria Theresa, you will preach in Celadon, so I get some dominion there. And Bathusma, you know what, for once I could summon allies, but I'm just going to have you auto-site search. Dr. Marsange, continue to amass your army of mindbenders. And Super Pie, you just preach in the North Sea. I have little better for you to do. Could put a laboratory in Celadon, but why? For what purpose? Looking pretty well done now. I'm inclined to agree. I think we're going to march our way up to take Zashai, and then all we need to do is take Thrones after that, because Zashai should stop being a threat. Currently we need 18 points, of which we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not a lot, but it shouldn't be difficult getting too many more of them. Especially if Abaddon can take Cerulean City, and I think Abaddon could. Because I'm going to give Abaddon the shock-resistant shield that I just made for shock resistance of 15. And if I give her another source of shock resist, like a copper plate, I'm a little hesitant to lose both sources of regeneration. Is there another thing I can do that gives shock resistance, like a helmet? Any helmets of shock resistance? Not that I'm seeing. Are you sure? Anyway, something that lets you get in here to Cerulean City and deal with the horrors that are there, and in Harlem, and then it shouldn't be too hard to clean up the victory from there. What research do we even care about at this point? I struggle to imagine. Give me Enchanted Forests. Elemental armor, I guess? That's true. The Corpse Staff. Yeah, that's right. There was a staff that did it. I could actually do that. That would get me all the shock resistance I need to march in there safely. Although currently she's got her work cut out for us defending our lands, huh? All right, Argentina, we're here to take it over. Wait, no, they're here to take it back from me. What? Good luck with that. Counterattack and Fortuna from Zashai. Okay, I don't know what you're planning on doing here. I'm sure they're thinking of something. Oh wait, I know what they're thinking of doing, and it's devilish. They are trying to make my air mage run out of air gems, which he has. I need to get him replenished there, so we need to storm this castle and take it over. Anthrax. He's underground. He sees an army of instantly immolating pale ones and Avites. Alright, well, good luck with that. You're just going to be food for my experience bar. Brep. 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 Food for Anthrax. And the funny thing is they get so exhausted by the heat that many of them collapse before they can escape. I think some of them are aging to death as well. I saw some of them die to aging. Because if they hit this guy and they don't manage to not eat this, I think he can cause them to age to death. Might be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that's a Bane effect. So yeah, all these guys have collapsed over from the heat, sweating themselves to death, and then Anthrax goes and makes sure that they are truly dead. I love you, Anthrax. Underspring. Wait, what? Oh, right, we're being counterattacked by those sea trolls? Jeez, why? Sea trolls do have good dark vision, right? Yeah, dark vision 50, so they don't get quite so massacred by that. They also regenerate even outside of water. But we're mindless, so we're just going to kill them. Thank you. Rio Grande do Sul. Neca's constantly trying to take back what was once theirs, but is no longer theirs. Goodbye. Yeah, get out of here. They want Neca itself. That'll be their god again, right? No, not this time. Brrrt. And Winstein. This is a bit more interesting. Did you get the Bless? Yes. Summon Earth Power. Immediately kill some kind of devil. Yeah, devil decided to jump onto my specifically devil-slaying goddess. I mean, they are serious. They are really serious about killing my god. Personal Iron Skin is down. Yeah, I still worry about that susceptibility to shock. That is the absolute way to kill her. They actually managed to grab her in thorns. Is there a mage doing that? She is taking damage, though. In fact, she's getting poisoned quite a bit. Wait, how is she getting poisoned? She has a poison resistance 15. What in the world is poisoning her? Some very, very unlucky rolls against the barbs, or is her nature mage doing horrible things to her? Possibly. That poison could really stack up and be a problem. I hope she's not going to die to this. Siege Golem is missing us, thankfully. I wonder if it shows the ongoing poison damage here somewhere. Yeah, maybe if I read through all this stuff, but it's a bit beyond. Oh, here we go. Devi of Darkness took 2 poison damage from lingering poison. She has at least 20 poison damage, which is unreal considering she has poison resistance 15. But that's okay. Surely she'll be fine. As long as she destroys these siege columns, because those shatter fists, whew, big magical damage, and we're not ethereal. They're not breaking our armor or our shield here yet, so fight the good fight. Actually, doing a very clever thing by trying to vine my feet, which keeps me locked in place. Do we know anything about Sin, Zashai's god? No, we've not met Sin yet. And we haven't seen them in action. This is why I said she's not very killy. And she's surrounded by all these units, and she is struggling to kill them. She does have the cold aura, which helps a bit, and the sleep aura, that helps as well. And she does have her swords of sharpness, so when she hits things, she hits pretty hard. But she needs to hit a bit harder. There we go. Just go and eat it. Stop doing a little dance and kill them, for God's sake. Good job. Very good job. And Fortuna gets an assassination attempt on who? Rubinauts. Is that someone we know or care about? Oh no, no, that's bad. That is bad. That's my bishop fish. He blesses the whole army and he has quite a lot of items on him. He's also old as balls. And he's being attacked by a bear. That bear could kill him. Maybe. He should bless himself first. So at least he has this, but he can't regenerate. And the only attack he has is his fist. And he's not fisting that bear to death. Well, maybe he'd... Oh! Word of stone on bear. Just paralyze the freaking bear. Alright. Bless the bear to death. You don't mess with the fish. Oh, that was awesome. I thought he was dead to rights there. He should have been. He's just a very, very old fish. Would you eat a 66-year-old fish? Life underneath the waves corresponds in many ways to that on dry land. Priests, as well as warriors and beasts, have their underwater counterparts. The legendary bishop fish is a strange fish with fins resembling priestly robes. A powerful priest, but it cannot leave its maritime realm. But with the power of its amulet of fish and flying carpet, not least of all wearing some dragon scale mail and an ice helmet, it takes the bear out. Ah, wonderful. Okay, deadly disease to kill everyone in Charente. Argentina and Fortuna are both breached. Both of those are good for me. Fortuna has disease afflicting our units, but that's okay. We're about to storm the castle. We should be fine as we are. Good job, Abaddon. Now enjoy your rewards. Your extra arms. Yeah, I can even have 2 bows. That's disgusting. Wow. Come on, that's not ethical. We now have fire, shock, poison, and cold resist. A defense skill of 53. 53? What hits this thing? I think I could get rid of the Thorn Spear at this rate. Repelling is not really the order of business now. But it is still quite good. It's good to be able to repel, and it's good to do poison damage. I think at this point I'm happy to drop my main Gauche of parrying for an Ember Sword to do some area effect damage, which is sorely lacking. So Kickle Cubicle will now forge me the Ember Sword. Ah, and Darius, welcome. How goes the march through your lang? It goes well. Not for my enemies, though. Recht, Abaddon. We lost El Salvador. I'm not surprised at that, right? What exactly was I defending this with? Nothing of note. I'm a bit sad that Abaddon cannot grab the sword next turn because she won't be in a laboratory. Or do I just have Abaddon? No, Abaddon should actually just hold El Salvador and dance around wherever people end up needing her. I just don't want them penetrating into Clock Tower, Albion, and so on and so forth. Maybe to the point where I should add a bit more defense here, although I worry about it. Alright, yeah, go take care of that. I mean, you've just become even more killy. It's ridiculous. You did lose 10% regeneration, but my stance is that all you need is 10%. 20% was overkill. There's also the idea that this headband of woven dreams could go away for something else. But what headgear can I even make that would be superior? The Helmet of Perfection. Casting Eye Vengeance. Again, I'm looking for something that does 25 chill. This cannot be removed, but that is a devastating chill aura. Not sure it's worth it, but that is quite devastating. She already has, or gives herself a chill aura of 13. It's quite the aura. Is there a way to let God hold more items? The amount of items that a unit can hold is one of the things that's the least able to affect, but it can be affected. Depends on the kind of chassis, right? Let's take a regular humanoid. 2 arms, a ranged weapon, head, body, feet, and 2 miscellaneous. But if you take my parasite vines, for example, they're all just vines here. You can only give them 2 arm slots for their parasitic arms. If you have a dumb animal, you can usually just give them a couple of miscellaneous slots and that's it. But there are the copper arm, which gives you an extra arm slot, but it takes over one of your miscellaneous slots. So if you have like a dog and you want that dog to swing a sword, you can slam an arm on it and then give it a sword there. Not a wise thing to do, but you can do it. You could even slam arms onto a fountain. If you have a fountain, and the fountain has 4 miscellaneous slots and nothing else, you could give it arms, and then the fountain can prop out with sword and shield and start doing it. Ancient Presence as well. We talked about that earlier, but we can bring it back, because Ancient Presence is cool. This thing right here, I believe, only has 2 miscellaneous slots, and it's got half-decent attack skill. You can give it arms, and then in addition to eating things, it can swing swords and block and whatnot. So yes, you can give arms, 1 through the copper arm and 2 through the unique silver arms. Beyond that, though, I'm not sure. Oh, right, of course, there's Transformation and Twiceborn. There's a nature spell to transform a beast, although the effects are random. And there's also Twiceborn. Once an enemy dies, if it's Twiceborn, it gets re-risen as a size-dependent white. And the white can be, well, generally a better chassis. If it's large, it can be a terrifyingly good chassis. But we're not doing that, not in this run at least. Anyway, get me Ember so that my goddess kills more, whilst the rest of us continue to clean up house. We are storming Argentina now. Still want to work my way down to Albania. Remember, our goal now is to secure the thrones for victory. Treasure Trove Cove is a throne for victory. I'm going to need another army group at this rate. Almost have the gubbins for another army group back home. How about we prepare ourselves with a few more warlords, and I want to get myself another sleeper. Summon sleeper? I need that. That needs 4, doesn't it? Ellie. Sorry, L. L? Terranigma's L? Oh, man. Best romance in any game ever. Terranigma. Ark and L. Give me the sleeper. He's just a damn good leader of units. At this rate, I'm going to want another worm that walks, but I'll let my gems charge up a bit and then thug them out and get ready for combat once more. I'll also need my bishop fish to leave the waters. That's an air check. Sleuth, please fabricate me an amulet of fish. And then once Kickle Cubicle is done making Ember, I'm going to need another flying carpet to get the conscripted prefect out of the water. I want him kitted out much like the previous one, so I want basic armor, basic helmet. Do I have anything like that? Not really, so... There's a basic helmet. And I quite like this as my basic armor, even though it's not cheap. The regeneration is nice. Especially on the old coot that he is. Black steel plate has movement penalty, but I don't think that affects the magic carpet. So if that's the case, why not give him armor of knights? Very clever. Armor of knights. So that has you at the ready, and we'll worry about how we deck out Army Group 3's worm that walks later on. Stonex and Derwin. Get down to Argentina, because you'll be protecting that. I'm also going to need some preaching help down in Argentina shortly. Alright, that's fine. Neptune in Winterhell, just get preaching. Same with little friends, all of you. Please preach away. Neptune's been around for a while. He doesn't exactly do combat, but he's got 55 experience. He's doing well in life. Bathusma. I believe I told you to auto-site search. Why are you not doing that? Anthrax. Build up the province defense here, and yeah, as expected, there's a fort on the Endless Caverns. That does not stop me from raising hell, though. We're going to go and raise the Caves of Mira. And if I so want, I could continue to raise hell above ground, but I'm interested in raising hell below ground. Should I, though? Shouldn't I consider raising hell above ground? The problem is that sword is one of a kind, the one that automatically casts heat from hell. I think if I need to damage my opponent, we need to cripple him underground, and that's exactly what we're working on. He owns a lot of ground underground, but every non-fortified province I'm going to raise. And then slam so much province defense that he would have to actually dedicate an army underground to deal with it. And if he dedicates an army underground, then I'm going to have Anthrax kill them all. Alright, good. Glad we have an understanding. Lizard, you patrol over there. Maharaja Nick and Salix. Get yourself down to Argentina, please. Yeah, that should be fine. How's it going on the Dominion fight? Ah, okay, we are growing. Unfortunately, I don't think we're growing faster than Neca's shrinking, so Zashai is continuing to absorb Dominion better than we are. That's a problem, but it's a problem we're actively solving. I can also probably recruit more Scorched Templars at the cost of some of my Moose Cavalry. Max them out and then get some Moose Cavalry, but not to the point where we overspend. There we go. Alright, very good. I'm going to storm this castle, storm this other castle, and continue rampaging underground, and send Abaddon into El Salvador. Still concerned about Abaddon taking that poison damage. I'm sure she's fine, but how did she get poisoned? Can you play as a door like in Caves of Kud? You mean a literal door, like on hinges and it swings? You don't play as anybody, you simply command units in service of your god. You're not even playing as your god. But your god can be a pillar, a rock, a fountain, and there are inanimate objects that can be part of your army. Right, nothing is found. Rio Grande do Sul. Back. And we should have that one. Nary a problem. Once again, Neca, yeah, their god comes in and the gods get destroyed, and they're not very happy about it. What is left of Volcanon? He's continually losing his Earth access. Come to think of it, he's an Earth 8 mage. How in the world does he have Protection 3? He should at least have natural... Oh! I was under the impression that you actually got extra natural protection simply from having more Earth. Anyway, one shot in his face and he's going to become a dragon. I think the ending to that awful Star Wars movie was like this. And then he takes off, he comes back here, and then there's no more dragon. Love it. And he just takes province defense out, no big deal. The Caves of Mira. I'm always happy to see Anthrax doing his thing. He burns the land and everyone inside it. Should be level 3 by now, right? Oh, he's getting there. 100 experience and he will be there. Oh, he's having a hard time finding enough souls to kill. Fortuna. So Zashai doesn't want me taking Fortuna. He's going to have to bring a bit more than that, though. Yeah, I think we're starting to topple our foes now. Oh my, Charance. Ah. So I defended Charance pretty heavily, but he's attacking it pretty heavily. Wait, what just flew up into the sky? Devils. Oh, my goddess is going to have a thing or two to say about this. We shot the devils to death. If my leadership hadn't been routed, there was a chance here. Was there really? I mean, come on, he's bringing his experienced big monkeys here. Maybe there wasn't that much of a chance. Charance is in trouble. That is a lot for my goddess to deal with. A hell of a lot. And I didn't put her in a position where she could pick up her better weapon. Oh well, Pilot Wings Resort, that's not a problem. Although we stole their staff. That's kind of cool. Who stole the staff? You did, Softcakes. Give that back. You're not allowed to keep it. Winstein. Oh, wow. Yeah, they certainly brought a lot into Winstein. I just got in. What's the TLDR of this random nation? Our random nation are a bunch of little hobbits that have been taken over by mind-draining parasites, granting them height and power at the expense of no longer being able to think. And some of them ride around on the moose. The moose can think, but the riders cannot. Our units are quite powerful, but they have a lot of big downsides, in particular against projectiles. We've dealt with most of these downsides, but it's been an uphill battle, so we never really snowballed as much as we want to. One of our biggest strengths is that we don't retreat. Oh, hey, look at that. My goddess was here. Abaddon, the Devi of Darkness, has done a lot of heavy lifting for this nation. Alright, good job. Hang on, that was at Winstein? I guess we're fine. Winstein comes and fails, and then there are the fortress battles, of course. Well, it's always nice to find and kill some leadership. Body etherealing or not. Oh wow, they did not take long for them to start running. Yeah, they're javelin throwers. They have nowhere to run, by the way. If you retreat in a fortress fight, you just die. Maybe that doesn't apply to flyers? I'm not sure about that one. Maybe stealthy units as well, but in general, you retreat in a fortress fight, you dead. Yeah, look at that, 22, 131. Yeah, they had nowhere to go. Argentina, that was another fort that we're taking here. With a considerably smaller army, but admittedly this one starts with Storm, so their ability to do ranged attacks goes down. I need to remember to replenish the air gems on my air mage as part of Army Group 2. Or Army Group 1, I can't remember which one's which now. Deadly diseases, sneaking. Sharance has been breached already. Okay, so Sharance is in trouble. Wasn't Abaddon meant to be there in Sharance? I thought Abaddon moved into El Salvador. I guess I'm fortunate that that didn't happen, because this allows Abaddon to cast away main gauche of parrying and grab Ember. And now she kills. Yeah, she's got 2 shields to block with and 4 weapons to attack with. The Thorn Spear can still repel and poison. This still buffs up her defense. The Ember also buffs up defense massively. Does area frost, area fire, area more frost. Now, honestly, I could get rid of the other main gauche of parrying as well, but I like the fact that she's almost untouchable. She probably got pushed back by the enemy army. Is that a real thing? She was in Winstein. There was a battle in Winstein that we won. Why was she involved in that battle? I didn't set her to patrol, unless I accidentally did. So is that a real thing? You can try and leave, but the enemy attacks and it stops you from leaving? Well, I hope it doesn't happen again. I need to ruin Sharance now. She's going to liberate Sharance, surely. Sharance has a lot of my dominion, so she'll be very strong here. Little tempted to drop the Shield of Gleaming Gold in favor of... It's worth noting the encumbrance is actually really high on her. Guess I'm very, very glad she has so much rejuvenation. She'll be fine. Alright, yeah, you need to get to Sharance and liberate Sharance. I don't have an army for that currently, and I don't want to start losing ground to Zashai of all nations. However, we did manage to secure Fortuna. The supplies are ours, and as I mentioned, I want Seymour Guado to fill the bellies of our followers with wine. Could anybody else fill our bellies with wine? Well, we need to fill Toilet Genie with air gems, which I constantly struggle with, so how about we actually make more air gems. It's like the gem that we lack the most of. Yeah, just fill up entirely. I'm pretty sure you're not going to die on me. Caligula, you should also grab some nature gems while you're there. The road ahead is long and arduous. Phobos, give us a temple. Greater Dane, preach the enemy dominion away. And the rest of you, including my beloved Bishop Fish and Cao Cao. Actually, do you think you could take a Gate Cleaver? You think more of you could take Gate Cleavers? Why do you have the Axe of Sharpness, Seymour Guado? Did I ever give you a proper shield? I like him having the shield. It helps him stay alive, so I'm a little tempted to not give him a Gate Cleaver in favor of him living longer. In that case, let's hand out some more Gate Cleavers. Because Jake likes Gate Cleavers a lot. I could give the Bishop Fish a Gate Cleaver. That might not be a bad idea. Currently, he really doesn't have a weapon. Alright, there you go. If you ever engage somebody in combat, paralyze them with prayer, and then split their head in two with an armor-negating axe. And now suddenly we have 1488 siege power. We should be able to one-turn pop any castle. And Zashai's capital is any castle. I'm still thinking maybe I want some more supplies for my team, but I can't really give any more supplies. Again, the parasitic creatures have no way to store miscellaneous items, and Seymour Guado won't stack 2 different bags of wine. It's alright though, 240 supply usage will be fine. One turn pop Lindum and continue heading north. Dunk Province defense up to 41. Yeah, so Lindum, Mesa, Zashai. And that'll rip his capital out and stop him from recruiting his Ultra Monkeys. Now that does not stop him recruiting the rest of his army. As you can see, Zashai owns land from Amity Airfield all the way around to the Rifts. So he owns a lot of land, but we are fighting him on that front. In terms of raw provinces, he's losing, we're gaining. It's got to be good for us, right? Can Masters continue to preach in Winterhell? Same with Meng Huo. Very tempted to put some fortifications here. It's money I can spare, and I really don't like the idea that he can counterattack. Would he ever counterattack? He'd be far more concerned about Zashai, surely. And I'm heading up to Zashai. Yeah, believe we'll be okay. Anthrax took the Caves of Mira. I'm going to just flood that with province defense, and then we're going to take the Deep Gorge Cavern. Anthrax is doing wonderful work in reducing his amount of provinces and increasing my own. Sayaka, is that a Gate Cleaver? It is. Yes, because you joined up with the rest of the team, didn't you? You certainly did. This team's pretty badass. The Worm Mage is almost out of gems. How are you even running low on gems? You should use your 2 natural air gems to give me mass regeneration and then nothing else, right? Maybe not. I just had a thought. Sid Meier shouldn't have a Gate Cleaver. It takes away his glossy shield, and I need that to repel any arrow that might come and strike him. Still weird that he can have boots, though. Supply usage is actually negative for you guys. Here's my brilliant plan. Sid Meier is going to surrender his Cauldron of Broth. And I'm going to really wonder why he has a water lens. Why does he have a water lens? He can't even use that temporary water gem. And then Seymour Guado is going to take the enormous Cauldron of Broth. Your combined siege strength is 776. An eye catcher for Paperboy. Also a bow of war. I don't want these things. Contemplating the Gate Cleaver aspect here. Derwin's Stone Axe. Yeah, I want to be able to bring walls down faster, so take the remaining Gate Cleaver. And work as an entire team. Alright, good enough. Where are we going? The target is Albania, of course. That's where the throne is. So we just work our way south to Albania. Pocket circuit, Ulm, Albania. From Albania, we circle around probably Moon Cavern, Gilligan's Island, Deception Island, and that's 2 additional thrones for us. And then from there, I don't even think I bother with the rest of this land. I highly doubt with this he's able to bounce back with anything of note. And my... I really wish I had thugs to take care of this. I want better thugging. Someone that can just run in and secure entire provinces. I know a guy called Wraithlord who could do that. But yes, to Albania, to Deception Island. And then probably to Treasure Trove Cove, and then I'm grabbing 3 additional thrones. I would like my god to take Cerulean City and Haarlem. And of course we have Acre to worry about as well. But I think we're on the right path. We better be on the right path. Maharaja Nick, I need a temple here. Furude and Big Al, get preaching please. Salix, get preaching as well please. Kickle Cubicle, is there anything left to even consider forging? How about a perfect helmet? A reinvigorate, oh it's negative reinvigoration. It gives heat and fire shield. Is the negative reinvigoration worth this for my god? Goddess. It's another aura. It won't work in the cold though, but you can freeze or burn people. It's a real thing. Or we can just have tons of chill and none of the downsides of the other thing. Oh, hello. Crown of the Elements. Gives even more shock resistance. And boosts your skill in elemental paths. Elemental gems. What, is that one of every elemental gem? That's pretty hardcore. That is badass. You telling me I can just make this? Wow. Okay, well there's the new crown for Abaddon. Goodbye Sleep Aura. Hello, whatever I just told you to make. You tell me I don't have a spare hammer for it? I think I can stop making gate cleavers, okay? Kickle Cubicles using the rarer gems. It's really cool, but I do hope you get to Charance. If you block me in Winstein again, I'm in trouble. Clearly he's serious about Winstein, by the way. Maybe I should reinforce it even more. I'm still worried about Clock Tower and Albion and Corpse Rot Passage. They've all got the extra units to patrol them. I just wonder if it's enough. Well, I hope that it's enough. Sleuth, you get researching, and my new conscripted prefect. Take your armor, your fish thing, and I don't have the magic carpet for you. Kickle Cubicle's meant to make it, but Kickle Cubicle is busy making a crown for my beloved god. S. Ach, she'll be fine. Arnold J. Rimmer and Glover. I actually want some additional backup on these vulnerable provinces. Runic and L, just get defending. You are my new sleeper agent, by the way. I need to double check what I equip my sleepers with. Iron Face and Hydra Skin armor and those cool boots. Iron Face, the cool boots. I'm going to need one of those Hydra Skin armors. I don't have enough nature gems, that's funny. I will next turn though. I tend to also give you some supplies. And yeah, you'll be pretty fine with that. And I want another worm that walks, but yeah, I'm waiting a lot of nature gems. Funny that. Keep spending my nature gems on nonsense. It'll be fine. Air gems would also be nice. For now, I actually want you to take charge of the army. You can have a lot of... Oh, that's right, that's right. We love giving these guys the crown of command, but I guess we have to pass on that for now. And honestly, you shouldn't take command of those things. They're kind of rubbish for a lot of reasons. Take another few more of those. Just wait for now. So much for auto site search. Are you even site searching around here? Go and site search some more. Alright, I really, really hope that 1, Abaddon can make it to Charance, and 2, Abaddon can win in Charance. Hopefully the addition of Ember helps out a lot. Earth Power, Breath of Winter, Iron Skin, Quicken, Sharpness. Yeah, they're all the right call for her, of that I'm quite certain. Were you going to cast Nature's Bounty? I don't think I need it. And it's going to cost me loads of nature gems that I don't really have. So I'm passing on it, even though it's worth tons of money. There was a 70-round combat there. Probably my goddess. Alright, we got the Conjuration and nothing else. Isengard, Zashai. Okay, well, Zashai just sent in some madmen. Where's the COD guy? Go on, where is he? I know you're... There he is. Igor the Dog, the Mad Priest. With sheer power of madness, he actually became sacred. His followers are not. They're just insane. It's one of those completely useless units. I cannot think of any way you make this into something useful. He is naked. He's human. He's got completely human stats, except he's worse than a human. He's like a non-militia human. He's got terrible, terrible stats. He is unbreakably moraled, but he's magic being, so he's harder to command. He swings a cod. It's one of the worst chassis possible. Okay, maybe a giant beetle is the worst chassis, but come on. What do you do with that thing? But it's cool that it's cool to have those weird little dudes. Alright, if it's not Zashai attacking me, it's probably not relevant. So Pocket Circuit is... Oh, no, this is me attacking. Okay, never mind. Damn, all these colors all look alike. I love having Storm when my enemies are flying but not Storm immune. Those Griffins, useless. Ooh, hey, they brought a Cave Drake. Those guys have some siege strength, and you don't have to pay them. Unfortunately, they do need to eat. Do they count as an animal? Yeah, they do. Animals only need to eat half the amount of food. Probably a change introduced for the mounts. I don't recall it being that way in Dominions 5. Those Unseelie Knights are still really freaking good, though. It's just knowing that they cost 3 nature gems each. I don't think I'll be relying on them in the future, unless I truly need to. Because every loss, you feel the pain. Whereas a Scorched Templar, I shrug. I recruit like 11 of these a turn, but recruiting 11 Knights would be a lot of gems. Even so, let's keep an eye on Anthrax. Anthrax sees units. Anthrax sees the units burn before they even get to him. And then they die. Oh, he's trying to do Stellar Decree. So remember, we're undead, so we can be banished. But with magic resistance 18, the odds of that actually doing anything to us? Pretty low. Stellar Decree. Penetration rolls 11. So we naturally already have a 7 boost over it. So he has to get an explosive dice roll to even start getting rid of us. And even if he does, it doesn't kill us. It just does damage. And we regenerate. Because we're just not fair. Right, Charance. So, our goddess has arrived. And she's got her work cut out for her. That's a lot of filthy, stinking apes. But they're apes that have been on the war march for a while, so they are well experienced. Some of them have afflictions and such. Some of them have broken equipment, which is funny. What about the commanders? Rather a few enemy commanders. What are we looking at here? We have to take on Albert Wesker. We've got Greg. GLaDOS is there. Steve Burnside is there. There's our Abaddon, of course. Oh, God, that's so good. Zinx is there as a Mound King. Soda Popinski. Voryat. Forever Lona. And Duifko are there. It's a lot of units. Well, give it your all, Abaddon. Summon the Earth Power. Why are you... Oh, right. So, because this is massive amounts of Dominion for us, our maximum hit points are higher than our current hit points. Normally, we just heal that at the start of the turn, but because there's combat, we have to heal it up in combat. But that's why we regenerate. Yeah, I want regeneration on virtually any important unit. If I can. Sometimes you can't, and sometimes you don't bother, like Wraithlord. It's cold here, so Breath of Winter is going to be more useful than normal. Iron Skin no longer gives us vulnerability to shock resistance. We have 15, it goes down to 10, which is still really good. Also makes you less likely to get paralyzed by shock. There are very few weaknesses left on Abaddon, by the way. She could still be killed, cheaply as well, but not easily. These units can't even attack Abaddon because she still has awe due to having the Shield of Gleaming Gold. She's healing 40 a turn. Come on, this isn't fair. And now that she has area of effect attacks, boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. She's just taking down entire squares. Now, there are still a lot of squares for her to kill. Nobody's arguing that. But it's wonderful for me that she's killing them, because this is an army that I'm going to deal with someday. And if Abaddon kills it, it's stuff that my real army doesn't need to take attrition to. And Abaddon's encumbrance, she is building up fatigue, because she generates 18 per turn, and she only gets rid of 15... I think you get an initial 2 reduction. So what happens per turn? 40 goes to 41, goes to 42. Okay, she could last 100 rounds in combat. I wish she could have Soul Vortex. Oh my god, if Abaddon had Soul Vortex, she'd be unstoppable. But Jake, how do you kill such a thing? Soul Slay. Mind Burn, Soul Slay. She has great magic resistance, but she couldn't stand up to an army of Astral Mages constantly Soul Slaying her. She would die. And Soul Slay's a one-hit kill as well. But yeah, good luck getting an army of half-decent Astral Mages to take her out. And good luck scripting them to Soul Slay her, because they like to go off-script. A lot. She killed 208, she sent even more of them packing, probably dying on retreat. Main unfortunate thing is not killing a lot of their commanders, but 2 of their chieftains went down. Mostly I'm interested in taking care of their sacreds. The overgrown Lunares, we killed about half of them. Those are the sacreds. Alright, far from a problem. Lindum. That's me. Yeah, you got nothing on me. Caves of Mira. So they're trying to retake the lands that we took. But like I said, this guy is complacent. Oh, he brings ghosts, though. Ghosts are not complacent. Ghosts are amazing units. They have no protection, and because they are spirit-formed, they cannot be made, for example, iron-skinned to give them protection. But they have chunky hit points. They are ethereal. They're chilly, they're scary, and they have really good defense skills, so it's hard to hit them. And of course they life drain, so they heal. Ghosts are really good. But if you just surround them, they will die. Why am I routed? Oh man. Okay, I need my enemy to rout before I do, but he's not routing. Oh wait, we have one berserking unit. There's one berserker. Could chase down and destroy my foes, right? No, because this guy is gonna clean up. Oh, if he ever comes to his senses, I'm in trouble. Maybe you can go and kill this guy, but it's not gonna happen, is it? So one problem with sending Abaddon into the underground, not Abaddon, the Bane guy, is that I can't reinforce these with actual leaders. So one of the big problems I have with my province defense is if the commanders go, all these mindless arseholes just disappear, and that triggers an immediate rout for me. But that's okay. It's part and parcel of me being down here. I could go and retake Mira, but I won't bother. We'll just continue raiding through his lands. Can you show the Hall of Fame? Sure. I don't think we've had a single entry there. Here we go. Look, it's full of Zashai. Johnny Bravo, but he's dead. Liar Tassoni, she's alive. Dwayne Powers, dead. Kane, dead. And they got a lot of living people here with tons of experience. Why am I not getting in here? Junen Selectimo, the dead toads are there. But yeah, you've got to get more experience in this. I think we're going to have our Banefire guy on this list pretty soon. The reason I don't get there is because my units are mindless, so they don't build up experience, so they don't join the Hall of Fame. That said, though, I'm still surprised that, say, my Worm Mage isn't on the list. Or Paperboy isn't on the list. Paperboy's got 126 experience. He's pretty close. But Lube would need to die. Anthrax should make it. There's no good reason that he can't. Alright, the Baltic Sea. So we're still being attacked in the waters. Not exactly with the most adept underwater fighters. Vine Men, Gelatinous Cube, and a freaking Siege Golem. Though we won't be able to land a hit to save his life. Was that a... Who brought a projectile? The Ethereal Crossbow is a soul-slaying weapon. This is a beautiful one-shot killer. But it can still be resisted. It can pierce all armor and slay the soul of anyone hit. And it can be used underwater. Whoa, you are messed up. I don't think Shiloh is long for this world. Because my Triton Warrior... The Triton Warriors, these dudes right here, they're pretty good. The troopers, rather. The Triton Guards are a bit whatever, because they're naked, but the ones in the good armor, yeah, they're pretty decent. Now, kill the Vine Men. Blip. Kill the Siege Golem. He will be a problem with 24 protection, but we use piercing weapons, so we should be able to get through it. Hopefully. This thing can swallow an entire square, if it lives. It lives. I've always wondered if it spits out the units that it ate, and I think it did. Probably. Yeah, there we go. Gelatinous Cube trampled you and ate you. You got digested a bit, but then you popped back out and you're still alive. Right, kill these things and hopefully kill that supposed hero. He's not very good underwater, so his combat speed is severely reduced. If I can kill this Siege Golem... Well, I've lost my bearings here. Lost more than my bearings. We kill this thing, which might prove difficult. We can kill him. But yeah, who would have thought we're better in the water than that freak? Ah, damn, he's routed. This thing is mindless. It should just dissolve. Why is it not dissolving? It must be a... No, why is it not dissolving? Damn it. Okay, now it's dissolving. Can we chase this guy out before he runs away? Kill him, kill him, kill him. Yeah, Lube must die. Oh, it's not Lube, it's Shiloh. There we go. Just freed up a slot on the Hall of Fame. Excellent. We stole all of his goods for the Shambler Chief. That's amazing. Actually, that's really good. So these guys, Zaid and Factoria Engineer, just stole a bunch of goods. Spider Amulet, that crossbow of Grave Dangers. The Sea King Goblet is good. Shambler Skin is... Oh, I didn't realize this. That's much better. I should make Shambler Skin the armor for my bishops. That gives them air breathing. I thought you needed to make the amulet, but this is much cheaper. It doesn't require air. Oh, that's handy. And then there's this very, very poisonous dagger. Yeah, that kills everything. That kills like even inanimates with poison resistance. You can poison a table to death with this thing. Pretty cool. Bring it back to Seafoam so we can deposit it into a laboratory, please. And I will reward this province defense with more funding for being successful there. There's sort of a Hall of Fame score, and it's about more than experience. Yeah, there's things like dying and coming back to life, adding more to it. But experience is only the real number. Is only the number that we can count, really. And Zashai into Fortuna. Yeah, we got that. Zashai have a lot of resources, but as long as I can kill their freaking armies, we'll whittle them right down. Lindblom? I just arrived in Lindblom. Okay, good. That's the one-turn breaching I'm talking about. We arrive, and we can immediately storm the castle. And our supply usage is very gingerly. It's way down there. Which is good, because Black Mesa is a desert, or a wasteland, so it doesn't have a lot of supplies for us, and that's where we're heading next. Alright, very good. This team has taken Pocket Circuit. Pocket Circuit gets its units, and I continue to... Wait, Ulm? Yes, we take Ulm on the way to Albania. Ulm will probably take a couple of turns to break through, maybe even more, because it's very well defended. And some of you come over here, please. You preach, you also preach, and we're going to need some reinforcements for these provinces. Thank you, please. Fortuna needs preaching. Fortuna needs rather a lot of preaching. But we're working on that. Abaddon, excellent work. Truly excellent. I was planning on dropping the main gauche of parrying because your defense skill is already ludicrous. And giving you something a bit more killy. What would be more killy? That's right, I wanted to give you that helmet as well. Or the crown, rather. You deserve this very regal-looking crown. Now, with a shock resistance of 25, I actually think you can go and secure Cerulean City for me. But I don't think I should do that, because currently we have a big problem with monkeys. I might actually just leave Charant undefended so that you can go and periodically kill those bloody monkeys. So if you just head over to El Salvador, preferably with an additional weapon. I like a good additional weapon for you. Maybe you do keep the main gauche of parrying. I could give you another shield? That's ridiculous. Actually ridiculous. I'm not giving you 3 shields. What do I give you, though? Hey all, says Kutchin. I logged into my Twitch account after years. I had you in my followers from way back when you did the Mingles in EU4. Now that is ancient. One of my favorite memories from that game. I hope you're all doing well. I'm certainly doing well. It's been quite the roller coaster, but we will ascend our god. Oh, it's one random elemental gem, I see. I need to make it very clear that you do not use gems. I want to give you something other than the main gauche of parrying, but... Ah, that's right. I was planning on giving you a fire sword, wasn't I? Kickle Cubicle is able to make those. Yeah, here we go. Firebrand is pretty good. That's pretty heavy area damage. Well, what about Leeching Darkness? Nah. Get the fire stuff in there. Weakness? Fire and weakness? No, get the Firebrand. Frostbrand. Loads of area damage off of Abaddon is good. But yeah, I think we keep the defense low here. Maybe just a little bit to tease them in. And then when they go in, we just wipe their army. And we wipe it again and again until they're so weak that Army Group A, when they're done circling around here, can punch up to very little resistance. They have a lot of big armies scattered around. There are 180 here, 370 here, 380 here, 400 here. But yeah, I gotta spend money to make money, or however we want to look at things. I only have 1 Abaddon, and I have not yet got everything I need to make my next army group. Thought I wanted to make another Shambler armor thing, right? Hydra skin armor. Glover. Yeah, keep the patrolling going on here. Arnold J. Rimmer, patrol in Albion. Orbulon, Corpse Rock Passage, please. Shopper, you just wait. I'll have uses for you later. Soon, very soon, new army group arrives. I'm looking forward to using it already. Kinda wish I had more Lance Knights. Ooh, hold on. We're making so many temples, I can have even more of my Scorched Templars. This is quite good. Well, this is very good, actually. But I need the Worm That Walks. Yeah, the Worm That Walks is the critical part in all of this, aren't they? There is the idea that I could make another one of my flying dudes. Toilet Genie. But Toilet Genie needs a lot of fluffing up, doesn't he? Yeah. Well, we've got to make do. Here's the thing. Storm eliminates half of the projectiles. This guy's air barrier blocks 80% of them. I think it's more important to me to make another Staff of Storms than it is to do anything else to improve the survivability of the rest of my units. Because, yeah, projectiles remain a problem for us. And that means... How do we make those again? Yeah, it's an air magic 5 thing. So it's something Cubicle needs... something Toilet Genie needs to do. And this army is currently on the warpath. I won't be able to make that for a while. Concerning. Oh, I also want my magic carpet. That's another thing that I struggle on. Well, I want my firebrand first. Toilet Genie burns all your air gems currently. He's not doing too bad for that these days. 24... 27. I swear they're burning more of them than they're allowed to, though. Is there some weird thing where they're not using their temporary nature gems before they burn these gems? Because something's going on with the consumption of gems. Something weird, I'm telling you. Anyway, we're storming this castle. We're working our way down to Ulm. And I don't really care that I have nothing to focus research on. I already have my winning strategy. Volcano would be the greatest legend ever. Pretender gods are not allowed in the Hall of Fame. Nico Bellic was attacked by an enemy mage and was killed. Who was Nico Bellic? Whoever they were in Pizza Tower, so I don't think they were that relevant. I think they were a priest, because I wouldn't have left this place with no priests. Right, Ulm. We're making our way over to Ulm. Not the Ulm adjacent to our home. There was another Ulm, capital of nation Ulm. Don't know what those elephants are doing here. Neca, hey, you know this guy? Volcanon? He's losing a lot of earth magic. Oh, the poor guy's gone limp. Flying units can limp units can still fly, you know. Come to me. Okay, he just disappeared. I think one of these guys started bleeding. Oh, yeah. This guy got shot in the eye. No, the dragon, actually. The dragon smashed you in the eye. You're fine, though. It'll grow back. We have Gift of Healing. We kill your god once again, and Rio Grande do Sul, that's nothing, really. Umbor, that's our attack, right? Ah, Anthrax. Always a joy to see Anthrax take to the field. I just wish Anthrax was fighting bigger enemies. One thing that you can do to Anthrax, actually, is interrupt his spell cap. I need to see that again. One thing you can do is immediately fly and attack Anthrax, and that will stop his spell casting. So he does Phoenix Fire, great, but you could just immediately go in as these, what are they called, Schlotties? Zots. The Zots come in to try and stop him. What's the problem with attacking this guy? Especially with, well, length 2? Bane fire damage is a bit of a problem. Let's see how it works for them. The Zots hit the King of Banefires on the shield and body with a club. It did no damage, because you rolled 20 damage and we rolled 49 protection. But you hit my Banefire shield. The Banefire shield did 13 and 22 for 35, and you protected roll 8. You got deleted. What a cruel and unfair world. Should have brought a longer weapon. So yeah, I somehow think they don't interrupt Anthrax. Zots are often called bat people. They resemble small humans with the head and wings of a bat. It is said the Zots once came from Shibala, a great cavernous realm underneath the forest of Mictlan. The Zots live in caverns, are rarely seen in the surface world. They're sensitive to cold, and they go into torpor if exposed to cold climates. Well, they're going to be happy next to my Bane fire, aren't they? Also, here's another effect. So this guy didn't die from the Bane. Yeah, hit by the Bane fire shield, took 1 point of damage, but he did not manage to resist the Bane effect. And what that is doing is it is rapidly aging him. Something like 5 years. Yeah, 5 years every few minutes or something. The maximum age of one of these things is 100. He will die to old age. If we let him live that long. We won't. Goodbye. Yeah, good job, Anthrax. You're You're well on your way to the Hall of Fame. He gets his invulnerability. I need to check if he actually has inherent vulnerability. And then these guys who are busy being set fire to because it's so bleeding hot down here. Good luck getting a nice cold breeze. And we're not healing, we're actually getting our fatigue reduced by our soul vortex thing. And then they all die. The AI can get very confused about targeting people. It's confusing me. And I feel like he might waste too much time doing all this and end up retreating. And this guy could die on retreat if he wastes too much time. Like, what is he doing? He's just dancing around. Maybe I should tell him to attack closest so he stops doing this weird dance. I'm going to try that. That was an Umbor, right? Anthrax, when you're done doing that, could you please attack closest enemies, please? Yeah, I think he is just dancing around and enjoying his time there. He's not in the Hall of Fame, though. What does it take? It'd be nice if you could see, like, the next most likely Hall of Fame member. But yeah, currently we don't have anybody here, and I would like at least somebody here. Ah, well, good job. Anyway, whilst we're down here, let's put these crappy province defenses in, and then have you destroy... I can actually have you emerge in the Loch Ness and actually aim aid army group Ulm. But I think it's superior to disrupt Zashai rather than continue to crush the poor and, frankly, bollocked elephant people. I'll take the Gold Crags, though. Gold Crags, Nether, see if I can get to Realm of Silence, but your movement speed's not very hot, so I'll probably just have to double back to Umbor. Unless... It'd be kind of cool if you emerged here and helped out. Because I got some massive armies here that need to be turned into not massive armies. So what if we go Realm of Silence... Palia? What are you doing, Palia? This is where you've done your thing, isn't it? Bandarlog is a fort. Palia is probably a fort. Anyway, emerge from the caverns and then you can slaughter some of these armies. That would really help out Abaddon. Castle Shikigami. Zashai is at it again, but they bring practically nothing. And they die. And then there's Fortuna, where they send a single Bane. And then there's our fight in Lindum. Does being in the Hall of Fame give any bonuses? Yes. You get a heroic bonus. It's random what you get, and it's usually good, but it is sometimes bad. Can be bad, I suppose, in some niche cases. Anyway, it's usually good. Let's leave it at that. Wish I'd looked at one that we saw earlier now. Defense up, dead insurance. Ulm is severely damaged, curing, and lots of other things. Okay, very good. So let's look at one of these heroes. If they live, Imperator Julius? No, I can't actually select them. Okay, you'll have to take my word for it. They get some heroic ability. Maybe Anthrax can finally get one during all of this. So, Abaddon, you're just going to dance in El Salvador and laugh at the oncomers? I have a new sword for you, you know. You could build a laboratory here. Yeah, go on. We have money to burn. Here's a lab. You can pick it up next turn. And then hopefully I can eventually get Banefire out to destroy these armies, because he doesn't need Dominion. My god does. Well, does my god need Dominion? I think my god could actually win out here. I just don't want to risk Abaddon's life, so build a laboratory there instead. We still need to preach in Fortuna. Fortuna is not ecumenical enough. Kickle Cubicle. I believe I needed a magic carpet. Need is a relative term, but I do want a magic carpet. Please make me a magic carpet. I don't have much for you to do, just research. The entire army here has taken Lindum. Lindum gets provincially defended. We are one step away from Zashai's capital, which is a pretty huge thing to take. I don't have fire resistance. Acre is problematic. Acre has snakes, scorpion beasts, and whatnot. Abaddon has fire resistance. Lots of fire resistance. Abaddon could go and destroy that place. But Abaddon is currently on Operation Keep Me Safe in the south. I think once Banefire, or rather Anthrax, appears from the gateway to the cavern and secures Oberdin Besaid and Bob on Battlefield, then Abaddon can freely take Cerulean and Harlem, and that's going to be a massive boost for our ascension. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 18. We're on our way. Bethusma or whatever, please search for magical sites. Big Al and Furure Rika, get preaching while you're there, please. The siege will finish next turn, and then we go and storm the place. Then Albania is ours. Agent J here. Agent Chieftain here. Get over there. Ryu, go and aid in Ulm, please. And we're good. It's one of the ways to get level 3 priests. I'm not aware of that one. I would love to know more ways to get level 3 priests, because currently bishop thing is the only way I really know. There is a unique item that can boost priestly powers, but that's going way too over and beyond for it. Right, they attack. They attack El Salvador, which I, of course, left my goddess protecting. Oh, right, I was wondering why in the world these popped out, but yeah, your crown gives you 1 to 3 random small elementals, who are honestly not going to do much here. Wait, does that do it every turn? Every round? The summoning rate will dissipate after 25 rounds. That's cool. It's unnecessary, but it's cool. Holy crap, that is something. Wow. Elementals normally cost you a gem each, and I think they'd come out a bit smaller than size 5. It presents new battlefield targets. Half of them are ethereal as well. That's not even fair. Resurrecting your old prophet. Whoa, they keep their priestly levels from that? Awesome. What's the spell for resurrection? It's not something I think I've ever used. This is insane! All of these for free. And that's a vanilla item, Jesus. Oh well, pretty cool to just scoop up and destroy the monkey breath. He attacks me in Fortuna as well. Yeah, he's not going to do anything with that. Black Mesa. That's us just running through and destroying his wastes. Pretty grim place to be. So for 1 month, my army marches through this. Looks like they have to subsist off of roast cactus and aloe vera. But that's okay, because Paperboy has it covered. Wait, it's not Paperboy, is it? It's, Seymour Guado. Drink from Seymour Guado's bag of wine. I think Caligula also has the wine. This is not a good place for Parasites to be, right? Well, we don't appear to be starving there, at least. Rio Grande do Sul is just an easy beat back. Realm of Sight. Oh, well, come on now. I always watch my main man Anthrax do his thing. Ah, units. Ah, burning units. Including naked cavemen. Actually naked. I thought they wore furs. Cavemen are awful. Low skills. Large, dumb, useless guys. And for that, they die. There are just some units which are inherently better than others. It's like real life. Okay, this is much better, because he's told to fight closest. Closest, I believe, just means closest to the left side of the screen. Or the right, whichever you started on. So now he's not doing ridiculous dances, he's just systematically working his way through. Because I worry, if he spends like 150 turns killing enemies, he'll retreat. The only way to stop that retreat, I believe, is to be Berserk. I'm not even sure Mindless can overcome that retreat order. But good job. And Argentina. Neca wants it back. Neca's not getting it back. Someone had to want Argentina. Ulm is breached, so Ulm is going down. Ryu, you don't join the siege. You're going to be patrolling this area once we're done. And then next up is Albania. Excellent. Agent J, you just patrol here. Orbulon, you patrol here. Tamerlane. Circuit City's already covered. Rio Grande do Sul seems to be under a lot of attacks. Go and join Rio Grande do Sul for now, please. Abaddon, you're doing excellent work. Now I need you to throw away your main gauche of parrying in favor of... Firebrand. Now you are just so good. I mean, you were already so good, but you're so good. You have length 2 weapons, so even if somebody tried to hit you with poisonous barbs, and even if they had something like a fire shield... okay, fire shield's a bad example. You're fire resistant. How about a Bane fire shield then? You'll have less chance of being affected by it. All your attacks kill anything that isn't pretty much almost a Titan or a very heavily protected giant. Nothing is getting through your shield. You're just so good. But you know what? One shot from that soul-slaying crossbow and Abaddon would die. And she's a big target, so she'd absolutely die. I really want to go on the offense with Abaddon, but it's not the wise thing to do. You should just hang out here. You got to do something better than patrolling, but what would that be? I guess you could forge me something. Don't know what it would be, though. Ooh, how about the first anvil? It is yearning, so it's cheaper for me to get. And it would allow Kickle Cubicle to actually boost his ability to forge. And then he could do some of the forging stuff that I wanted done to get me air. Problem, of course, is... Wait, why do I suddenly have much more air? Well, that's good. Send Abaddon into Uedora. Over here? Tempting, but the problem is El Salvador is not defended by anything. I don't have a fort here, and it would take forever to make a fort. Could start making a fort. It does yearn. I could start making a fort. Let's get on that. Build at least a palisade here. Build a... Or send someone in to go and help out with that. Schlopperation, you're getting in there to El Salvador to help out. my god. Getting down, dragging out some lumber and starting to build a palisade, it's funny. Well, I find it funny. Kickle Cubicle. Is there really anything left for you to reasonably do, man? He probably yearns for battle, but I'm not letting him do that. This is such a sad thing. It's just one death gem a turn. It should do so much more, considering it needs 15 turns to even replenish that death gem cost. Could make the drop near. Just generate some free gold every month. We have very little use for it, but come on, it's gold. As I like to say, more gold, Your Majesty. Get over from Pizza Tower. We don't want to hang around in Black Mesa, although there's a surprisingly large amount of people and supplies in Black Mesa. Hopefully plenty for this province defense. I'm going to absolutely dunk in it. And then we take his capital, Zashai. Zashai is a big deal to take. I would really like Black Mesa taken care of. Lindum, I need some units to help patrol here. Zaid and Factorio Engineer, I want you to drop off these items. They're pretty good items. They're probably unnecessary. I'm not going to use many of them. Or perhaps even any of them. Magic Flying Carpet for you, and... I thought I said I was going to give him basic shield. Well, there's your basic shield. Just in case you get shot, I don't want you dying on me. Right, conscripted prefect. I believe the thought process was that you should join this so that if Sid Meier takes a single bullet to the head, I can still have you aid with the mass blessing. It's a little dangerous to put you in Rio Grande do Sul, because if there's an attack there and you get hit, you die. But you'll be fine. Yeah, send you to Rio Grande do Sul, and then send you over to join the rest of them. Get you to Ulm and then Albania to join up. I'm not done, though. I want another one of these things. Marvin, you're going in there. Another Bishop Fish. with another load because I would actually like to make another army group. Might be over the top and it might be unnecessary, but I still want another army group. Another army group means another worm that walks, but we'll have that in relatively short order. Yeah, better to prepare for what we need, or what I say we need. Get back up to the Baltic Sea. The Realms of Silence are ours. Oh, friendly civilization! Wait, we're friends with the cavemen? How? The organizing defense will be cheaper than usual in this province because the native people come along well with Ondmark. Fascinatingly useless. Wait, they didn't actually put a fortification. Oh, wait. Stalagmia is different from Palia. Can you float or fly or something? No, he cannot cross this water. But you can go through the Cavern of Gold into caverns. Alright, very cool. Get over to Palia then. Stalagmia will be the different story. I would try and get along with Mr. Anthrax too. I don't know, I don't think I would invite him round for dinner. Tea might taste a little funny. Whew, a lot going on. Let's start with the red mines. Zashai wants their land back. Well, they're going to have to send a bit more than Archibald Vile the Ghoul with his ghoulish friends. They didn't even get to me. Winstein got GF. How is Winstein still alive is beyond my understanding. He sends very little and he fails to take me. He sends very little and he fails to take me. We go into Palea. This is Anthrax doing his thing. Ah, good, there are more of them. I love it when there are more of them, because it's all the more entertaining when they try to get to me. They burn. These guys are actually fire resistant. Wait, did I just set fire to a crystal? Geologists in chat, please explain. How do you ignite a crystal? With ambient air temperature. Okay, well, maybe it's under a lot of pressure. We all are. All right, welcome, camel friends. Never eaten camel before, but I'd like to change that someday. And then there are these very sad underground warriors. They don't even have full dark vision, so they still take a penalty for being underground. You know who doesn't? Your best friend, Anthrax, king of the Bane Fires. I love fire elementals. And I love this guy even more because with his death he can do even better thuggy things. What a cool customer. And he can live for freaking forever. Plenty of crystals can burn. Look at... I had no idea meth was a crystal. Right, could you someday become a hero? I would like to join the realms of heroes. Right, Shikigami. Okay, he's sending virtually nothing. He brought a lot of bugs, though. You can just suddenly summoned all these, like, wee frogs and spiders, doing a maximum of 1 armor-piercing damage. You might think why, but bugs like that do have a use. Especially in assassination and assassination defense, although I'd rather have a bag of acorns. Argentina, he tries and he fails to beat us. Wait, what? Our patrolling forces have been beaten? I didn't concede to that. How did you manage that? Ah, griffins, right. P-tier griffin. Yeah, he annihilated our magical leadership and then just... Which is a shame. I thought I added... Yeah, I added Orbulon and Slime Dragon and just unfortunately both of them got killed by griffins. Huh. Well, that's not a huge deal, right? That was Argentina. Yeah, we don't need to worry much about that. Black Mesa, you die. Here's the bigger battle, Zashai. Yeah, our army is just too good now. Even if they have a lot of units, they just can't get through the power of our army. The more units they bring, you know, eventually we kill enough of them to cause a morale rout either. Anyway, rather. Ulm will fall. I feel like my army is taking attrition. I feel like it was once bigger. These elephants can still be a pain in the arse to deal with, but away they go. Ulm is down. We stole a water bracelet off of somebody. Oh, that's the last of the light lancers gone. They were useful for sieging, but I suppose I brought enough gate cleavers to bring down the walls now. Clock tower. An enormous earthquake has struck, the earth settled, and horrible monsters appeared from the cracks in the ground in Clock Tower. What was the protagonist's name in Clock Tower? Troglodytes are a real problem. They got decent hit points, and they trample you, so it can be difficult to actually kill them. And if you are large enough, they claw you, with decent enough attack skill. But I think we'll be fine. Just a suspicion I have. We're fine. Even more people in Charance are dying. Wells is very unhappy. The last spies are being rooted out. Argentina is being damaged. How badly? Not too badly, but you know what the AI is like. They're going to send whatever they can against that. A little unfortunate. I don't really want to send a detachment just to deal with Argentina. I'm busy here. I suppose it's not the end of the world if I lose Argentina. In fact, it's quite the opposite of the end of the world. I just leave it be. He'll probably mass whatever elephants he can and send them there, and it will eventually fall, but I'm not here for to worry about such small things. I am here for thrones. But wasn't my plan to send over conscripted prefect to Argentina? No, I think he was going to Ulm, then he'll join up with the rest of the team. That's fine. Kickle Cubicle has maybe run out of things to do now. So I'm going to give him the golden item that he just made. And then Kickle Cubicle can be rich. He's a gold maker. 400 gold a turn. Good job. Just chill out or whatever. Pretty confident we've got the rest of this. Holy Crack Attack. Give me a temple over here. Slime Dragon and Michael Jackson will patrol. Black Mesa holds. Zashai does not hold. Alright, there we go. Operation Screw Zashai is in full effect. Schlooper, I want you to take over building these palisades, please. Hopefully you can manage it. I'm going to give you loads of defense here because you might not survive all the... Oh god, there are a lot of monkeys here. I really want King of the Banefires out here to deal with these bloody monkeys. Or I want my fort finished so that I can free up Abaddon to go and do things like take Cerulean City. It's a shame I don't have a quick way to make a fort. Not that I can think of, at least. Isn't there a way to make a fort using cold magic? You gonna be alright, Marvin? Ugh, Marvin will be fine. Thought there was a way to make, like, an ice fort. Ice walls? No, that can only be put on an existing fortification. Oh, by the way, there's a sea of ice if anyone was asking if you can just freeze the lakes over. All lakes, seas, rivers in the world are frozen by this powerful enchantment that makes travel between land and sea impossible except by magical means such as teleportation. Frozen seas also stop Vanheim and other seafaring nations from sailing. I thought it would be like a conjuration or construction thing to just build an ice thing, but I'm not seeing it. Alright, you just hang around there for a bit, Marvin. Don't die on me, though. The Wizard's Tower? It's an alternative earth spell. Wizard Tower is nature. Wooden construction? Creates lumber constructs. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Unless it's a conjuration spell. Spirits of the Woods. Llama, Awakened Things, Enchanted Forests. That's a lumber construct that I was just looking at. Living Castle. Ooh, hey, Living Castle. Wait, that's the underwater one that we've already been using to make our underwater forts. I want something on land. Earth Alteration, says Chostrow. Well, Kickle Cubicle knows a thing or two about Earth. Can you cast me... Wizard's Tower. A tall, impregnable stone tower from the ground in any friendly province. It's very difficult to break down the walls of this tower, but the administrative facilities are not the same high standard. And actually, you can cast that. Maybe I could just give up waiting 4 months for this thing. And instead, just Wizard Tower it. Yeah, sure. I'm in a hurry here. Wizard Tower on El Salvador, please. Schlooper, you'll just be patrolling it. And then that frees up Abaddon to go and start claiming some thrones. Yes, the Bishopfish can also claim thrones. That's quite handy as well. Okay, very good. Well, the other Bishopfish that I'm sure to make any moment now. Also worth knowing that since I've now discovered this, all I need is the Shambler thing. Here it is. Oh my god, it's a lesser magical item as well. You can really easily get the Bishopfish out of the water with this. Alright, well, give me another one of those just so I can be at the ready. Continue the preaching over here and elsewhere. Picking up loads of gems on the lands that we're taking over, so I'm very grateful for my enemy for site searching. But it's starting to look not very good for my foe. I want the worm that walks as well. Can I just do that? Kitty feels like she lacks the magical prowess here. What does it take for worm that walks, by the way? Is it 5 or 6? Worm that walks is 5, so actually, Marvin, you're going to lose that. And Kitty, you are going to gain this. Please cast Nature Worm that Walks. And then I can start making my next army group. Yes, additional army group sounds good, because I have a lot of units that I can send on a march to Canada. I want to secure Canada for the throne of Autumn. Well, I don't want Autumn, but I need the points. I don't know what the other thrones are, sadly. But I think we have... Wait, Sun? I was convinced this was the throne of Sun. You're telling me it's not? Then it must be the throne of Destiny. Okay, that's Destiny. That's Sorcery. So that's 3 and 3 for 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well on our way. Continue to believe. Anthrax, good job killing everything that moves. You can finally, well, in a couple of turns, you can finally emerge from the underground. After doing a really good job of cleaving it apart. Yeah, we ended up taking a lot of land here. And hilariously, because you can draw a line towards one of my forts, even through the gateway, they still count as under my control for the purpose of income and gems. Ooh, not bad. Not bad at all. I can see why he took the underground. It's a great thing to have. Alright, we're good. We're better than good. We're not half bad. Yeah, thanks for that Wizard Tower. That's easier to erect than I thought. Could save a fair bit of time, but damn, that's a lot of earth gems. I wouldn't want to do that early. What is this? What is this? What battle is so enormous? So enormous that it took 81 rounds. Oh dear. The Worm that Walks is here, the Bishopfish is here, the Wizard Tower is here, nothing is in Great Bay Temple. Palia. Zashai wants it back. Zashai don't get it back. Pocket Circuit will be nothing. Rio Grande do Sul will be nothing. Although we took your Heartfinder sword? Wow. I think that does heart damage on stabbing. Right, go Anthrax. Continue to melt the... Oh, there's nothing there. Well, there's really nothing there. Burned to death before I even got to them. Although, amazingly, this giant fungus survived. And yes, you can enliven those giant fungi to help you in battle. Poor High Axe Chieftain. Albania. So this is me going down for the throne of Albania. There's a lot of elephants still around, but that looks like province defense garbage to me. And so they die. Yeah, nothing but province defense. Lots of them, but down they go. Oh, Neca, the great sage is here. I wonder what's left of this guy by now. Hey, Volcanon, how you feeling? Not good, he's lost 4 mage levels. Don't worry, you'll get me someday. And this is probably the battle that took 84 rounds or so. How, though? Okay, beginning to see how. I might not actually win this. If they keep me pinned down and pepper me with attacks, I don't have a huge army here. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, though. Let's see. He's got his giant monkeys. They're not blessed, so where the hell is his god? I haven't seen Sin. And I don't even know what Sin is. Quite a lot of them, though. That's a ton. I mean, I'm going to hold tab and show you all the commanders. Tons of them. What are these? The Mazik are imps of the wild. They terrorize unwary travelers. Mischievous! They can cause havoc in enough numbers. They're of this world. They can be summoned without sacrifice of blood, even if demonic by nature. I've never seen these things before. They do look like a harassment unit. Defense 15, flying, so they're difficult to hit. But if you do hit them, they're going to go squish. They don't do much damage. But yeah, good harassment, because they don't even eat. And actually, the fact that they're flying and do not eat makes them quite good for a siege, even. Flyers get a bonus to siege strength, or so I believe. So yeah. Don't know how to get them. They said not from a blood sacrifice, so I'm curious about that one. Where's my air shield? Yeah, there we go. Arrow fend is up, so their heavy slings are useless. And if they bring their big chunky sacreds to the front line, these guys, those barbs are useless because my long weapons don't hit them. So it's just a case of getting through this somehow. I gotta get through this. I gotta get through this. Oh, I thought he enlivened one of the... Oh, he did. So somebody was asking about just having like a door. Well, this is a door in the making. Just get some wood stuff. Very susceptible to fire, you say. Your god will always return to your capital. Your original capital. Your namesake. So if your capital has been taken by the enemy, he will attempt to siege it down, or attack it, or whatever. And if your god is really good, even without equipment, because they won't have their equipment, they can cause a real problem. But we're fighting a dumb dragon. So in human form, we just shoot him in the face, and in dragon form, we just shoot him in the face an additional 5 times. Not a problem. But I have had some very problematic gods come back. Funnily enough, statues are really problematic, because they can be hard to kill and very powerfully magical. So the statue comes in and starts doing lots of instant magical attacks, and then it's got like protection 20 or 30 and loads of hit points, so it can be difficult to deal with. The best way to make sure that an enemy god is easy to kill is to remove all dominion in the capital and put your own dominion there. Then it gets severely reduced hit points and becomes much easier to kill. Am I going to get through this? They're holding the line really well. Fortunately, we do have Mist Form up. Unfortunately, their magical weapons pop that. Fortunately, though... Wait, how did they get blessed? I guess they have priests here. That's not unsurprising, really. But yeah, I'm beginning to see how this battle took 80-something turns. Fortunately, we have got mindless commanders here. So the commanders will not rout. So I have no real worry about my army routing. The only concern is that my army dies. And, you know, if they were ethereal... Oh, just imagine them walking through and ensnaring all of this. Magic would help here as well. Just some magical evocations to blast these guys away. I don't do that because in most fights, magical evocations would hurt my own troops more than it helps them. Also, I don't really have good magical access to that. I'd want some good fire, some good air. Alright. Even their very powerfully inspired sacreds are running away, which is a good sign. And remember, when they run, they have nowhere to run. So I'm kind of surprised that these guys are hanging on. I see some leadership running away. If their line breaks any more here, the stampede begins. The stampede begins. Get in, kill their leaders. Turn them into bleeders. They keep doing holy words. That could be a problem, actually. See, on the end of a fight, sometimes they do massive retaliation attacks. And I've had that wipe out commanders before. Yeah, see this? Bong, 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 bong. I hope we didn't take anybody out at the end there. Oof. Heavy attrition on the Lancers. 20 down. 2 Scorched Templars down. Our troops are so good. They are so well fluffed up with the accumulative blesses and the magical support, especially from Apkalu and the Worm Mage. They trounce so well. Love them. Alright, Realm of Silence. Yeah, we could do that after that fight, but the point is your defense went down. My so-called cheap defense. Air gems? Oh, I like air gems. We've killed... Sharant's had, what, like 8,000 population? We've killed about 3,000 people there, thanks to Kickle Cubicle. But it's okay, he generates money. Actually, he generates a ton of water gems. Put those away. He's not that serious about taking Argentina, so I don't think we need to worry much about that. Albania survived 1 turn. Wait, we are under... That's Albania. Severely damaged, that'll be gone next turn. No need to worry ourselves, we'll take that. And then onwards to Deception Island. Zaid and Factorio Engineer, just wait around there. Conscripted Prefect, go and join the fight in Albania. You're my backup... my backup guy for... come on, Jake, you can use those words. Divine Blessing. Alright, now you have water breathing, air breathing, so you can get out of there. But I still want a magic carpet for you. And Marvin probably wants to leave. Be gone, Marvin. Why is Marvin move so slow now? I think it's the snow. Kickle Cubicle, I still want another flying carpet, and I want some other crappy defensive stuff for my Bishop Fish. Get him a helmet. What do I normally give my Bishop Fish? Bishop Fish gets helmet and I guess a gate cleaver. Gate cleaver I suppose I could do. Alright, you there, just periodically make me beloved gate cleavers. And some useless individual get me a crummy helmet. And then we've got an additional worm that walks over here. Well, I thought I made a worm that walks. There you are. Don Gero is here. Oh, nice. I like Don Gero. Get over to Ondmark and let's get Don Gero some good equipment. I'm going to need a Tree Lord staff for him, which of course I can't afford, but that's fine. That's what alchemy is for. Even though I make tons of nature gems, I think we're beyond caring about our gem economy, given how things look here. Where's my auto clicker? Yeah, just give me a bunch of nature gems. I want to make Tree Lord staff. I want to make Boots of the Messenger. What else do I like to give my worms that walk? Cornucopia, obviously. You there, please. 1 cornucopia. Cornucopia is level 3. Oof. Alright, 1 cornucopia, please. And on top of that, I guess just armor of knights and a helmet. All very doable. You there, please. 1 armor of knights. You there, please. Can I not make a better helmet? Probably, but there's nothing wrong with a black steel helmet for them. It's not really much of a concern. They're just there to cast mass regeneration. And then I'm still in the market for a storm staff, but maybe I just have to make do without it. I do really want one, though. It's just so expensive to make. Alright, well, Zashai is down. I need some people over there helping me out with solving ecumenical problems. Gonna put a lot of defense up there. Ooh, Bornholm is untaken. Right, so the question is, where does this army group head to? I need to still claim thrones, of course. That's how you win. Fortuna... Fortuna hasn't been taken? What? Vet. I guess that's what Fuka is going to be taken care of. Although, with this up, now Abaddon could take it. Although Abaddon could also take Cerulean City. Do I think Abaddon can do this? Right, let's not be stupid. Abaddon has 20 shock resistance, and those things do 20 damage. With regeneration, that shouldn't be a problem. Let's believe she'll be okay. Yeah, there's an argument against using personal iron skin because it gives shock problems, but I think she'll be fine. Get over and take Cerulean City for me, and then we'll go and take other things. Cerulean City, Harlem, Acre. Yeah, we should be in good hands. Interestingly, see these guys preaching in Winterhell? Outside of Neptune, get them over to Acre and have them preach there. Then I could put my Dominion on Acre and have it easier for Abaddon to take. And then from here, I could have march you on Canada. Or I could make Bornholm more takeable. Or I could just go south and start causing a lot of trouble for you. If I go and take this, then I can move across just over to Canada in general. And then if you're too slow, which you might be, that means you can take Treasure Trove Cove first, and this extra army group can aid in the south. That sounds good to me. Sounds really good to me. Also, I want another Bishop Fish. Drown me in Bishop Fish. Caverns of Gold, get your really crappy province defense, and you are coming out of this cavern to finally blow up the enemy army. In winter, of course. Yes. It's the right thing to do for the God of Fire. Well, he's my God of Fire. Zashai is going to need some patrolling aids. And you two just wait for now. Get preaching here for now. I want more of you. Akvern, not much to do. Do you still have the anti-shock magic gear you made the first time you thought of sending Abaddon into the shocking throne? Did I ever actually make that? I think it was this, right? Yeah, the shock resistance 15 two-handed weapon. Not really keen on giving you a two-handed weapon, but the risk of the shock is probably so high that it's worth taking. It beats the Thorn Spear, at least. And I could actually drop the Gleaming Gold thing for it. You make a good point, right? If it's the most important thing, let's not skimp on it. There we go. You still have repel access here, and the shock resistance is, you know, lightning can't hurt you now. And once you're done taking that, yeah, you have more shock problems to deal with, so it's a good call. You can still kill pretty well. I mean, you can hit someone in the head pretty hard with this thing. Cast Iron Staff that will channel the energy of electric attack harmlessly into the earth. Can also effectively do Corpseman construction. Alright, good enough. I just hate that it takes up 2 of my 6 arm slots. Alright, good call there. Excellent call, I might add. Huku is still just waiting on some gear, which I'm currently making. That's okay. This is being sieged down. This is being moved out from. All is well. Albania or Iberia? No, we know where we're going, and it's not Iberia. Alright, the Bishop Fitch is here. Wait, Waka the Zealot was mentally attacked by the Albed? Those sand-blasted Grease somethings. He survived, though. Waka's just too strong. He's a midget, and he managed to survive a mind blasting. Yeah, that's what he gets for resisting. Alright, Arceus. This is us on the warpath after we took the enemy capital. He's not going to be happy about that. That'll impact his economy, his gem income, and his ability to make more of his sacreds. Oh, he immediately went back for it. Oh god, he immediately popped it. This is the majestic altar that he has on his throne, actually. Really nice astral and nature stuff. But yeah, that's funny. He immediately went to take it. He's really not happy at losing his cap. I thought I might be able to defend it with all of this, but He's probably going for an assassination on the Amazon command, on the... Yeah, Dr. Marson's chieftain. When the chieftain dies, we rout. It's really tragic. Yeah, that is why I need my dudes here. And I thought I sent them here. No, I just made them. Okay, well, back we go. Boop. I'm not losing the fort back to them. Think he got shot by friendly fire? It doesn't really matter. He's dead. And that's not good. The caverns, he tries and fails to take his land back. No, that's Winstein attacking Zashai, but failing. And then let's also try and attack. Boom. Why are you not a hero yet? I want you to be a hero. Well, if you're there, let's go and just put a lot of defense on the caverns and get out of the caverns, finally. You know, he entered over here in Winter Hell, then into Deep Wagor, and he just carved his way through until he comes back out. Much stronger than he ever went in there as. You need a hero? Yeah. I forget the words. Someone that's tough, someone that's strong, someone who... I don't know the words. Excellent song, though. By Bonnie someone or other. I really know my music, don't I? Right, we defeat the Zashai. Rio Grande do Sul, we defeat the Neca and Cerulean. I'm very curious about Cerulean. So I was very, very scared of this province for a long time. It's on my cap circle. And you can kind of see why, right? It's got a freaking monolith with loads of gems and innate spellcaster. So he can do spells that take like 200 or 300% speed, or time rather. And he'll do them at regular base 100% speed. Innate spellcaster is so good. And it almost only applies to inanimates. There are some very rare units that can move, but also do innate spellcasting. I think there's like a dead king carried around on a... I don't know, Egypt comes to mind when I think of this, you know, 4 slaves holding up a throne with a dude on it. I'm pretty sure there's an innate spellcaster there, but this is a very, very powerful thing. Anyway, never mind that. We do worry a little bit about manticores, but do we really? Death poison? We have good poison resist, so no, we don't worry. Let's just do it, right? Doing it's what we do. Oh, right, yeah, we also sent out our elemental friends. So they automatically spawn, and they kind of just eat hits for us, allowing us to do our own spell casting. And then we just go and obliterate. So what I was scared of were these Watchers. These Watchers send lightning. At least they will when I'm in range. The undead don't care about the cold, but they do care about being crushed by ice, which is a very different thing. Oh, the Griffins did eventually come in, and the Griffins are having a very bad time. There we go. Now the electrical attacks come in. Zap, 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 zap. You see what it's doing? See the damage it just did to that Griffin? Like, what's that saying? 35, 58. That could have been me. But it's not. Also, I think I did some of that damage. Well, I certainly did the 58. And the 71. Good lord, we're strong. But yeah, I am terrified of Watchers. They hurl lightning, they never really take much fatigue, they have infinite ammo on this thing. And it does so much damage. That's more than I thought. That's 27. I thought they was only doing 20. Terrifying. Look at it! Look at that, that's not right. Anyway, let's go and kill these Watchers. You are actually hitting me, is the scary thing. All you'd have to do is hit me, paralyze me, and then I die. Because I just take every attack after that. So despite the damage rule being negative 34, it still gets through me because your protection is worthless against electrical attacks. But we're ready. There we go. So Anne from the inn, the monolith, actually wants to retreat. I don't know how a giant slab of rock knows what retreating is, but mentally it's just not there anymore. I guess whatever soul is inhibiting it, giving it these magical powers, has just decided to like leave the rock, and then we go and destroy the rock. Goodbye, rock. Easy money. Alright, very good. And with that, it is ours. What was it? It was the Throne of Sorcery. Dominion spread 3 is welcome. 3 ascension points are welcome. I don't see why I don't just take this, although I could just move over and immediately fight more. Fighting more sounds good, because I can get Fuku out of here on his magical carpet, and I can get the lone what's-his-face. He doesn't need a magical carpet, does he? I can just put him on here and then just have him walk over and take this. Works for me. The magical carpet riding one is here to join the next army group. Helmet, armor. Oh, he's wearing armor. Gate cleaver then. Very good. Go and join the army group. And then I believe I also have my worm that walks over here. Who is the worm that walks? Don Gero, of course. Take your booster, take your armor, your helmet, your boots, your cornucopia. No wine to give you? No wine? It's no worm mage of mine, but have some nature gems instead. And I trust that you know in combat you are to cast army regeneration and other conservative spells. Okay, very good. You do that together with Rohan, and I'm going to need some additional followers for this. Yeah, I'm going to need a considerable amount of additional followers for this. Mm, 30 and 31 seems fine. That's all you can get, Rohan. Okay, then Don Gero can command the rest of them. These guys are on hold and attack closest. These guys are simply on attack in a line formation up front. And you guys just take the flanks. It's been working for us, so you better believe I'm going to continue to do this. Go for hold and attack rear. It's amusing. Gonna have one on the closest, and one of them's going to swing around on the flank. Just hold an attack where you are, and then of course our flying dude comes in to help. Where does this army group go anyway? Do you want to take Canada? Bit of a trek to get to Canada, maybe not too much of one. Yeah, you can get over to Isengard, and then Fuka can join you in Isengard. And you cast spells, especially Divine Blessing. Alright, it's not as good as our other army group, but it's good enough. I wish I could add more units to it. If I wish it, I'll make it happen. You go and join them. And I really wish I could give them some kind of protection against projectiles. I want to air shield or something, but regeneration's going to have to do all the picking up of the slack for that. Storm would also be nice, but yeah, not happening. Bethusma... This is all already searched, isn't it? It's not searched up there. I feel like I invested a lot into this lady, and she didn't really do much. She just walked around. She did clean the waters, and the waters are great. But I did expect a bit more fighting back. The lithids I had to send in my my sacreds for anyway. Right, who are you people and where are you? You're in Acre. I want you to get me my friendly dominion in Acre, please. Tarkin and Savs, once this is done, I want you to pop out and defend it. Kickle, there's not much for you to do anymore. Not much for you guys to do anymore either. Lindum has my dominion, which is good. One of you go and build my temple here. This is a fight for my my godlyhood after all. Preaching, preaching, good. What are you doing with this serpent thing? I guess that's fine. Continue the patrolling here. Marvin is sick and tired of being underwater. And I keep sending her back there. Alright, you can take a break in Neca. It's your home after all. UI up is real, and the others, apart from you, I guess just research or something. Not that researching does anything. And Albania, I gotta remember to storm Albania proper. And then we're gonna claim that as well. Am I satisfied with that idea? If I claim it, I have to wait another turn. But what I could do is just have another bishop fish sail on over and pop out and claim Albania's lower throne. Always consider turn efficiency. Get me another bishop fish. And... oh, wait, you're doing that? Okay, in that case, I want you to forge me another Shambler skin armor. And if Kickle has nothing better to do, you better believe I love my magic carpets. Ah, there we go. Whew. James, it's been quite the slog coming towards the end here, but I think the pivotal moment was when we were able to take the horse capital. After that, it felt like everything fell into place because my army had managed to cover its weaknesses really well. And the AI is pretty bad at defeating weaknesses. It's really good at massing lots of chaff, I'll give it that. So they try and they fail to beat us back. They try and they fail. Wait, didn't we just do this? Oh, that's a different fight. That's Harlem. Wait, is that another monolith? The age of the monolith is here. Big follows the monolith. For some reason, he's got a Ring of Frost. I don't know where they put the Ring of Frost. I'm not sure I want to know. That is so cool that you just summon elementals constantly. And they're not baby elementals either. They're size 5. You just Curse of Stoned me? That builds like, what is it, 2d6 fatigue a turn? Fortunately, we lose 10 trillion fatigue every turn that we're not attacking. Jeez, those electrical attacks. They're scary, they're so scary. I actually think I'm dead if I didn't take the lightning rod. I really need that extra shock resistance. Because if we can see what's coming in here with the lightning. What is it? That's negative 15 plus 23 against my 10. That's scary. That's real scary. Because you get no protection from it. The only protection you get is the random roll you get from the Dominion's RNG. Phew. Down they go. And then the monolith once again decides to just spiritually retreat. Goodbye, big follows. Watcher's attacks are still subject to exploding dice. Yes, that's why lightning hurt me in the previous engagement. Virtually every roll in this game involves exploding dice. Always allowing unusual things to happen. Anyway, Harlem is mine. Huzzah. And Harlem was the golden throne, giving me gold. Well, I like gold. Acre doesn't have my dominion yet, so I will actually just claim this throne. And my fish is on the way to claim this other throne. Very good. Black Mesa, they get defeated. Very good. Good job, Benefactor. He once again dies. Poor Volcanon. Hyrule, failure. Zashai itself, right? This is me trying to not have Zashai fall back into enemy hands. I think that's more than originally defended Zashai. But sieges and storming fortresses is a huge pain, so I'd rather invest in this. This isn't particularly good. Because of the weird formation of the enemy army, my entire front line is just nonsense right now, so we are quite liable to this kind of situation, where we get completely surrounded. However, Mist Form, it's just so powerful. Even if you do hit me, you do 1 damage. The only way to pop that Mist Form is get a 1 in 100 chance at it, or hit me with a magical attack. What was that horrifying noise? Sounded like a bat dying. Oh, hey, they've got a Bane Lord. Fat bastard, the Bane Lord is on the prowl. He's got good skills, and his Beyblade does not mess around. He could actually do some damage with that if we don't kill him first. He's also, as his name implies, he's a fat bastard, but he's not quite big enough to make that Bane Blade length 3, so it can be repelled or dodged. I've been binging Dom6 videos on YouTube since Parabola. This is a treat to come home to after work. I don't know, there was that other guy that said he's been trying to watch the Dominions videos and he can't even last an hour before he falls asleep. So he spent ages trying to watch them. I take no offense to that. There's plenty of videos I fall asleep to. Bring out your inner Finn and watch sleeping.mp4. Whew, okay. All the regenerating that I'm seeing here tells me we took quite a bit of damage in that. But... wait, damage? Was that poison? I think that was poison, but that's okay. Mass regeneration exists for this. My poor light lancers. But Seymour Guado decided to go looting here. Hide shield, starfire staff, vine whip. Nice. I just love doing so much damage to my enemies, especially economically like that. Obradin. Oh, come on. We do not pass on the emergence. Okay, so you're just running around, you know, in shrubs and forests. Oh, and it's raining a little bit. Wait, that isn't rain. It's steam. Steam from the steamed Anthrax we're having. And then this thing pops out. Not a good day. You're not going to be having a good day. When it's so hot that trees around you just ignite. Love this guy. Absolutely love this unit. Not easy to get, mind you. Like you saw, it takes a death fire cross path, which we were fortunate enough to get from this guy that I'd never heard of before. Kickle Cubicle the Telchini. Loved bringing him into all of this. Thank you, Telchini. Thank you, Kickle Cubicle. Right, so your job is to go and secure the southern border, which I have been long threatened by hundreds of monkeys. But what do you feel like a bad enough dude to take on 590 monkeys? I think he should. Sod the southern flank. I have El Salvador enjoying a nice bit of defense now. Yeah, sod El Salvador. You're going and hunting monkeys. Kickle Cubicle, you just chill out, I guess. Jason Myers and Unitech. Why are you in Isengard? Oh, I sent you to join up with the rest of the army. This is the entire army now. Hold, regenerate, hold, spells, hold. And now you go on the offense. March on Canada, please. Get to Water's Edge, then straight to Canada. You did defend Zashai. I want you guys to patrol Zashai, and I want Zashai to get its bleeding defenses back and not get sniped again. Meng Huo, I need my temple here. Still haven't found his god, by the way. Where the heck is his god? How's Winstein still alive? I don't know. Where are they alive? This is Neca. Zashai have come and just slaughtered all... Oh, Canada? Oh my. I think that's their only province. Let's see. Provinces? I think that's slightly more than one, right? If that's one... I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Winstein. They also only have one candle left there. I might not even be sieging this at this rate. Although maybe he has tons of priests there constantly preaching his deathly dominion. It's bad enough that despite all of these people preaching in Water's Edge and the temple there, I can't seem to keep my dominion in Water's Edge. It is, of course, you know, completely surrounded by hostile lands, but it's still bothersome. Right, so Albania fell. Albania and its lower throne must be claimed by me. And by me, I mean by the rat. The rat on his flying carpet. He's going to get in there and just claim the thing. Albania will get its just desserts. Also a bit of defense. And the main army marches on Deception Island. Huh, I can actually go straight to Gilligan's Island, but, we march properly here. Why could not everybody get to Gilligan's Island? We should have map move 22 across the board. Conscripted Prefect, are you the problem? No. I guess some people... Oh, right, I think I see it. Right, we have to go to Blue Moon Canyon anyway. Blue Moon, Gilligan's, Deception Island. And we're working on the thrones. We're working pretty well on the thrones. I need some preaching going on here. We already have some patrolling going on here. Marvin hates being stuck here. Alright, Marvin, I'm finally pulling you out. You can go home. Bethusma, you just research or something. No, I can have you summon allies. That's even cooler. Never put the Dr. Massange to use. I think it's time he finally came on the war march. I don't know where he marches to, because there's not a lot of places he can go to actually help anything. Wait a minute, could he come over to Gilligan's Island? Yes! Dr. Massange can join the war march. I wish I could give you some more magical items to lead more units, but yeah, Dr. Massange is coming. Yeah, you joining Gilligan's Island. I'm looking forward to that already. The rest of us, having taken Zashai, are going to march. I shouldn't need assistance on Canada, but there's a damn lot of units up here. Can't go straight to the Vasa. Alright, destroy Lego Island then. Why is there a single monkey here? I must have charmed this guy, which is weird because he's an enemy sacred. But yeah, that is a way to get other people's national units on your own side. You can charm them, which I think is an astral spell. No Army of Mist. Oh my god, you chew through these freaking air gems like they're candies. Stop eating all of my gems. I don't disagree that you need them though, right? It's a pretty big deal. But I feel like you're not paying attention to my order of conserving magical gems. Take a full stack of 30. Caligula, you take a full stack as well. And get moving. Is there a specific goal? Yeah, winning. We're going to win now. We've actually torn the throat out of our biggest competitor. He's still a bit bigger and richer than me, but my army is of much higher quality, and the fact that he doesn't have his capital anymore limits his recruitment of extremely good units. In fact, it completely abolishes it. Right, Abaddon. That's me. We've got the Golden Throne. Cripples are dying. Atticus is... Wait, what? I didn't actually put province defense in Atticus. Didn't even think about it. Oh well, it's not a big deal. Although they just took it essentially for free. Blue Moon Canyon is just us strolling in and taking it. Unsurprising. Disneyfrot, yeah, okay. This isn't a relevant battle, but I really want you to go and do your thing. Neca is not relevant. Zashai, these battles aren't relevant, which is why I'm not watching it. This is relevant, though. He wants Zashai back. Wait a minute. We called it sin. So he brought his god back here. His god is coming to try and take his capital. Last time he did this quite easily by sniping my commanders, but now... Where are my commanders? I've added commanders here in the center, so they're a little less easy to snipe. Hopefully they still don't get sniped. Okay, they're running to the back. Sin decided to just immediately jump into the back and go absolutely insane. He is berserked. That's good for me because he's not going to cast his mighty spells. But he is dual-wielding a sword, which is invisible. An invisible blade. Increases attack value by 5 unless we can true sight it. However, he only has 18 protection and pretty regular Titan hit points, maybe on the lower end. I suspect he's about to eat a lot of arrows in the face. He has no ethereal, no air shield, no anything. He's actually bad at... He's uninspiring. An uninspiring leader is either incompetent or not used to leading troops. Not used to lead troops. Okay, thank you, Swinglish. Die! Guys, the god is there. Okay, he certainly is gone. You can't do it, kid. I'm the best. So in an engagement like this, my commanders retreat, because they're cowards. Der Führer, the chieftain, only has 10 morale, and he's just, nope, I'm out of here. That is exactly why I add in people like Catilars, Tarkin, and Sabs, who are too mindless to know to retreat. Brilliant. You killed our god. I'll kill a lot more than your god. Right, Lego Island is not of much concern. Actually, there were quite a lot of them. Let's have a look. I'm always happy to see more dead monkeys, but these fights are getting kind of samey. My units are too strong for them to defeat. My magical support is too good. We don't rout. And we kill the monkeys. Beautiful. Not that we take no attrition. Oh, we actually absorbed one of their sword lords again. Half of my unseelie knights are dead, but you know, they've run their course by now. Clock tower, water gems. We're under siege in Argentina, but it's not really much of a concern. It's not no concern, but it's not much of a concern. And now we can join up in Gilligan's Island with Dr. Marsange. And that is cool, because Dr. Marsange is going to bring these illithids in box formation. And they are going to constantly just do their attack. I think if you give them no orders, they'll just keep mind blasting. I certainly hope that's what they do. And they have decent hit points, really good hit points actually, so they will constantly regenerate. So even if they take missile fire, they'll be fine. Just a shame that they're not sacred. Man, that is hardcore. I still don't know if you have to tell them to fire to do missile attack weapon, but I really think automagically they will mind blast. You just kind of hold, man. I just don't want you dying out there. Or I could simply tell you to fire, right? If I just tell you to fire, I think you will use your mind blast. I hope so. Be cool to add you into the attack force. How good are these things at sieging, by the way? Not irrelevant. I guess they can think their way through the walls. Green Giant, Strum, you're getting on the patrolling. The Rat claims me those virgins. That gives me... Okay, just 1 Dominion point, but 5 Blood Slaves a turn, which I have no use for at this point. Still taking it, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points. We're halfway there. Lone Trojan, you are going to claim this to bring us another 3. Abaddon, you could claim the Golden Throne for another 2. Maybe I just send you into Acre anyway. I am under the impression that you don't actually need your blessing to do this kind of thing. Although, who's going to take this throne if I do that? I didn't make yet another one of you guys, and your map move is abhorrently slow. Alright, I'll claim this first. Wait. I already did claim it. Okay, very good. Life is very good. Continue the march. We take Canada next. I worry about the massive army at Mystery Lake, so is that a good reason to kill them? I can't cross this river, though. Alright, we're going over to the Vasa. Defend Lego Island. And continue the attacks. Oh wow, I went to practice, came back, we're still running. Yeah, but we are cleaning up now. We should have everything we need to win, including the power of Anthrax. I really want Anthrax to just go and torch all these freaking monkeys. Kill them. I have loads of money, so I can just dunk on province defense like it's no big deal. So anywhere that lacks province defense, I wish I had some kind of like EU 5 style alerts for that. Argentina understandably has none. Yeah, Harlem has none. Yoink. Even just the ability to sort this list would be handy, but no. No, GUI is a difficult thing. Empower has experience just based on sitting here watching Harlem do nothing. Alright, hopefully you get to Acre without any problem, but I don't think Acre will be a big deal. My fire resistance is abusively high. Meaning I no longer need the lightning rod, but I'm not going to stop off anywhere. Really, the stopping off will be in Canada. Got inspired. Now I'm finally playing Lamb. Oh, Lamb is good. I assume you mean Cult of the Lamb. Where are the rest of the thrones? Because I'm still going to need a little bit more, right? I don't want to have to go underground. Is this Throne of the Sun? That's Throne of the Stars. Where the heck is Throne of the Sun? Treasure Trove Cove, or is it underground? I don't want it to be underground. Oh well. It'll be where it is. A peek at the Dominion graph. That should be heavily going in my favor now. Especially after all the raiding I've been doing and the erecting of more temples. Wasn't the Throne of the Sun in Acre? I thought it was. But he doesn't have it. Lower Throne is mine. Throne of Sorcery is mine. Gilligan's Island. I hope there's an army here. I really want to see what these guys do. There's not. But we think our enemies to death. They're pretty good. This is the downside. The build-up fatigue doing mind blasting. If you can get rid of their fatigue, oh, that's lovely. But it is not a strategy in itself. It needs something to... They need protection, and they need something that actually kills the units. I need a way to deal with the high magic resistance guys that just survive it. Lego Island. Kill monkeys. Oh, there's not a lot of monkeys here to kill. They don't squish so good. Oh, wait. No, you idiots! That's my useless commanders retreating. That's what happens when I don't put in my... Oh god, they really want Zashai. In fact, they're about to pop Zashai. Scary thought. Sanctuary. I want more monkeys to melt here. Okay, surely I can melt these monkeys with Anthrax. It's all I've wanted to do with Anthrax. Why is he not a hero? He's so experienced. How many heroes do I have to kill to make my mark on the list of Hall of Fame? Alright, Cerulean City is yours. Ulma's already claimed as well. Where does this lone Trojan thing even go? I don't know. He hobbles to Ondmark, and Kickle Cubicle makes yet another flying car. Ugh. Yet another flying carpet. Marvin, you just rest there. You got nothing better to do. Abaddon, time to claim the Throne of Ascension. Wait, an acre? How did I miss that? Are you going to play more Cult of Lamb on stream? No. I was very satisfied with the fun I had with the game, and then I played it for... How much longer did I play it? Cult of Lamb. My weekly one-shot was about 9 hours, and I played... My game time now is 16 hours, so let's say I played another 6 or 7 hours off stream. And it was fun doing a little gardening work to make your cult even better, but the combat gets really repetitious. Really. You know, I need these resources, so I'm going to go even to an area that I know I can just club my way through. The rolling, the basic attacking, it's just not very exciting. So yeah, I had a great time for 10 hours, and then I don't really want to play much more of it beyond that. Still, I come away very positively feeling about it. Just because I don't want to play a game for 50 or 100 hours does not mean it's not great. Anyway, I want these people dead, and since their whole gimmick is lots of fire, and I do mean a lot of fire, there's a flame spirit here, there is the solar serpent with 8 fire magic. Even if you cast, like, meteorites from the sky on me, fire resistance 40 has that covered. Get in there. Brrr. So interesting thing about these things, they're fire resistant, but they're not cold resistant, and I do have a cold aura. Falling fires on a fire elemental? Please explain to me, Solar Serpent, your thought process there. Didn't work out so well, did it? Negative 35 damage. Oh, don't you run away from me. Well, it is running away from me, and there's not much I can do about that. Battle Fury. This unit is filled with Righteous Fury. Gaining attack and morale. And it still runs like a coward. Alright, good job, Abaddon. You're just unstoppable today. So that's fine. Did I give you your order? Yes, I did. Zashai is in trouble. The Anunnaki of the Moon is there. Maybe it flew away to retreat. Maybe they can just have the fort, right? What do I really care? It doesn't have a throne, and thrones are how I win now. So we're just gunning for the thrones. I don't even care about the Vasa here. I do care about Acre, right? Acre I need. So we are going to claim the throne, but also... Sorry, Kickle, what I actually need you to do is... Unless I have a better Earth Mage. No, I need you to cast the Wizard's Tower here. Okay, it's just within range. Very good. We're going to continue to preach, except one of you is going to construct a temple. Alright, and the throne will be ours, bringing us to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I need 3 more points. I don't know what Canada's worth, and I don't know what Deception Island is worth, but if unless they're both level 1s, we're in this to win this. They might both be level 1s. In fact, they probably are. Throne of the Sun and Throne of the Destiny. Ah, crap. I need another throne. We get Deception Island, we get Canada. I guess I gun it for Treasure Trove Cove then. Yeah, we go here through the Bronx to Nathia to Treasure Trove Cove or through Canada. I never even... No, this is Army Group 2. Currently sieging. You have the throne in Fortuna. I did not claim the Throne of Stability. Okay, that's the last one I need. Where is my bishop dude? He's over here. So if he gets here and gets his flying carpet, he flies over to Fortuna and claims the throne. So let's super defend Fortuna. Super defend Fortuna. GLaDOS, you move over to move and patrol. Yeah, well spotted. Very well spotted. All right, with that, we'll have it then. Deception Island, Canada, and Fortuna, and we're done. Done, diddly done. You join up with the main force for Deception Island. Canada... How close to falling is Canada? Stop it. Moderately damaged. Could take another couple turns. Especially without additional gate cleavers. Wait a second. Gate cleavers, you say? Mega Man. Equip the... Oh, what? I didn't build a... Wow, that's shocking. I didn't build a lab on Water's Edge. Well, that's okay. Ziri and Selectamo. Please grab your mandatory gate cleavers and go and aid Canada by axing it. Eternal Ace, you know what? Life is a little too boring for a lowly indie priest, so you go and join slaughtering Canada as well. With the additional 300 power here. Hang on. How does that work? Yeah. Going from 540 to 800 siege power, Canada will fall next turn. Deception Island will not fall in one turn, unfortunately. But I think it's safe to say we're done here. Pretty safe. I've already claimed Albania. You have conscripted prefect, claim that. Can the rat get up to Fortuna with any reasonable speed? Absolutely not. Alright, you go and join Deception Island then. Alright, let's just beef on. I think we've got this if we just close our eyes and press E to win. It's like fighting the Awakened One or Time Eater as a Frost-focused defect. Just keep pressing E and you win. My enchantment was dispelled. Which one? Again, the game doesn't want to tell you that. We still have Earthblood, Beefwell, and Gift of Health. What was the other one that we had? Riches from Beneath, and I really don't care about that because riches is one thing we have plenty of. The Vasa, we crushed them. I mean, that's a lot to crush, so I do want to see that. Zashai attacks me, do they? Well, give it your all. That is a lot of them. This speaks to the power of my sacreds. Yeah, this is them with their air shield, so they can do away with all the projectiles hitting them, but with that, with their regenerating, pierce resistance, good skills, despite not having experience, these good skills come from, death power and bless effects that I've picked up along the way. They're so strong. If you want to kill these things, use magic. Evocations destroy my sacreds. And actually, they are casting fireballs, but they're also missing and setting fire to their own men. Sheer perfection. I have missed a trick with this. I should have been doing foul vapors. We have inherent poison resistance. If I had foul vapors, I'd be able to poison my foes to death. Then in long engagements like this, I wouldn't have to slog them down on a frontline grind. Although the frontline grinding is working. I love views like this. Everybody's fighting their own little freaking war. This is why Dominions 5 and 6 are so superior to 4. 4 had it turn-based, like really turn-based. All of your units did their moves and all of the enemy units did their moves. Battles were really, really dull. But this simultaneous turn-based combat is so much better. Oh yeah, Anthrax with Foul Vapors would be good. The problem is Anthrax doesn't have the magical paths for it. It's a water nature thing. And it would be far too expensive to empower him for that. But if you brought another super combatant with him... Oh, hey, look, there's a tree! So this tree got up to come and kill me. Unfortunately, it's had enough. Yeah, Anthrax. If Anthrax had to kill loads of people... Currently, I'm struggling to get Anthrax the fight he deserves. He deserves to be on the Wall of Fame, but he's just not getting it right now. Jake, what's been your favorite Dom 6 nation so far? That's impossible to decide. I've played quite a few of them by now. Of the vanilla nations, my favorite is Lanka, early age Lanka. The whole theme of the blood drinking demon monkeys is so cool. Even though it's early age, which is not normally my favorite place to be. Yeah, these poor guys, holy moly. Kind of surprised they get through that without picking up afflictions, but you know they are affliction resistant courtesy of the parasitic vines. Oh, one of them got diseased. Whew, big fight. Yeah, the Light Lancers take heavy attrition, but you just don't kill my Scorched Templars. One of them died. The Unseelie Knights... One lost their mount? Okay, interesting. And I still absorbed one of their Falchion champions. Jesus. Where was that? That was the Vasa. I think it was the Vasa. Didn't I not even want to be in the Vasa? I thought I was moving out of this place. Seymour Guado et al. You need to not be there. Although, you know, if I'm already there, why don't I just take the place? Oh. I don't think you can last here forever, dudes. Well, whatever. You're attracting enemy attention. Just fight to the last man if you must. Black Mesa is just whatever. Yeah. Pilot Wings Resort is just whatever. Deception Island. I do want to see that, because that's me bringing the Illithids into the combat. Think our enemy to death. Boom. What I really like about it is how it staggers the enemies coming towards you. The pausing here kind of drip feeds them into the front line, allowing you to concentrate your force a lot better on them. Yeah, these poor guys just completely removed from that front line, and then you just get picked on whenever, because when they get paralyzed, they can get paralyzed for an unfairly long amount of time. I don't know how it decides how many turns they're paralyzed for, but Mind Blasting is just such an awesome little addition. I suppose it's not little, these things are expensive. Down they all go. Rio Grande do Sul, nothing special. The Caverns, nothing special. Ardania. Why is no one giving my Banefire man the fight he deserves? Please. Anthrax just wants to kill you. What if I pull back and I let Anthrax go in to just start sweeping these guys up in the likes of Arrakis? I'm going to try. I just want Anthrax to have his bleeding fight. Kickle Cubicle, maybe now you can finally rest. You built me my thing on Acre. This siege needs to be stormed. Fortuna. Lone Trojan is going to fly over there with the magical carpet that I forgot to make. I'm not waiting all that time. Abaddon. Take Fortuna. I forget to make the magic carpet again. I could have sworn I even made the gems to make the magic carpet and I forgot it. Unless... No, I don't have a spare way of getting the magic carpet over there. Alright, Deception Island is going down as well. So that gets us Deception Island. That gets us Canada. That gets us Fortuna. That should be at least 3 points. We're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We win. You made a castle instead of the carpet. Ah, okay. That was the right thing to do. But of course I got confused. There was 119 turn there. I think that's my my army probably getting squashed. I'm not worried about it, but our undefended Vasa was conquered. I'm not concerned. Mystery Lake, just us destroying the fortification. Should be nothing that we haven't seen 50 times before. Oh wait, that's not the fortification. But it is us destroying as we moved out of there. Grounded Assault is nothing. The caverns are nothing. Wait, what? I haven't seen Winstein's giant moose in forever. What's it doing down here? It must have died and then came back to its capital. It's invisible. Where's the moose? How do we even know where to shoot? Killing that moose might be difficult. At least it's in a fear aura, but how exactly do we hit something that's invisible? Where did it go? Returning. Did you cast returning? The simulacrum is actually only a copy of whom it looks like. If it dies, the caster will reappear where its body is kept safe, as long as the soul doesn't get lost. There's an 80% chance that the caster reappears a month after the death. How bizarre. Like I said, I'm not entirely familiar with Glamour, so you must have done some mind-bollocking with me. Alright, well, never mind. He's gone. For now. King of Banefire, still hungry for monkey flesh. There's not an unreasonable number of them here, but it's not a challenge for Anthrax. Die. Why is he not a hero? He's level freaking 4. What does it take for this poor guy to become a hero? I think this is the 119 turn fight, right? Because he has to go and just in... Why is he dancing back and forth? I hope he doesn't retreat after all this. Just burning everything. Burn, 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 burn. Enemies can win simply by... Oh, that doesn't happen often. It's Twilight. After 100 turns, temporary effects are gone. So Phoenix Pyre is gone. Anything he cast on himself is gone, but things that you get from equipment stay. Although, interestingly, that also dispelled the heat from hell that comes from the equipment, but that's a start of battle thing. But yeah, he still keeps his regeneration and whatnot from his goods here. And then his poor soul here thinks he can stand up against Anthrax. Oh, okay, goodbye. Why are you not a hero yet? That was in Alexandria. Okay, please stay there. Anthrax wants this. Anthrax was born for this. Get over there. You killed our god. I'll kill a lot more than your god. 1,680 enemies. Finally, a worthy fight. Fortresses falling left, right, and center. No surprise to me. And then Canada has the Throne of Autumn for 1 Dominion point, and Fuka can just claim that. Deception Island, the Rat can claim the Throne of the Stars for 1 more point. And then we get our final point by taking Fortuna. But I want this fight. Okay, here's the deal. I'm going to save game and quit. I am going to go into my files here. App data, roaming, Dominions 6, save games, backup folder. Some people out there have an automated way to make backups of their game, by the way, and they are so freaking annoying because they refuse to share how it's done. Every time they're asked, it's like, oh, I don't remember how that was set up. I couldn't possibly tell you. This game is very user unfriendly in the way that it's just one save file automatically overwriting itself every time. You can't like save and continue, make side saves, because I would love that to experiment, explore how game mechanics work. But no, it's just here's your one Iron Man save forever. So you got to go into your folder and make backups manually. Anyway, I just want to get a little rant out of there because it annoys me to no end. Because it has to have been a conscious decision by the developers to do this. Why do they do that? What goes through their little heads? Their little Swedish heads. All right, what turn is it? It's turn 101. Jesus. That'd be like 50 sessions for one of these play-by-email style games. Anyway, I've got my backups. Turn 18, 52, 78, and 101, depending on how the stream went. Right, so I'm just going to claim this, and this is how we win, but I really want Anthrax to take this fight. I don't care about anything else, just do it. Make the folder read-only should prevent the game from overwriting the save, but that is guesswork. I'd like more than guesswork. Don't know how that would work, even. Well, we win, but I don't care about winning. I care about the Battle of... Why aren't you there? Did you lose the fight in Atticus? Did I forget to send you to Atticus? I think I forgot to send him. I wanted the fight. No, not victory. Oh, Jesus. We're going to reload the backup save I just made. I want that fight. So here's the scrotograph. The provinces. This is us. We broke ahead early quite well and then stagnated. This is when we kept losing our army instead of expanding. And during that time, Zashai just demolished the underground. Don't know what happened here, though. It's like Zashai suddenly got bodied by... Who exactly? Who's gaining provinces at this time? Sharor? There's no way, but it does correspond. And then when did we finally manage to take off? Yeah, probably about the time that we started slaughtering Neca. Neca goes down, we go up. And then eventually we take over Zashai by also raiding Zashai hard. Fort number, not very relevant. Only at the very end we took over Zashai. When it comes to income, Zashai was top dog. Well, after we started slaughtering Neca, they took top spot, and it was a long time before we overtook them. But yeah, you can see we raid them. We take the money, they lose the money. Life was good. Gem income? Everyone's a bit middling here. So site searching takes a while to take off. And then we got, I think this is Earthblood Deepwell. And something around here would have been Mother Oak. Stagnated, dropped when we started losing a bit, and then boom, finally start taking all of Zashai's site searched gems. Blood income, nobody did it. Research, okay, the one thing that we were the best at, we had a lot of relatively cheap mages, and we had magic scale on our nation scale, so we took off. Yeah, and this thing snowballs like mad, so we got some really good conjuration and construction spells going. Yeah, final count of Snecko Lords is 0, but we had no real death access and no real death gems. Dominion. As it happens, even upon victory, Zashai has twice the Dominion strength we have. There is a reason for that, of course, and that is because of all the underground concentrated Dominion that they have, which kind of bleeds out through the surface through the portals. But ours is trending up and theirs is trending down, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. Army size. My units are not particularly big. This is something that AI will usually beat you on, because they like to mass loads of units. But their big useless guys could not stand up to my parasitic hobbits. And then ascension points, yeah, we bided our time and then boom. Just made our move on all of them. And then we can actually watch the history. This is us, by the way. It shows a flag for provinces that we take, and it shows the kind of colouring on the map for our Dominion spread. There are 101 turns to watch, so I guess I'm going to grab my drink. Quality versus quantity, damn right. It's pretty hard to win if you're just using quantity. A quantity army needs to be fed and needs to be replenished, and you need turns and commanders to move them around. I always like to concentrate my quality. I prefer thugs over main armies. The problem is with an army, you can kind of cut your losses. If you lose your thug, you lose everything you invested into them. And unlike an army, you usually invest gems into thugs. Usually for summoning them, but almost always for giving them their equipment. And possibly gems for them to use in combat. Taking the water, I think, was a huge step for us. Getting into the water and taking the income from the waters was needed. We struggled on income until we held the waters. And then, yeah, look at Zashai's dominant dominion. They just squeeze out other nations like a pimple. And then what little remains of Winstein in Canada. I think they survived. We'll see if their dominion pops at the very end. There's still a lot of green on that map, though. Oh, yeah. So quantity is a little different if you use free spawn. I'm a huge believer in free spawn quantity. Bring in your phantasmal warriors, bring in your undead, bring in your ghosts. Ghosts can be free spawned. By my good old Snecko Lords, don't you know? I call them Snecko Lords. It's the Wraith Lords. People call it Snecko Lord because I rely on Snecko Eye and Slay the Spire the way I rely on Wraith Lords in this game. Alright, awesome. Unfortunately, quitting quits the whole game. Like, why is this game so user-unfriendly with its interface? But I want that fight, so let me just see if I can copy that thing right back out. This game also does not like to remember its resolution. It always resets its resolution to, well, you can see right here if you want. Dom6 window. This. I don't want this. Why do games do this? How hard is it to remember a resolution? Why is there not a function on Windows, and maybe there is on Linux, to just set window size to conveniently well-known 1920 by 1080? Why do I have to drag it out like some Neanderthal? Probably because I spent all my time playing games and not learning how to program these kinds of features myself. Dunderheed. Alright, turn 101. I want that fight. Anthrax wants to eat monkeys. So with that in mind, we will not claim Fortuna. Wait, I did send Anthrax to move. Alright, I'm gonna hunt down and kill those monkeys if it's the last thing I do. Abaddon, you join me over in Acre, just in case I come in over in this direction. Move and patrol over there. I can still claim these other two thrones and life is good. Dom6 looks like a type of game where the developers do not care about your thoughts. I appreciate that. This game is what it is because those basement-dwelling Swedes made precisely the game they wanted to make. Alright. I just want to find my fight with Bane Man. Not enough. I must kill more monkeys. Also... Right, so this is probably what happened. They decided to run into Anthrax before Anthrax could run into them. And that means Anthrax is going to set fire to his own friends as well. Anthrax has no friends, only future targets. The fire's around him. Now you're probably looking at this thinking, wow, you know, just get Anthrax and win, right? There is only one Anthrax. You cannot make multiple King of Banefires. If somebody's already summoned him, your summon of him will fail, which is so cheap, by the way, because you still lose the gems. But on top of that, he has some really good equipment. So you need the Air Path to get the Shield of Valor to keep him air shielded. You need Astral Path to get the Shroud of the Battle Saint, and a Bless worth having, otherwise you want to give him something different. Earth Path got me the Iron Face to give him the protection, although you can do invulnerability. This is a late game fire sword for Heats from Hell, otherwise he would have to cast it himself, which is another lot of research. And there's nature behind his resilience and his regeneration. And on top of that all, he can still die. So it's not just a click Anthrax and win button. I feel like some things that we show off in Dominions look so strong that a layman would watch and go, well, don't you just win? Just always do this and win? My only always do this and win strategy is Wraith Lords because the AI cannot handle them. Also, my poor friendly armor is all dead. Who wants some cooked moose for dinner? I could go for a moose steak right about now. Been all day and I haven't bleed yet. What time is it? It's 11 PM. Here I am just watching Anthrax kill monkeys. He still wants to be a hero, by the way. Alright, that's good, but can Anthrax kill even more? There are so many monkeys out there. And he's still not a hero. I don't understand. Why can't Anthrax be a hero? How tasty is moose meat? I'm not sure if I've ever eaten moose meat. Could certainly go for it, though. Looks like you can set a parameter in Steam to manually set the resolution. RRes XY set resolution by Windows. Ooh. Let me copy that and make a note on my note to self sheet. Thank you. We'll look into that next time. Okay, that is it. That is absolutely it for this run. But not for this setup. You see, I want to run as one of these other nations and have a completely different run of it. So I will either take the big monkeys, the Roman monkeys, or the Scorpion Abyssians. They all look pretty interesting. We just finger it in the air here. No, why finger it in the air? We can do this democratically. I will show what I'm talking about, just in case you weren't around for their creation. I might not get them to work. Whatever, we won't make it cost you anything then to vote. No points to be lost here. I'm interested in a few nations that I want to play as. One is Genedge. They are Abyssians. I've played Abyssians a lot in the past, but these particular Abyssians run around on male-barded giant scorpion beasts. That appeals to me in a big way. Very cool. On top of that, they have their sacred burning individuals, so lots of fire, lots of ability to bring in more of those fire individuals, but interestingly, they have separate access to water through the Sea Twilight. This appeals to me. There were also the monkeys that we fought just now, big monkeys of Zashai. If we wanted to see if we could do better than them, here they are. Giant, prickly monkey. We could see their shortcomings, but it's not like we didn't have shortcomings. They are hard as hell to kill. Natural body protection with their armor together, 25, 42 hit points. Reasonably cheap for what they are. Minor downside of only being 1 to a square, but you can fill that in with other units. Imagine the bless one could make for these guys, make them truly unkillable. And they're decently skilled as well. On top of that, they have access to astral nature and blood, including, it's not low level, but I can bring in the disciples of the Sylphborn and have them blood hunt. And that would allow me to do blood magic things. I don't know if they get access to blood monkey magic things, though. I can check. Blood magic. Orgies, harlequins, scapegoats, serims, sheds. So somebody asking about door, we can bring in some sheds to attack with. Tantalizing, although it needs air access. And then the other interesting thing are the Roman monkeys. What were the Roman monkeys called? Manoin? Man something or other. Manoin. Here we go. Tower-shielded legionary monkeys. Brave sacred units in service to Manoin stand in their light armor ready to strike with broadswords. Lunging javelins inherently ethereal, led by wise old monkeys of air, astral, and nature. And extremely well led by sword masters. They have access to Holy Three Priests inherently, but they are old. Nature. Also randomness. No blood this time, though. Pretty rubbish armor, though. Yeah, pretty poor protection, but ethereal. So, you know, only 1 in 4 of those attacks is actually going through unless it's magical. And even if it does, 18 block with the shield. And that shield has 16 protection if you hit it. So I think these things would be pretty hard to kill. Again, not particularly killy, but there's 2 to a square this time. Anyway, I'm going to run as one of these, but I still need to set it up. I want to fix the issue we have with Province Defense. But let's put a finger in the air here. Assuming that I get this to work with the fixes, who are we going to play as? I'll just do a very quick poll for this. You only have 1 minute to decide. Next nation, question mark. SPQR monkeys? Monkeys? Is it IES or EYS? I always forget. Which looks correct? EYS looks right. Big monkeys or scorpion riders? You got 1 minute with no additional votes. Let's go. You can tell I'm kind of putting up my boots for the day. Is this not all too easy? Why not taking the simplest faction and making them work? Is it really all too easy? I thought we had a pretty powerful faction this time, and we got bodied for a long time. Monkey bros, don't split the vote. Well, you're not. There's a lot more interest in Roman monkeys than big monkeys. But it's 50% to 47% on the Scorpion Riders. You're halfway through your time as well, only 30 seconds. Yeah, no love for the big monkeys, it seems. So Zashai, you're out. Probably because we just fought against you. But no, here we go. Our Roman monkey guys are slightly ahead. But aside from that, it would be our Scorpion riding Abyssians. I vote SPQR, says Agares, but I won't be disappointed with Scorpion riding. Well, remember, in a tie, I take 3rd place. Are we tying? Big monkeys it is. I guess that you're going to be very disappointed. I hate people that just can't make up their mind. Okay, maybe hating is a bit putting it out there, but you know when you're out with someone, it's like, okay, what are we going to do? It's like, oh, we got this and we got this, and they go, I don't mind. Oh, whatever. Whatever you choose, Jake. That's fine. It gets under my skin. I'm asking you because I value your opinion. Give me an answer. At least tell me what you'd prefer to do. And this goes to you guys as well. I've given you the option of 3 nations, and you were too limp-wristed to truly get behind one of them. So in this kind of situation, I pick the next in line. So essentially your 2 votes cancel each other out, and we are going with the big monkeys of, oh god, now I can't find them. The name is Zashai. There they are, very low down. Big monkey. We're going to have to make it work better than our opponents did. These big monkeys are pretty hard to kill, but they really don't do much damage. It's really good if your enemy attacks you with short weapons, because you can poison them, but they need auras or some way to attack faster. And they're only 1 to a square. There's also the idea that we don't entirely rely on the overgrown Lunaris. They could be something like an elite bodyguard for my commanders, and then we have another way to deal plenty of damage. For example, we get a load of Bandar champions. We don't have... Oh, hang on. Blood access. Blood summons. Blood monkey magic. Gives me plenty to think about, but that's something I need to set up. I'm kind of buggered today. To be honest, I wasn't planning on streaming very long because I didn't feel too hot today. But the best laid plans of mice and men, they have to gang a glay. I got stuff to do tomorrow as well, so there's no guarantee on tomorrow's stream, but if I do pop round, I think we'll do some Slay the Spire. In any case, until I am back with that, I absolutely need to head to bed, so cheers and cheerio.